unfinished business.
Still dream about it sometimes. It'd just be great to get back and play for the national championship.
If dreams are to become reality, quarterback Tommie Frazier must lead the attack as Nebraska has its sights set higher for 94.
We just want to move one step further, and that's winning the national championship this year. We feel that we have the talent and the capability of doing it this year.
Here come the Huskers, #1 in the country for the first time since 1987, and thinking national championship. Good evening, everybody. Mike Patrick along with Mike Gottfried. It's great to have you with us. When Nebraska lost the Orange Bowl last year, they also lost their shot at the national championship. But they gained tremendous respect around the country and confidence in themselves to play at the highest level. They're back after another championship, and Mike, you don't win them without a great quarterback. They certainly have one.
Nebraska has a great quarterback, Mike. Tommie Frazier is 17-3 as a 3-year starter for Nebraska at quarterback position. Tom Osborne said yesterday he's the most confident and prepared freshman quarterback he's ever had at Nebraska. Last week against West Virginia, he counted for all 4 touchdowns. He hurts you running the option, and he hurts you, Mike, with the play-action pass off of the option.
For Texas Tech, you literally need a program to find the offense. Gone are the veterans who racked up 96% of their offensive yards a year ago. But in the opener, it looked pretty good. They got 37 points out of 2 redshirt freshman quarterbacks.
2 redshirt freshman quarterbacks, Tony Darden and Zebby Lethridge. Now, these 2 freshman quarterbacks you're going to like tonight. They combined last week for 23 of 35 for 283 yards against New Mexico. What I like best about these 2 quarterbacks, they take a lot of pride in their ball handling. They will try to fake out the defense. They have to get on the corner, and they have to throw the ball fast because they're going to play against a fairly quick Nebraska defense.
And here come the Red Raiders, 24-point underdogs against the #1 team in the country. We'll be back with the opening kickoff from Lubbock, Texas in just a moment.
In the year 23,012 BC, Lenny, the traveling salesman, rented the first big round wheel from Thrifty at a nice small rate. Today, you can still get low rates now on cars with 4 wheels. Simply use your Montgomery Ward credit card at Montgomery Ward Car Rental at participating Thrifty locations. Renting wheels at low prices is nothing new to Thrifty. In fact, we invented it. Your neighborhood Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates.
I was sure this year's father-son picnic was on Saturday, but they said no, it was definitely on Sunday. And you know, they never listen to me.
Here's to wise men, wiser women, and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
Welcome back to Lubbock, Texas, where we have #1 Nebraska against Texas Tech. For more on the matchup, our sideline partner, Dr. Jerry Punch.
Thank you very much, Michael, and hello, everybody. We told you at the top of the show the last time Nebraska was ranked #1 was way back in November of 1987. What we didn't tell you was, within a few days of receiving that vote, they were upset by an explosive offensive team in Oklahoma. The strength of Texas Tech's football team tonight is not offense, it is defense. They have 7 returning starters. They're led by last week's Southwestern Conference defensive MVP, Zach Thomas. He is the middle linebacker. If Thomas and company can somehow contain the quarterback and the option of the Nebraska Cornhuskers, they might have a chance, the Red Raiders. If they can't, these guys right behind me tonight, the chain gang, they might need oxygen by halftime. Mike?
You're right, Jerry. Tom Osborne now in his 22nd season has the best record of any active coach in the game. Better than 81%, and he has never won fewer than 9 games in any season. Spike Dykes in his 8th full season as Texas Tech's head coach. His club has finished 2nd in the conference the last 3 seasons, and in 1993, he was the Southwestern Conference Coach of the Year.
Mike, just look at that chain gang. They're going to need oxygen anyway.
A lot of color at this ball game. Texas Tech has won the toss. They have deferred to the second half, and they'll kick off. Tony Rogers has it teed up. Damon Benning and Clinton Giles, 21-26, respectively, are back to receive. There's Benning, the sophomore from Omaha, Nebraska, 5'11", 205. Mike, I've always felt it was very important for the underdog to get off to a great start.
You really, especially at home, because you want to keep your crowd in the ball game. But when you face Nebraska, you're facing a lawnmower coming at you. I mean, you have to stop the running game.
We are set to go from Lubbock, Texas. Benning from the 3. Just gets back to the 22-yard line and stacked up there. Lawrence Phillips, the newest Husker I-back. In the season opener, he rushed for over 100 yards, averaging 5.3 a carry. Junior Reggie Ball, one of Nebraska's famous walk-ons. He gives the Cornhuskers blazing speed on the outside. Up front, Zach Wiegert, a preseason All-American and Outland Trophy candidate. He has been all-conference since his sophomore season. Phillips is the I-back. Fumble on the snap, but Frazier gets it back and gives to Phillips. Room to run over the right side, brought down after a gain of about 4. Byron Wright is one of 4 seniors along the defensive front for Texas Tech. He leads all of the Red Raider linemen in tackles. Zach Thomas, a terrific linebacker who led the club in stops a year ago. Last week, he had an interception return for a touchdown. His older brother, Bart, will start at safety. A 92 starter, he quit the game for a year, but has earned the job back again. 2nd and 6 for Nebraska. Frazier on the ever-dangerous option. What a play coming up from the left linebacker, Robert Johnson, to stack up the option. And, Mike, that's the textbook way to play it.
It's the right way to play it because you get pressure from the outside linebacker. Robert Johnson, number 7. You force, first of all, Tommie Frazier to pitch the ball, then you beat the block. Cluster Johnson, number 33, Robert Johnson with the tackle. And you like to put Nebraska in 3rd and long yardage.
51, Jabbar Thomas on defense had Frazier, so everyone was covered, and it's 3rd and 8. Four-man rush, Frazier with time to Phillips. And Phillips gets it up to the 33-yard line. That'll be enough for a first down. Brought down by the linebackers, Johnson and Thomas.
I believe the difference in this Nebraska football team in the last 2 years is number 15, Tommie Frazier. Came out of high school, Bradenton Manatee High School, a highly recruited quarterback, but he has more poise now, which is obvious because he has more experience. But his passing is much better, Mike, now.
And if you have an option quarterback that also has the ability to throw, you've got the total package. Phillips, power sweep, blockers in front. Still on his feet, knocked out of bounds at about the 44-yard line. Zach Thomas made the tackle, but he had Wiegert at 300 pounds and 6'5" out in front of him.
Brendan Stye, the right guard, number 66, and number 72, Zach Wiegert. When you look at 2 300-pounders pulling, you just try to get in their way and take them out. If you're on the defensive side, you just don't want them to work up the football field.
2nd and a short 2. Wiegert, number 72, and Stye, as good a combination as they have ever had on the right side of the Nebraska offensive line. Frazier off the option, back to throw, straight down the middle, ball wide open, he dropped it. Reggie Ball was wide open, it hit him in the hands, and he dropped it. If Frazier had that one to throw again, he might get a little more air under it.
Well, Tommie Frazier talked to me yesterday, and he was talking about when our passing game really comes around, we're going to be something. You see Reggie Ball drop the football, but he said in the West Virginia game there was a lot of balls dropped, and he said then I was high on a bunch of them. He said we need to get our passing game down.
Now 3rd and short. Frazier Cuts it up. Tommie Frazier off to the races. 20, 10, touchdown. $58 on the option. He was so patient, just waited for it to open up.
Mike, the toughest thing to do when you play an option team is you have to have assignments. The free safety really looks to me like the player who is going to be a second guy on the quarterback, but he got caught up in all the congestion up inside. And Tommie Frazier is a tailback playing quarterback. He breaks in the secondary.
Well, you can see the speed. A couple of defensive backs looked like they had a shot at him. He just ran away from him. Sealer is on for the point after. And it didn't take Nebraska long to get the lead. The number one team in the country, after 2:01 off the clock, leads it 7-0.
Hey guys, arm report. Surfing championships. Let's watch, Bo.
Miller Lite presents Cowabunga! So, come on, yeah, and so is Bessie. She's not just swatting flies now, Bob. Brought to you by Miller Lite. If you can combine great taste and less filling, you can combine anything. She's riding this one all the way back to Wisconsin. What a beer. Great taste, less filling. Can your beer do this?
This time around, you'll have it all. You'll catch the pass, catch the girl, catch the drift, catch the dream. Your time has come this time around, because everything's possible this time around.
This is what car makers see when they search the heavens for inspiration. The E-Class from Mercedes-Benz.
ESPN's presentation of Thursday Night CFA is brought to you by Levi's Loose-Fitting Jeans and by Mercedes-Benz, where safety, reliability, performance, and value are never optional. How good is Tommie Frazier? Well, he carried the ball once on the opening drive, went 58 yards for a touchdown, completed one pass, should have completed another one. That would have been a touchdown. The drive only took 2 minutes and 1 second. Darin Erstad will kick off. He's also the punter, the long field goal kicker. This kid has a tremendous leg. He'll be kicking to Matt DeBuck, 24, and Stacy Mitchell, number 6. Mitchell had a 50-yard kickoff return a week ago. Look at this, out of the end zone. This kid can crush it. Tony Darden is one of 2 redshirt freshmen working at quarterback for Tech in the opener. He had 7 of 13 passes for 92 yards. The club lost its top 5 receivers from last season. Field Scoville solidified his starting spot with 7 catches in the first game. Scott Fitzgerald, the veteran of the offensive line with 19 career starts, he takes over at center after playing guard a year ago. They'll go with the tailback, Alton Crane. And that Nebraska defense is solid. First-year starter Christian Peter had quite an impact in the season opener. 7 tackles, 2.5 sacks. Troy Dumas is one of 2 Butkus Award candidates for Nebraska. The former safety has tremendous speed for a linebacker. And Baron Miles was an all-conference corner a year ago, one of the fastest players on the roster. He's a Thorpe Award candidate for the best defensive back in the country. Darden on a roll. No place to throw and steps out of bounds near the line of scrimmage. You don't think there are butterflies for a redshirt freshman quarterback playing number 1?
Well, he's looking at a little bit different defense than he did last week against New Mexico. New Mexico had a pretty good ball club, but you're looking at a very good defense. Here's his numbers in high school. 45 touchdown passes. Holmes High School in San Antonio. They have to get him on the corner, Mike. He uses speed, and he's very accurate passer.
But trying to get outside of Nebraska will be a task. 3rd and long. Time to throw. Deep sideline and overthrown. Good coverage back there by Tyrone Williams, who's coming back off of a 1-game suspension, disciplinary suspension. They were throwing for Matt DeBuck. Second fastest player on the roster, runs a 4.440.
It's not the way you want to start the game either. 3 plays and out, and Tommie Frazier's back at your defense.
That's what West Virginia did the entire ball game. 3 and out in the season opener, and they were just crushed.
I think Nebraska lost a little focus in that game. They got up real quick, and sometimes that can happen to you. You score too easily.
Brad Kane to punt to Kareem Moss. Beautiful punt. High sailor Moss at the 34. No place to go. Excellent coverage. 47-yard kick, only 3 on the return, and George Ramsey was downfield to get the first hit on special teams.
For Texas Tech to have any chance in this ball game, Nebraska has to help them. They've got to make some mistakes, put the ball on the ground, and again, you're looking at a veteran quarterback now, 3-year starter, Tommie Frazier, who doesn't make many mistakes.
Well, they had the turnovers in the first game, but West Virginia couldn't take advantage of any of them. And I think that was a tribute to Nebraska's defense. Phillips on the straight handoff this time. Powers in the middle of the line, gets up to 41. Of course, Frazier will remind a lot of people of Turner Gill, the former great Nebraska quarterback, who is now the quarterback coach.
And it's interesting, Turner Gill did not feel like he was ready to play as a freshman. He told Coach Osborne, he said, I think I'll stay on the JV team. Of course, that's when they had a couple hundred players playing at Nebraska. So he didn't play as a freshman. Tommie Frazier came in right away. They knew he could play as a freshman.
And as a junior, he is a legitimate Heisman candidate. Full house backfield. Schlesinger, the fullback, will get his first carry. Lunges forward near the 45-yard line. Zach Thomas, inside linebacker, made the tackle.
When Tommie Frazier came in here, he had to beat out a 5th-year starter, Mike Grant, who was going to start that year. And last year is when the leadership really developed because he played hurt. Hurt ankle at the beginning of the year in the first ball game, hurt his shoulder against Colorado. And that's what the Nebraska coaches feel like he developed his leadership because the players respected him for playing hurt.
3rd and 3. Movement. Frazier gets away from the pursuit. First down and more. Frazier into Texas Tech territory at the 37. Now let's go back and check the flag. Would be a gain of 17. Texas Tech looked like they were showing blitz. Let's see if they jumped or Nebraska did. And it will go against the Huskers. There's a break for Texas Tech.
Texas Tech has to have those breaks.
Tom Ehlers, our referee out of the Big 8.
Illegal motion on the offense. 5 yards, previous spot, repeat the down.
So instead of 3rd and 3, they go back to 3rd and 8.
You remember the first 3rd down situation, they went to a 1 back, and Tommie Frazier threw the ball in the shotgun. They're back in the shotgun again.
Osborne, Ball, and Muhammad are the wide receivers. And now they put Phillips out there with them in the slot. Swinging out to Phillips. Phillips hit twice behind the line, dives forward, and is going to be close to a first down, although it looks like they're marking him out a yard short. Bart Thomas made the tackle.
Can't miss those type of tackles against Nebraska. Of course, Lawrence Phillips makes you miss.
It's going to be 4th and a yard.
Wouldn't be surprised, I'll tell you, when I was at Kansas one year, my first year we played Nebraska, it was 4th and 8, they had the ball on their own 40-yard line. I said, we stopped them, and they're going to punt. And they lined up in the eye and then just moved the ball down the field. That's the thing. It's really discouraging for you as a coach on the other sideline. Really go again, they're going at it.
Here comes discouragement or elation. 4th and a yard. Tight formation. Phillips. Zach Thomas. Huge play. Spike Dykes said he is everything you can want in a linebacker. He can play anywhere.
Said he should have been in the 1950s. What a big play early in the ball game. Number 35, right side of your screen. Scraping, makes the tackle on Lawrence Phillips. And you talk about a big play. Now the redshirt freshman quarterbacks have to take advantage of this.
Are you the kind of guy who want to go for a big play first down?
Right off the bat, I'm going to try to go down the middle deep.
Instead, they'll give it off to Crane, the tailback. And he'll pick up about 4 or 5 yards, and that's got to be a big boost to that offense. Alton Crane replacing Bam Morris, virtually a consensus All-American. He's a 5'9" senior, the guy we're looking forward to seeing in that spot. Byron Hanspart, the freshman, who had a choice between coming to Texas Tech and Notre Dame, and chose Texas Tech.
Interesting story that we'll get into a little bit. He was also recruited by Nebraska.
Crane again, same play, big hole. Alton Crane to the 33-yard line. Kareem Moss, the rover back, made the tackle after a gain of 9.
Mike, they're confusing Nebraska a little bit. They're coming out of the huddle and sprinting to the line of scrimmage and not giving Nebraska a chance to adjust to their formation. Watch them break the huddle here and sprint to the line of scrimmage.
This is the kind of thing Nebraska usually does. That whip and rhythm offense, not to give you a chance to breathe. Back to throw. Darden has time, going deep for the end zone and just overthrew the intended receiver Sheldon Bass, who caught 8 a week ago. Bass had the man beat, and Darden overthrew him.
Sheldon Bass against Baird Miles, number 14. Freshman, 5'10", 170 with a good route. He's open right here. He'll get some help. Baird Miles will get some help from the safety late, but Sheldon Bass was open for a score, Mike.
Well, I like to call it to try to get the score. Nebraska short of blitz. Gray, keeping the block. And the quickness of Nebraska's Mike Mitter came up from the safety spot to make the tackle right around the line of scrimmage.
Well, this Nebraska team is built on speed defensively. They're early in the game, their whole plan is to try to rattle these quarterbacks, but they're going to have trouble getting to them because they're so quick to get rid of the football. This is versus West Virginia. 8 rushing yards, 89 total yards, 1 for 13 on third down conversions, and that's exactly what Texas Tech has right now.
And the rush yards against one of the best backs in the nation, Robert Walker, gave over 1,200 a year ago. Third down and long. No place to throw it, no place to go. Sack right at the 37-yard line. Tony Darden just couldn't find anyone to get the ball to. Christian Peter, 55, Dwayne Harris, 86.
See the wide rush there by Dwayne Harris, number 86. Just gets by the back. Alton Crane puts a little pressure on Tony Darden, but really what happened to him, his receiver was knocked down in the secondary.
Harris, really a linebacker, but lines up as a defensive end. It's 4th and 15, and Texas Tech is going to try to pooch punt it down inside. Brad Cade will hit it from around midfield. Kareem Moss waits back at the 10. Very high. And tapped down to the 2-yard line. They couldn't have drawn that one up any better. We've got a 7-0 game. Nebraska over Texas Tech.
Morning. Good morning, Marta. You see, these people, they work for Gramercy Press, and their lives are about to change utterly. How? I can't talk about it in the elevator.
I bought my car new in 1970. I drove a hockey team 190-mile round trip 3 times a week.
Avalon Formula 3 from Texaco.
I took good care of it. When I reached 300,000, I thought, I've got to be a pretty good car.
No other leading motor oil offers more complete protection to help your car run better, last longer.
At 600,000, I thought, maybe it could be the Haviland.
Haviland Formula 3. Why add just any motor oil? Add more life to your car.
It's an ordinary day at Gramercy Press. Books are getting edited, covers being approved, clandestine romances are clandestine, but the ordinary days are about to end. Why? Gramercy Press.
Next Thursday, the Army Cadets march into North Carolina to take on the Duke Blue Devils at 8 p.m. on ESPN.
7:09 to go, first quarter, 7-0, Nebraska over Texas Tech. When it is harvest time in Nebraska, sometimes you get corn, sometimes you get 300-pound linemen. Rob Zadis, Joel Wilkes, 14 games. He is the junior member of this lineup. Aaron Graham, the center. Brendan Stye, the right guard, 23 games. And Zach Wiegert, the right tackle. He and Zadiska are the veterans in the group.
In Ohio, we had a slogan, "Be high by the 4th of July." These guys are,
Yeah. These guys are ceiling high by the 4th of July. And they have always had a great rushing offense. Frazier from his own 2. Schlesinger, the fullback. Nothing. They have lost a half a yard. Second effort by Byron Wright, number 94, as he bounced off and Wright wrapped him up.
well, Spike Dykes is calling the defenses for Texas Tech. Of course, he's the head coach. When he lost Carlos Maynard to the pros, he decided to call the defenses himself. This is a 4-4 defense. It's an 8-man front. And sometimes an 8-man front can give an option team trouble.
2 tight ends in there for Nebraska. They'd like some breathing room. From the action with Frazier. Hit, escapes, gets it near the 4. Once again, the guy that slowed him down was Zach Thomas.
He was in on the play again. They're not blocking the backside linebacker, which leads me to believe, again, they'll come back with the counter play. Maybe not down here inside their own 5-yard line. 9 people from Texas Tech are really close to the football, which means the play-action passes should be there for Tommie Frazier.
When you're down here on offense, you don't really want to pitch the ball either, do you?
Don't want to pitch the ball, but Nebraska lives and dies with the option. They will do it. They will throw out of here.
3rd and 9. Quarterback draw. Will not get the first down. Frazier wrapped up short of the 10-yard line. Zach Thomas, who is going to have a career tonight, was in on the stop again.
Mike, as we said before, sometimes you can score too easily and you lose your focus a little bit. I'm sure Tom Osborne's concerned about that. Quarterback draw, but again, you were right. Zach Thomas, 35, he read it from the start of the play and was able to make the tackle.
And the guy who couldn't block him was the All-American Zach Wiegert, the right tackle. 4th down, they have to kick it out of the end zone. Erstad, who has a tremendous leg averaging nearly 50 yards a punt, will kick to DeBuck and Johnson. And he crushes one. DeBuck all the way back to the 25. That's a seam. One more step and he breaks it. But there is a flag down on the Nebraska side of the 50-yard line. John Vedral downfield to make a tackle. That's usually where you have a block in the back or holding. A 62-yard punt. And it will be a block in the back.
Mike, that's why I like Nebraska, because they're complete as a football team. They've got good offense, good defense, and good special teams, and good kickers.
On the run back by the receiving team. 10 yards from the end of the line. First down.
So Texas Tech doesn't get the kind of break it would want out of holding Nebraska inside the 10-yard line on defense. Instead, they'll take over at their own 26. But that has to be a big boost in confidence, being able to stop Nebraska on 2 consecutive possessions. Red Raiders come out from the 26-yard line. Gardner remains as the quarterback. Hanspard is in as the tailback. This is the kid who can fly. Handsball to the 39-yard line. When we mentioned he had a choice between Texas Tech and Notre Dame, his last two picks, one of the newspapers said, when was the last time someone chose Lubbock over South Bend? The answer, this is the first time it ever happened.
Well, when he was recruited by everyone. He was leaning toward Texas A&M over Notre Dame and Oklahoma and Nebraska. He called Texas Tech, asked him to come here for the visit.
And are they happy? The fullback, Walker, gets absolutely nothing out of it.
Mike, he had 4 of his players were being recruited from his high school, so he just wanted to come here. He visited, he felt comfortable, he went home, and he prayed over his decision. And one day he was taking a shower, and it came to him, he prayed, and the Lord said, go to Texas Tech. He felt inner peace from that moment on.
A deeply religious young man who racked up some incredible numbers, over 4,000 yards the last 2 years in high school. Second and long, Hanspart on the draw again, waiting for him this time, and the defensive end Dwayne Harris gets him along with Ed Stewart, number 32.
Speed defense, Mike. Nebraska, 7 of their 11 defensive starters are from east of the Mississippi River. Here, look at the 7 defensive starters. They went for speed. 4 years ago, they were beaten by Washington at Nebraska, and they lost the Fiesta Bowl to Florida State. And they decided at that point, we want to recruit speed. They went back east for the speed.
It has made them a different defense. 3rd and 8 for Tony Darden, the redshirt freshman. Chased into the pocket again. Look at the pressure they put on. He throws. Could have been caught, but it's incomplete at the 45. Would have been a first down, and Malcolm McKenzie, number 17, couldn't come up with it.
Nebraska is not allowing Tony Darden to get settled. They're pressuring him from the start. You look at Nebraska, they're blitzing the linebackers, putting pressure on number 55, Christian Peter. They never let him get settled, never let his feet get settled. Ball should have been caught by Malcolm McKenzie, number 17.
Certainly a catchable pass, so from the 41, they'll have to kick it away, and Cade, who's had a couple of good punts, will kick to Kareem Moss, who waits back at his 20. And we have 3:26 to go, first quarter. Another good high floating kick. Moss, he was hit by his own man. The ball going down to the 5, it'll be down at the 2 again. The reason there was no flag is his own man ran into it. A 57-yard punt. Leslie Dennis back trying to block for him. Looked like he ran into him. We'll be back to Lubbock in just a minute.
Congratulations to our new manager at Century Lumber, Jim Fiala, and good news for you, it's a new manager sale. Jim says come in and get our Genie automatic garage door opener for $169 or a gallon of same latex paint for $12.99. It's all part of our new manager sale at Century Lumber.
From Grand Junction, Colorado to Clarksville, Tennessee, everyone's dipping into Mexi Rolls. Delicious Mexi Rolls from Taco John's. You're gonna find Taco John's. Crispy, dipping, delicious Mexi Rolls.
Carney Keno. Keno is fun, exciting, and easy to play. For a $1 wager, you can win up to $25,000. It can happen to you. Relax and enjoy your favorite beverage at the Carney Keno Lounge, home of Nebraska's largest pickle payoff. Carney Keno.
Time for a tune-up? Better think new car. At Flat Valley State Bank, we can design a financing plan that fits your budget. Call. We have competitive rates for just about anything you need.
You have lunch at the captain's table. You can satisfy your appetite with a wide variety of mouth-watering lunch ideas. Giant beefy sandwiches or burgers layered with melted cheese at the captain's table in the Ramada Inn, Kearney.
Here's a rare opportunity, a sale on Toro and Snapper mowers, a clearance sale at K&K Parts. Savings up to $100, so if you've always wanted the best, here's your chance. Walk-behinds and self-propelled. They're clearing out all the new Toros and Snappers at K&K Parts.
Fans with something to cheer about so far. After giving up the early touchdown, they have played Nebraska tough and trail number 1 by only a touchdown. And now Nebraska has to start from its own 2-yard line again. Play action by Frazier under pressure. Gets out of it and forced out of bounds near the first down sticks. They had a shot at a safety and couldn't get him.
They had a shot. Sean Banks, number 46, just missed the tackle, but Tommie Frazier makes you miss. Tommie Frazier with a play-action pass. Good call because Texas Tech's really crowding the football. There's number 46, Sean Banks just can't bring Tommie Frazier down. I expect more and more play-action passes. Might because of the crowd that they have inside.
Second and short. Phillips lunges forward, has the first down at around the 12. Let's check in with Dr. Jerry Punch. Jerry?
Guys, when Zach Thomas came to Texas Tech, he was told by the coaches he had what they call pedestrian speed. What that means is, he said, son, if you try to cross the street, you're probably going to get hit by a car because you're just that slow. He said, since that time, I've been trying to work on my speed, and this past year, they clocked him in less than 4.7 in a 40-yard dash. So Zach has certainly improved in a couple of years on his foot speed. Back upstairs.
All right, Jerry, there are a lot of us who've had to live with that pedestrian speed for a long time. 1st and 10, Nebraska. That offensive line can just wear you down if you let them keep the ball. Frazier fakes the pitch, keeps it, then tripped up. Fine defensive play by Sean Hurd, the right corner. And they sprung that out pretty well.
That's the perfect way to play the option. You have to make Tommie Frazier guess on a decision. Watch how they string it out to the sideline. Make Tommie Frazier not make a decision. Now slow play the option. Don't make a mistake and attack Tommie Frazier too soon.
And Hurd came off a double-team block to make that tackle. Frazier now 79 yards on 5 carries. Nebraska has taken a timeout with 2:14 to go in the quarter. Of course, you know that ESPN is your home for college football. Every Saturday begins at 11:30 in the morning Eastern with College Game Day. Chris Fowler, Lee Corso, and Craig James preview the entire day from South Bend. Then it's off to Evanston, Illinois, as number 25 Stanford goes against Northwestern in the Brain Bowl. Then at 3:30, the college football scoreboard with all the scores and highlights. And then CFA prime time, number 20, Tennessee against number 23, Georgia. At 10 o'clock, a Big East Pac-10 showdown, number 6, Miami against Arizona State.
A lot of good football Saturday night. Looking forward to the Tennessee-Georgia game. How do you stop Eric Zier?
Of course, all the attention is on football after baseball has been able to give itself a frontal lobotomy. Total yards so far, Nebraska dominating, as you might expect. They're only ahead 7-0, and Texas Tech has played far better than the stats would indicate. Bill Humphrey, number 51, is in at center for Nebraska on 2nd and 5. Phillips has a hole, brought down by an ankle tackle as a first down out at the 24-yard line. Bart Thomas, the safety, got him.
Well, Bart Thomas is the brother of Zach Thomas, and he quit the football team 2 years ago because his wife had a baby. He went to Spike Dykes. He said, listen, I don't have much time. We have a newborn baby. He said, listen, it's a no-brainer. You quit football, stay on scholarship. And now this year he's back, and both he is happy and his brother Zach happy that he returned.
One more shot to play with his brother. Phillips. And they have found a seam in the middle of that Texas Tech defense. Phillips will get about 7 more here.
You know, in last year's game, Texas Tech really played Nebraska very well at Lincoln. There was 88 offensive plays by Nebraska. 51 of the plays, there was only a gain of 3 yards or less. So what hurts you when you play Nebraska is the big play like Tommie Frazier showed us early in the first quarter.
In that game, Texas Tech was actually leading late in the third quarter, 21-20, and then the roof fell in. Phillips now 8 carries, 30 yards. Schlesinger. He has the first down out at the 35, and you saw Texas Tech defenders flying all over the place, going for Frazier and Phillips, but Schlesinger had the football.
They're pounding Texas Tech inside. They got a real big weight advantage with their offensive line. First down is an excellent down for Tommie Frazier to play action pass.
Across the front, 315, 280, 280, 300, and 300. Not just big, they're good. Nebraska now has 116 yards rushing first quarter. Frazier looking to throw in the flat. Has the completion, ball got away from the first tackler, finally forced out of bounds.
The reason first down is a good passing down for Nebraska and Tommie Frazier is that they're bunching up so much inside to stop the inside running game and the option that you definitely have one-on-one on the outside. Cat Adams, number 22, just can't bring down Reggie Ball, number 7. Perfect down to throw if you're Nebraska, first down.
The Spike Dykes likes to say our defensive backs are little bitty things.
Little bitty fleas, just hold on till somebody else can come and help.
First down to 49 for the Huskers. Frazier straight back to throw. Plenty of time throwing Holbein. Nearly intercepted, and it could have been a flag. Great defense by Sean Hurd, who had inside position, and Holbein actually came over his back to knock it down.
Well, you teach your receiver sometimes you have to become the defender when the ball's thrown poorly, and this ball was thrown poorly. Brendan Holbein had to go over the back of Sean Hurd to make sure it wasn't an interception. Here's the pass by Tommie Frazier. Again on first down, they're throwing the football. Just see the receiver, Brendan Holbein, become a defender and knock the ball away.
2nd and 10. Phillips on the counter. Got a couple of good blocks. Zach Thomas got a hand on it. He's still going to get the first down. They'll mark it at the 38-yard line of Texas Tech. Robert Johnson made the stop.
Crushing block by Rob Zadiska, number 56, 6'5", 315.
A Rhodes Scholar candidate.
Left tackle, number 56. There's the block. And Marcus Coleman, number 12.
1st and 10, Nebraska on a sustained drive. Frazier. Finally the pitch to Phillips. And that time, Robert Johnson, the linebacker, ended up covering both. You can't cover both.
No, you can't, and you can't get square to the. He got his shoulders turned to the sideline, and you're lost both ways there. You can't play the quarterback, and you certainly can't play the pitch. You're in a lot of trouble, number 22, Cat Adams.
That is the end of the first quarter. Nebraska's offense has lived up to its press clippings. They've been moving the ball, but lead only 7-0.
Get it moving.
Keep on moving. Oh, yeah. Come on. Sing it. Yeah.
And the silver bullet has the taste to keep it moving. Coors Light. Naturally brewed for a taste that goes down easy. Coors Light. Keep on moving.
Sure, it's got unparalleled performance, superb ride and handling, but it also has one thing you wouldn't expect from a Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, smile.
A price of just $30,950.
So whose house next?
How about George Burns?
There are several ways to send a package overseas. Most are reliable and quick. But when it comes to price, they can't compete. Because Express Mail International will get your package abroad for as little as $11.50. Most other published rates don't even come close. We fly worldwide, starting at about half the price. Express Mail International from the Postal Service. When you don't want to spend a bundle, we deliver for you. Call for a free information kit.
Is the gray in your mustache or beard making you look too old? Now there's Just for Men brush-in color gel, specially for the hard-to-color hair of mustaches and beards. This brush-in gel stays put to penetrate hard-to-color hair. In 5 minutes, rinse. Your mustache or beard blends with your natural hair color, and it won't fade or wash out.
Now that's a lot better.
Just for Men color gel from the leader in men's hair coloring.
World's finest drivers.
in the world's fastest cars. Compete Sunday morning at 8:50 Eastern in the Grand Prix of Italy. Formula One, the art of motor racing, only on ESPN.
Nebraska 2nd and 3 from the Texas Tech 32-yard line as we start the second quarter in Lubbock. Phillips into the center of the line, close to a first down. Let's check in with Jerry Punch. Doctor?
Mike, you alluded to the fact that Rob Zatechka could be a Rhodes Scholar this year. In fact, he's already graduated from Nebraska with a perfect 4.0 grade point average in biological sciences. What he wants to do is go to Oxford this summer on a Rhodes Scholarship and study. Eventually, he wants to attend medical school and become a neurosurgeon. There goes the stereotype for the big dumb offensive lineman, guys.
Well, he may also be playing on Sunday. He'd knock their brains out on Sunday and then fix them on Monday.
He's operating right now.
3rd and very short for Nebraska. Phillips. Second effort looks like it got him the first down. Sean Banks got the initial hit on it. But Phillips at 6 feet 200 leaned in.
Rob Zatechka, number 56, running right behind him in the block by the fullback, Corey Schlesinger, number 40.
Well, nice jobs by Banks to submarine the whole thing. But it will be a first down. Crowd hoping that Texas Tech can stiff him here. Frazier. Little counter play. Under pressure. Out to Phillips and overthrow it. Great idea by Frazier. He knew exactly where Phillips was, but then turned and really gunned it toward him.
Good pressure by Zach Thomas, again, number 35, linebacker, who really is having a good first half here. Tommie Frazier with a little quick rollout to the right. Going to try to hit Lawrence Phillips back, almost a lateral. Close to a lateral, but again, a little bit in front of Lawrence Phillips, just a little bit too high.
So it's 2nd and 10, 13:47 to go, second quarter. Holbein and Ball, the wide receivers. Muhammad, the wingback, goes into the slot. And Frazier to the shotgun. Here comes the late blitz. The Phillips screen on the right side. Phillips to the 20, 10, to the 3-yard line. Gain of 25.
Mike, I keep being impressed when I coached against him, but when I watch him even more so. The offensive line. Milt Tenopor, the offensive line coach. Zach Wiegert is 6'5", 310 pounds, number 72. But watch the agility. He's able to come out. We're going to maybe get to see him make this block in front of Lawrence Phillips. Number 1, there's the block. But they have such good mobility, not just 300 pounds, but they run so well. They do a lot of work jumping rope in the offseason.
1st and goal. Eating up nearly 5 minutes on this drive, and now Texas Tech signaling for a timeout. Didn't like what they saw out of the Nebraska offensive formation. We'll be back to Lubbock in just a moment.
Today, a woman needs a life insurance plan of her own.
State Farm sells life insurance from an agent who's there for you today and there tomorrow, too. You see, we start you out right with a plan specifically designed for a woman's needs, one that protects the people who count on you for so very much. And the State Farm agent will be there tomorrow, too, as your life changes, to keep that plan working for the people you love.
State Farm sells life insurance.
Taking a look at the weather, we've got a high-pressure system.
Sitting right here.
And that is bringing us nothing but clear skies and oh, Mr. Sunshine.
Is it just us, or are weathermen really only guessing?
But hold on.
It's gonna get better.
Clear as a bell. Not a cloud in the sky.
That's why we make the Isuzu Trooper, because life's an adventure. Be prepared.
My prediction, it's gonna rain. Trust me.
Isuzu, practically amazing.
So, what do you think?
You look tough to me. You just don't see that in these things. I'm impressed. I want those qualities on our team. I think we can get them. Let's go ask.
Hey, that's LA State Scout.
Did you come over here, second son?
Yeah, you.
The show, baby!
Could you turn around? You know if these sweats come in teal? Is that seam double stitched? You like the way it flows?
Looking for tough athletic wear? Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Flexible.
ESPN's presentation of Thursday Night CFA is brought to you by Russell Athletic. For really tough athletic wear that can survive anything, get Russell Athletic. Get tough. And by Isuzu, makers of incredible four-wheel drives. First and goal, Nebraska at the Texas Tech 3. Damon Benning, the new I-back. He's number 21. Frazier on the option. Cuts it back. Touchdown. And once again, Robert Johnson was in no man's land. He had to cover the quarterback and the pitchman.
Gets his shoulders turned to the sideline again, but Tommie Frazier, what a quick move after he makes a decision. Good block for the fullback. When you play against Nebraska, the fullback really is a key player that you have to key on. Corey Schlesinger, good block on Zach Thomas, number 35.
Sealer for the point after.
Robert Johnson.
He's got it, and that was a deflating 98-yard, 15-play drive. Frazier now, 2 touchdowns, 6 carries, 82 yards, 53 yards passing on 4 out of 7, has 135 yards in total offense.
Number 40, Corey Schlesinger, the fullback, will look for the linebacker. There's the pickup. Now you see how number 7, Robert Johnson, gets his shoulders turned. Tommie Frazier looked at the situation, tucks it up for his second touchdown. Here's the move, fakes the pitch, right up the football field.
There are the numbers on Frazier, and it's an outstanding first half for the Heisman candidate. Now, normally, option quarterbacks are not the glamour type guys in the Heisman voting. This guy's more than an option quarterback.
His improved passing will help you. Plus, he's on a team that will be number 1 until they're defeated this year. As you look at Spike Dykes, who's trying to figure a way to stop him. But I like Tommie Frazier's chances because he's going to have the football in his hands a majority of the time. I think it has to happen. He has to stay healthy. When you're an option quarterback, it takes some hits, and you're a play away from going to the second-team quarterback.
Erstad to kick to Mitchell and DeBuck, who wait at the 2-yard line. 14-0 Nebraska. 13-13 to go first half. Erstad kicked the last one out of the end zone. And kicks this one back to the back line. So Texas Tech will start from the 20-yard line. Hope you'll be with us on this Sunday, NFL Game Day and Prime Time. Game Day starts at noon Eastern. Chris Berman, Joe Theismann, Tom Jackson, Chris Mortensen, and Phil Sims. You're going to have to get some more chairs. They provide the most comprehensive pregame show in the NFL. Then at 7, Chris and Tom back with Prime Time. You'll see highlights and analysis of all the day's games. And there were some beauties last weekend. We expect some more this Sunday. The NFL did a great job with some rule changes, and it's really resulted in tremendous offensive productivity. Darden with the toss, hands full, place to go. You try to get outside on Nebraska, you're taking your life in your own hands. They just run too well.
Tyrone Williams, a corner. You know, when you look at this Nebraska defense, you take Ed Stewart, who's his inside linebacker, and Troy Dumas, number 4. They're not very big. Stewart is 6'1", 215. You look at Tyrone Williams, 6'1", 185. Troy Dumas is inside at 220. Defensive backs playing linebackers. Again, speed, speed, speed on this football team.
Texas Tech has 21 yards rushing in the first half. Play action by Darden. Has time. Scoville. And he dropped the ball, or is it down? They're going to be officials consulting. They're saying it's down. Complete pass to Nebraska 37. Fields Scoville beat Tyrone Williams.
Came right back with a pass against Tyrone Williams. He's saying it was incomplete, and he hit the ground. The ball came out, but it's going to be a completion for Fields Scoville. Good pass by Tony Darden. He needed this. He needed something to settle him down. The redshirt freshman quarterback. To see if it's a catch, Mike. Nope.
Oh.
That's one that he didn't get it, but it's in the books.
Well, that's not even close. From this angle, it looked like he had it, but from the reverse angle, never caught the ball at all. A break for Texas Tech. Darin trying to take advantage. Quarterback keeper. Hammered as he got to the 35, a gain of about 2. Ed Stewart in there to nail him.
When Ed Stewart arrived at Nebraska, he was a defensive back, and Kevin Steele, the linebacker coach, said, "We're going to move you to linebacker." He quit. He said, "I'm not going to be a linebacker. I came here to be a defensive back." About a week went by, and they talked to him. They said, "Listen, you don't understand. Our linebackers are defensive backs." And now you're looking at one of the better linebackers in college football. They talked him into coming back.
Han Sparta's out. Uncle Crane is in at tailback for Texas Tech. And Crane will get the carry. Stewart, the first man to hit him, and got some help from Dante Jones, the right defensive end. Mike, you go back to a team like Miami that put defensive backs at linebacker, linebackers on the line to get all that speed, and that's been the evolution of the Nebraska defense.
It has been the trend. Florida State, you're right, Miami, University of Washington under Don James went to real quick defenses. You're going to see Ed Stewart, number 32. You can't block him. He's only 215, but he avoids blocks very well.
3rd and 5. Nebraska showing blitz. Darin may be changing the play. Here they come. Darin unloads, sideline, out of bounds. Excellent catch by Sheldon Bass, but he did not come down in bounds.
Good pressure by Dante Jones, number 84. You have to throw fast against Nebraska because of the rush. They're showing blitz. Now, sometimes they'll bail out, but here they come. Dante Jones, number 84, with the first pressure on Tony Darin. You know what's happening for Texas Tech? They've got Zebby Lethbridge, the other quarterback, sitting on the sideline, so he should be watching what's happening right now. Looking forward to his turn in the ball game as quarterback.
John Davis will try the field goal from 49. He has 3 over 50 in his career. He got it. A big play for Texas Tech to get them on the scoreboard. Otherwise, they turn the ball over to Nebraska outside the 30. Davis comes through with a big field goal. He is 4 for 4 this season. 14-3 Huskers.
Get it moving. And the silver bullet has the taste to keep it moving. Coors Light. Naturally brewed for a taste that goes down easy. Coors Light. Keep on moving.
Taking a look at the weather, we've got a high-pressure system.
Sitting right here.
And that is bringing us nothing but beautiful, clear skies and old Mr. Sunshine.
Is it just us, or are weathermen really only guessing?
But hold on.
It's gonna get better.
Clear as a bell. Not a cloud in the sky. Soaring.
Try.
That's why we make the Isuzu Trooper. Because life's an adventure. Be prepared.
My prediction, it's gonna rain. Trust me.
Isuzu, practically amazing.
It's the same thing every Saturday. He puts on those old blue jeans and goes out with that old dog. And he's gone all day. He says he's gonna bring back dinner, but all he ever brings back is that old dog.
Here's to old dogs, Saturday mornings, and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
Saturday, the rushing arsenal of Tennessee's Volunteers take on the Georgia Bulldogs at 7 p.m. on ESPN.
Texas Tech on the scoreboard. They're trailing 14-3 as we are about to have sunset here in Lubbock, Texas. Rogers to kick off. Benning out of the end zone. Big hole. Benning, midfield. Caught from behind at the 42. A 58-yard kickoff return for Damon Benning. Marcus Coleman saved the touchdown.
You don't like that if you're Spike Dykes or a Texas Tech fan, because you want to make Nebraska go the length of the field, not give them a short field. Damon Benning, number 21, just hits the seam. But watch number 12, Marcus Coleman, catch up to him and stop the touchdown.
He got a block from Clinton Childs that just pancaked somebody. Benning will stay in as the I-back and get the ball. That's something you don't see very often. The guy brings back a kickoff 58 yards and then gets the ball in the first play from scrimmage.
Well, Nebraska believes they'd like to snap the ball with 15 seconds to go on the clock, and they want to try to get to 90-some plays against you. They just want to grind you up. So in the fourth quarter, you have nothing left. And usually, you have nothing left.
And a lot of times it's before the fourth quarter.
After the national anthem sometimes.
9 minutes, 58 seconds to go, first half. Makovica is in as the fullback. And now Frazier can't get his people set. He was trying to get Eric Alford, number 88, the tight end, to switch sides and has to burn a timeout on 2nd and 7. Timeout. We'll be back to Lubbock in a moment.
Away from home the first time? You have a friend at ABC Drug. Yes, ABC accepts most insurance and credit cards, and they have all the aspirins, vitamins, cologne, and makeup you'll ever need. And yes, ABC has shoebox cards and gifts of all kinds, and really neat people at ABC Drug. How would you like to take home a Hot Springs, Tiger River, or Hot Spot Spa and not pay debt earnings for 6 months? They have over $100,000 worth of spas on the floor at incredible savings. Choose the right one for you and no payments for 6 months at Debt Earnings Classic Pool and Spa. Professional assistance? Yes, always at the Kearney State Bank. Meet Carol Olson, who's there to help you with CDs, new accounts, and IRAs. Ask her about her favorite camping site with husband Lane and their 2 boys, or how about a game of sand volleyball? Carol Olson at Kearney's only independent bank, the Kearney State Bank. If the football game's on, head for Saks Pizza. Saks has football specials during each and every game. Specials on beer and pop. Specials on appetizers like breadsticks and super nachos. If there's a game on TV, you need to be watching it at Saks Pizza.
Here's a step-saving idea from our coast-to-coast store. It's Def Stain and Finish, all in one can. A new idea from Def. The step saver that primes, hardens, seals, finishes, and protects wood floors, furniture, kitchen tables, cabinets, and paneling. All in one step. Available today at Kearney Coast to Coast.
Sure, I need a car that runs good, but I don't have the money for anything fancy.
Welcome to Crossroad Ford's Budget Lot. These cars run good, and there isn't a one that costs more than $4,000. So try it. A half-mile north of the mall at Crossroad Ford's Budget Lot.
Nebraska with a 2nd and 7 from the Texas Tech 39-yard line. Makovica and Benning, the running backs behind Frazier. Frazier to Benning on the toss. Frazier run out of bounds by Johnson, but not before he got to the 30, and then flags down at the end of the play. Could have been a late hit. The last thing Texas Tech needed was a penalty at the end of the run. And it was a face mask instead.
Spike Dykes talked about the other day. He said we went to a 4-3 defense.
Face mask on the defense, 5 yards, added on to the end of the run, first down.
When I first came here, he said, but Houston ran us out of it. He said, I still have nightmares that Houston run and shoot. He said there was a lot of people, coaches, that had parties and pep rallies when John Jenkins left Houston. He said, I have a lot of respect for John Jenkins, but he forced us out of the 4-3. Now we're in a 4-4 defense.
First down, Nebraska, spotted at the Texas Tech 24. Benning is the single setback. 2 tight ends and 2 wideouts. Somebody moved early, and now they'll whistle the play dead. Looked like a couple of linemen and Benning got off early.
All right, Gina back now. Old start on the offense, 5 yards, repeat the down.
Milt Tennifer, the offensive line coach for Nebraska, says that his 2 right side linemen, Brendan Stein, Zach Wiegert, are the best pair they've ever had at Nebraska. That's saying a mouthful.
Yeah, it's not like they haven't had some All-Americans out in the Lombardi candidates. Benning gets a couple of yards. And Frazier was dumped by Damon Wickware, who shot the gap and went right after the quarterback. And then Zach Thomas makes the tackle downfield. They have worked the right side. A lot of that 84 yards on the outside was the option run by Frazier in the first quarter, where he picked up something like 57 yards for the touchdown. But outside, they have been very successful, as you would expect on the option. But most of the yardage, 120 total against 34, coming off the right side behind the two horses. And the average yards per play so far. Bennett hit in the backfield and dumped right from the right defensive end. Does it again. He's had a couple of big plays.
Texas Tech really doesn't have much size inside, and that's why they're running the 4-4 defense. They don't feel like they can recruit the big defensive linemen, so you take a guy like Byron Wright, number 94, who's 6'4", 245, anchor him down and hope he gets a play out of him. 3rd and 11.
Here comes the blitz. Frazier unloads in time, and it's dropped by Benny. He was wide open. He could have gone 15 yards before someone got within hailing distance.
You talk about a great play call versus a blitz. They were able to fake Tommie Frazier with a quick fake to Damon Benning, number 21. Sean Banks, number 46, with a blitz. But see Benning come out. There's no one has him man-to-man. He's wide open on the blitz. That's what Tommie Frazier said. We dropped a lot of footballs against West Virginia. We've got to start catching the football.
And that was a catchable ball. If Benning doesn't keep going the direction he was, all he had to do was turn around a little bit. Erstad will try the long field goal. 42 yards. He has an incredible leg, but it's wide left. He was kicking 60-yarders with ease in practice last night. So Texas Tech holds a gift of the drop pass, sets up the long field goal attempt. Texas Tech will take over the football when we come back. All right, we'll stay here.
Mike, I'll tell you what, I'm impressed with Spike Dykes and what he's accomplishing here with this football team. This is a young team, and they have Nebraska this week and Oklahoma next week. So, I mean, they're a real critical part of the schedule for a young football team. But I'll tell you, I believe after watching them practice and just the first half here tonight, they will be in the thick of things in the Southwest Conference with a chance to win that conference. They're going to grow as they go on this season.
With Nebraska, Oklahoma back-to-back, you know Spike isn't drawing up the schedules.
No, the athletic director, and I think they have a new athletic director now.
Zebby Lethridge, the other redshirt freshman quarterback, has just checked into the ballgame. He threw very well in his opener a week ago. 16 out of 22 were his numbers. Crane gets the handoff on the first play, got maybe a half a yard. Swarmed by the Nebraska defense led by Jared Tomich, number 93.
Zebby told me the other day at practice, he said, when we're on the sideline, we focus on what we're going to do when we go into the ballgame. He said, no one really cares who starts. We know we're both going to play. Zebby is from here in Lubbock, so there was a big roar of the crowd when he came on the football field.
Is it a bonus for him to be on the sideline early to see what Nebraska's doing?
Very important for a young quarterback to see and stand with a coach. He knows what he's watched the first quarter. Now he should be able to operate.
Quarterback draw. Lethridge, first down. To the 38-yard line, Tyrone Williams had to stop it.
They have to find a way to stop the rush in Nebraska. They haven't been able to control it. They're not running the football very well, so a quarterback draw is a good call. Zebby Lethridge with the draw, nice block. He picked up a nice block by number 65, Casey Jones, the old railroad engineer.
If there is a weakness to Nebraska, it is a suspect secondary. So if they can throw against them, they've had a couple of guys open. But Mike, you're right. You have to have the time to do it. Has time. Throws sideline and DeBuck with some contact back there with Baron Miles, who was with him step for step. It was Dumas.
Troy Dumas, a linebacker, step for step with Matt DeBuck, number 24, the wide receiver. And again, that shows you a little bit about the Nebraska defense. Here's a linebacker running step to step with a wide receiver for Texas Tech.
He's another Butkus candidate on the preseason list of 48. Played as a freshman. He is not redshirted. A senior now, one of only 2 players on the roster at Nebraska that doesn't redshirt. When you don't redshirt at Nebraska, you're something else.
Talking to Gil Brandt of the Columbia Cowboys, that's what he said. You play as a freshman for Nebraska, you got to be good.
2nd and 10, Alton Crane gets maybe a yard. Phil Ellis, number 41, backup inside linebacker, was in on the tackle.
It's a tough situation for a young quarterback to constantly be in 3rd downs against this Nebraska defense because they can pin their ears back and come after you with blitzes and quick speed and outside rush.
They had 8 sacks in the opening game. And they're up to show blitz again. They back out of it. Lethbridge with time. Throws, and it's picked up. Intercepted by Tony Vila, the former quarterback. Still on his feet down the sideline. The pass was just overthrown, and it didn't look like the receiver ever saw the ball, but Veland did. And a 34-yard return off the pick.
That's why you don't want a young quarterback to be in 3rd and 9 against this Nebraska defense. He threw right into double coverage. Tony Veland's the safety, number 9. He's sitting back. Watch number 9. Middle of the football field. He sits back as soon as Zebby goes to throw the football. Look at the double team. Troy Dumas is running stride for stride with Stacy Mitchell, and then Tony Veland over the top. So a good call defensively for Nebraska.
So Nebraska takes over at the 34-yard line. Childs is the new I-back. And he'll get it on the toss. Robinson out there waiting for him along with Thomas. And now Zebby Lethbridge getting the word from the sideline on what he did on that play.
That's Dick Winder, the offensive coordinator. He said, by the time this game's over, our pups will grow beards. 2 freshman quarterbacks getting an education tonight. On-the-job experience.
You do hear some colorful language down here, don't you?
Oh, Texas Tech, they're the greatest.
Spike Dykes is the most fun to talk to of anybody I've ever been around.
Players love him. Love this coaching staff. Good, sound football coaches. A lot of high school coaches on his staff. Excellent coaches.
2nd and 8. Frazier looking to throw under pressure. Throws incomplete. Muhammad couldn't scoop it off the ground. And Frazier really took a shot from Sean Banks.
He got
That's
hit
about
low.
the 3rd time he got him.
He got hit low, Mike. Sean Banks came in really just submarine inside on the blitz, and that's the one player on this football team in Nebraska they cannot afford to get hurt. 46, Sean Banks just comes right through and hit Tommie Frazier as he was up in the air a little bit. There's the backup, Brooke Behringer, number 18.
3rd and 8 for Nebraska. Here comes the blitz. Frazier, flanker screen, knocked away. Excellent play, Sean Hurd. Sean Hurd read that play all the way, reached in and knocked it down.
Tommie Frazier wants interference, but you talk about a well-played defensive play by Texas Tech. Give Spike Dykes some credit. They stopped. They had a double screen on. They were going to try to flare the football to the tailback. He wasn't open. They came back to the alternate receiver, Reggie Ball, on a screen, and them both covered. Number 7, he is covered very well by Texas Tech. Excellent play by Sean Hurd. Was able to get his arm around.
So they'll go for the long field goal again, this time from 49 yards from Darin Erstad, who missed his first long attempt. Plenty long, but wide. And it's going to be wide again. That one goes sailing into the stands. It would have been good from 60, but he's been wide left twice. So Texas Tech holds again.
And when you're on the road, you don't like to leave the home team stay around for a while. Tom Osborne, his team has lost some scoring opportunities here.
Could have easily been 20-3 by now, although 49-yard field goals are hardly chip shots.
The 6:06, Spike Dykes would even like to get in with this score. It's a win for his young football team.
Hanspard in a tailback. And he'll get the carry. Hanspard can't get outside. There's the quickness of Nebraska, Dante Jones. Hanspard, by the way, is the prize of the best recruiting class the Spike Dykes had ever had. He signed some real blue chippers this year.
He said it's the first year we signed 25 players, and we really believe all 25 are going to play for us. Dante Jones, number 84, slices in, is able to make the play on Byron Hanspard before he can get started.
Hanspard out, Crane is in on 2nd and 12. Zebby Lethbridge with time over the middle, incomplete. And the Texas Tech receivers have to do a better job of hanging on to the ball. DeBuck simply couldn't come up with it. Again, it looked like a catchable pass.
Mike, you're in 3rd and 12 again, and that's what you can't put a young freshman quarterback in that type of situation. The last time a 3rd down situation, he threw a poor pass for an interception.
And really, the only completion of any note that they had on instant replay, you could see it wasn't a completion at all, miscalled by the officials. They have hit only 1 for 8, except for that controversial 43-yarder. 4-man rush, 3rd and 12. They throw on the flat. That won't get it done. Stacy Mitchell makes the catch, but he's wrapped up immediately by Clint Brown, the outside linebacker.
It's a better decision that time by Zebby Lethbridge, because now you punt the football. You play to your defense again. Dick Winder, the offensive coordinator. Trip set. Stacy Mitchell, number 6, the inside receiver. Clint Brown, number 45. A linebacker, 6'1", 215. Again, another small linebacker that can run for the Nebraska defense.
And when you can cover wide receivers with linebackers, you can do just about anything you want. Kareem Moss deep to receive the punt from Brad Cade. 4:46 to go first half. Still only 14-3 Nebraska. Cade, another pretty punt. Moss from the 24, nothing. Excellent coverage by Texas Tech. A 41-yard punt, no return. Hope you'll join us for College Game Day this Saturday, and it all comes from South Bend, Indiana. Starts at 11:30 in the morning, and then we'll be off to Evanston, Illinois, as Stanford takes on Northwestern. At 3:30, the college football scoreboard with all the scores and highlights. Chris Fowler will be there to bring you everything. Beautiful night for football here in Lubbock, Texas. Phillips and Schlesinger, the number 1 backfield tandem, back in. Phillips. Zach Thomas missed him. Skills around another tackle. And Phillips with Frazier in front of him. To the 50, to the 48-yard line, and Texas Tech had a shot at him in the backfield twice, and he gets away.
Was able to cut back, and he did pick up a little bit of a block from Tommie Frazier, number 15. Running backs always like to see that. Quarterback will give a little for you. Here's the counter play. It's not there. Too much penetration by Texas Tech. Now, pick up number 15. There's a little block. He's on Cat Adams, number 22. Tommie Frazier, number 15, throwing a little block, threw a little bit too soon.
Colton Childs checks in at the I-back spot. Frazier, plenty of time, and throws it poorly, incomplete at the 30-yard line. I guess we finally saw something Tommie Frazier can't do. He's not a great downfield blocker.
That wasn't bad, though. I mean, that's still...
The effort was there.
I've seen worse quarterbacks. Let me tell you, he did make an effort. You know, Mike, in Nebraska's offense, their coaches keep track of how many times they knock down opposing players. And, of course, the receivers take a lot of pride in that. But they try to knock down at least 100 opposing players during a ball game. They had 110 versus West Virginia. They grade on that. That's something that means a lot to their football team.
2nd and 10. Childs wedges his way for about 3 to the Texas Tech 45-yard line. This would be a big defensive stand for the Red Raiders if they can hold Nebraska here. Cornhuskers with 192 yards rushing in the first half.
And only 14 points. It's a key for the Texas Tech defense. The one play the Tech defense has had problems with is the option play. You may look for Nebraska to run the option with Tommie Frazier.
He's already gotten 2 touchdowns tonight. Here he is. They defense it very well, but Frazier gets away from another tackle and dives. Gets within a yard of the first down, and Nebraska may come out and go for this.
Well, I think you can bet that when they're going for this first down. After misfiring on a couple of field goals, they're not going to punt this football. They're going to go for the first down.
And that's as much a statement about your offense as it is about your defense.
But he believes in his defense. He knows he's let Texas Tech stay around here with 2:54. He knows his defense can play. He's going to go for this first down.
They've stopped them once in a situation like this. Zach Thomas made a huge tackle on that play. 2 tight ends. 4th and a yard. Hobson. Frazier cuts it up. Dives forward and should have the first down by about a half yard. William Ritter, number 99, made the tackle, but not in time.
2 options in a row. They've had success running the option. Texas Tech has stopped the option, but sometimes it's going to break for you. But I believe again now Texas Tech will have to defend the play action pass on first down.
I wouldn't be surprised next time if they have a 4th and short that they throw off of it because they're committing everybody to the run.
See Zach Thomas, and he's going to be blocked again by Corey Schlesinger, number 40. Key block. Look for a pass here on first down play action.
From the Tech 37. Phillips. Coleman up from the safety spot to get him. He plays the Raider back. Combination of a safety and linebackers. They play that 4-4.
But you're committing so many people to the run, it's very difficult to run against Texas Tech inside because of the stacked 8 people. Marcus Coleman, who's 6'2", 202 pounds, a junior, really made a good play on that play there against Nebraska.
2-time Southwest Conference Player of the Week a year ago. He's an excellent secondary guy.
Spike Dykes said he can play for anybody in the country.
He's got a couple of those guys. Play action, Frazier in trouble, he's sacked. Number 86, Tommie Daniels, the backup defensive end, came through and got it.
What Nebraska was going to try to do was fake the ball up inside, then roll Tommie Frazier. Use the receiver. You're going to see the receiver try to come back and block number 86, Tommie Daniels, and then roll out Tommie Frazier. But they couldn't get around Tommie Daniels, number 86. This will roll out all the way. But Tommie Daniels never gave Abdul Muhammad, number 27, a chance to block him.
So now it's 3rd and 18, and Daniels getting congratulations on the sideline. Will they come with a blitz? They have tried on 3rd and long situations before. 4-man rush. Batted up in the air. Almost picked off by William Ritter, number 99. Damon Whitware, 91, got the block.
Damon Whitware, he came to Texas Tech as a free safety, wore number 13. And when he got here, he was 200 pounds. They moved him to strong safety. Next year, he was 210. Spike said, maybe you should be a linebacker. The following year, he came here at 235. He said, son, you're going to play the inside linebacker. Then he went to 250. He said, learn how to play on all fours and give me that number 13. You're going to be number 91. You're playing down.
And now he's up to 279, so they moved him from defensive end to defensive tackle. DeBuck and Johnson will now go back for Erstad's punt and a huge defensive stand for Tech. Short kick. No fair catch taken, and he's buried. Dave Johnson, and a flag goes down. Let's see if he made the fair catch signal. Or if they didn't give him room.
I think that's what they're going to call. I don't think they gave him enough room.
In college football, you have to give the receiver 6 feet. If you violate the zone, it's a penalty. That's what it is.
Non-contact, interference with opportunity for fair catch, 5 yards, first down.
Just not enough room. Dave Johnson, Kareem Moss, number 29. I think I just run this football and take it to the house.
There's only 32 seconds to go in the half. And that's exactly what they do. Give it to Alton Crane. He doesn't get back to the line of scrimmage, wrapped up by middle linebacker Doug Coleman. Coming up at halftime. halftime. We'll go back to the studio, join Chris Fowler for the Discus Athletic Halftime Report. We'll have our halftime blitz with all of our commentators going around the country, and an interview with Tennessee quarterback Jerry Colquitt, who suffered such a depressing injury on the 7th play when he had a chance to finally start for Tennessee.
Mike, what a good young man. He waited 5 years for that opportunity. Good team player for Tennessee.
The Texas Tech fans come to their feet as we reach the end of the first half. Nebraska 14-3. Chris Fowler is next right after this.
Taking a look at the weather, we've got a high pressure system.
Sitting right here.
And that is bringing us nothing but clear skies and oh, Mr. Sunshine.
Is it just us, or are weathermen really only guessing?
But hold on.
It's gonna get better.
Clear as a bell. Not a cloud in the sky.
That's why we make the Isuzu Trooper, because life's an adventure. Be prepared.
My prediction, it's gonna rain. Trust me.
Isuzu, practically amazing.
Monroe Sensatrack, road sensing shocks and struts. Designed to give you extra control during a swerve. Extra control over rough roads. Monroe Sensatrack gives you both extra control and ride comfort automatically. Monroe Sensatrack, like 2 shocks in one. Call 1-800-STRUT now for a Monroe Sensatrack dealer near you.
Pollen, smog, colds, known causes of itchy, burning eyes. The answer? Clear Eyes ACR. Soothing, cooling, allergy, cold, relief from Clear Eyes.
GNC has it. Phase 1, the 6-week startup program, includes training manual, motivational tape, and 5 nutritional supplements. Now get 33% more Phase 1 at no extra cost at General Nutrition Centers.
This halftime report is presented by Discus Athletic.
Nebraska leading Texas Tech 14-3 with a little help from the Huskers themselves and also the Zebras. Welcome to the halftime report. Chris Fowler along with Lee Corso and Craig James. Coming up, we will get the latest news from college football heading into week 2. Some bad news for Badger fans, good news for Texas. Also, we'll hear from Tennessee's Jerry Colquitt, sadly injured and out for the season, including the game Saturday night with Georgia. But first, some baseball news. The last desperate attempt to save the season on day 28 of the strike, 1 day short of the deadline for saving the season, according to the owners anyway. A brief face-to-face meeting in New York, just long enough for the players to deliver a taxation plan. That's their latest compromise, kind of a luxury tax on the big market teams who exceed the payroll limit, which has not been set. The owners will respond tomorrow. Details on SportsCenter after the game. Some other games in progress on the Thursday night. There is one other 1A game in progress, a MAC tilt. Western Illinois getting clobbered by the Broncos of Western Michigan. Minute 13 to play in the first half. It is 31-0 Western. Some 1AA games. Northern Iowa, a 3-point lead at Southwest Texas State midway in the third quarter, and Western Kentucky leads 2:38 to play in the first half. Coming up, the Blitzers will fill you in everything you need to know going into week 2 of college football, including the skinny and the USC ground game as they head to Happy Valley. As tailback you and Sean Walters back, our Blitzers will fill you in.
You ready?
Yep.
What's this? We're playing on clay.
Right back.
It's mixed doubles.
Oh.
Outdoor court.
Is activewear becoming too specialized for you? Try Discus Athletic. Heavyweight sweats and tees. Just change your clothes once. To Discus Athletic, the way America plays.
Fresh beer has a lot of enemies. One of those is heat. That's why we insist that every Coors distributor has a refrigerated warehouse. Another enemy is time. So we put a date on every package to help us ensure the beer you buy meets our freshness standards. When you live and work out here, freshness is something you might take for granted. We don't.
If you're thinking
of getting a new battery for your car, Walmart has good news for you.
Now, every new Energizer or Champion Silver Core car battery from Walmart comes with a 2-year free replacement guarantee.
That's 2 full years with free replacement.
And 1 year free replacement on every new Omega battery.
So come on into Walmart for the batteries and the prices you can always count on.
Always low prices, always Walmart.
This halftime report is presented by Discus Athletic Heavyweight Sweats and Tees. Discus Athletic, the way America plays.
And welcome back. The coach and the pony waiting patiently. Their thoughts on Notre Dame, Michigan, among other topics in just a second. Some very bad news for Wisconsin Badger fans today. Their leading receiver from a year ago, Darin Erstad, broke his leg in practice today. They didn't even have pads on in Madison, but Darin Erstad breaks his leg, is out for the season. The Badgers, of course, have to travel to Colorado in the following game. Michael Adams, however, is back in for Texas after serving the 1-game suspension for illegal use of a rental car. The NCAA making that judgment today, so he'll play for the Longhorns against Louisville. Now, with the skinny on the rest of the games, our halftime blitzers. And we'll start, as always, with the pumped-up Ivan Maisel in the East. Ivan.
North Carolina State at Clemson. They're scratching their heads in Death Valley. Patrick Sapp took the first shotgun snap in Tigers history, and the sky didn't fall. New coach Tommy West is looking for more balance, but Wolfpack coach Mike O'Kane, a former Tigers quarterback, knows better than to believe in Air Clemson. This one should come down to the league's best kickers. State's Steve Vidatek is all ACC, but we like Clemson senior Nelson Welch, who's 9 for 12 against State. West Virginia goes to Rutgers' new stadium with a new quarterback. Chad Johnston is out. Eric Boykin is in after throwing for 248 yards against Ball State. Rutgers tailback Terrell Willis gets the pub, but teammate Bruce Presley has 2 100-yard games against the Mountaineers. If they get any room to run, then Rutgers gets the W. The Texas Longhorns have long memories of last year's rout by Louisville, but what they're really longing for is the return of suspended wide receivers Mike Adams and Lavelle Pinckney. They need them. The Longhorns' new 3-4 defense is susceptible to the likes of the Cardinals' Anthony Shellman. Still, take Texas. They've got more riding on this one. Let's go to the South and Tony Barnhart.
Tennessee at Georgia. A big game for Georgia's Ray Goff, who has never beaten Tennessee. The Vols will start Southpaw Todd Helton at quarterback, but if the future baseball star struggles, the 2 talented freshmen will play. The Volunteer game plan? James Littleman Stewart behind an offensive line as big as the Smokies. Tennessee will try to pressure Eric Zaire into mistakes, but expect their Georgia to roll up big numbers again. Kentucky at Florida. Terry Dean ended the quarterback controversy at Florida last week with 7 touchdown passes in 30 minutes. But at Kentucky, Antonio O'Farrell gets only his 2nd start ever. The Wildcats want to run the ball, but they'll be frustrated by a defensive line led by Kevin Carter. Now, this game was close a year ago, but not now. The Gators go to 25-1 at home under Coach Steve Spurrier. Oklahoma at Texas A&M. Oklahoma has balance in quarterback Garrick McGee and 5 good running backs, but the Aggie defense and Brandon Mitchell will keep the Sooners in check. Texas A&M gets the edge with Leland McElroy and the home field, where they are 28-1-1 since 1988. Now let's go out to the Midwest and Gary Danielson.
Last week, Kansas put 518 yards and 0 sacks on Houston. The credit, the offensive line, led by a starting tandem at guard for 3 seasons, Hesley Hempstead and John Jones. Great optimism at Michigan State. The key is at quarterback. Junior college transfer Tony Banks must come through. If he lays an egg Saturday, Kansas will win. Hey, is the running game finally back at USC? The tailback position, Sean Walters and DeLon Washington combined for 200 yards rushing. The first time in 28 games USC has rushed for more than its past. At Penn State, all of their specialists return this season, but the key is at quarterback. Kerry Collins must continue his improved play. Remember last year, he outdueled Heisman candidate Heath Shuler in the bowl game. Saturday, he does it to Heisman hopeful Rob Johnson. Finally, 3 reasons Notre Dame will beat Michigan Saturday. Number 1, outside linebacker Matt Dyson is out for Michigan. their fourth starter they've already lost this season. Number 2, Notre Dame simply does not turn the ball over. 10 turnovers last year in 12 games, none last week. Lee Becton hasn't had a fumble in 2 seasons. And finally, the Michigan kicking game. It's the same as last year. Terrible. Now to the West Beat and Gene Wojciechowski.
Ohio State travels to Washington. The Huskies won 24 of their last 26 games and 8 of their last 10 against Big Ten opponents. Key matchups? Well, that's easy. Last year, Ohio State held Napoleon Coffin to just 51 yards, his lowest total in 18 regular season starts. Do it again and the Buckeyes win. Meanwhile, Washington has to worry about 230-pound bruiser Eddie George, the rest of the Buckeyes running attack. With Joey Galloway on suspension, look for Ohio State to test a suspect Huskies defensive line. Miami has never won at Sun Devil Stadium. They've lost 3 Fiesta Bowls there, but all that changes Saturday. The Hurricanes have found a star in James Stewart. And unlike past years, Coach Dennis Erickson's going to stick to one guy in his one-back offense. Also, don't be surprised if sophomore phenom Jamie German sees the ball a lot, especially if Arizona State goes to an 8-man defensive front. New coach Ted Toner's no-huddle offense worked great against Navy last week. This week, the Aztecs have to face Butkus Award nominee Jarrett Willard. Good luck. And say what you will about quarterback Dave Barr, but the guy to watch in this game is junior tailback Bernard Rutherford. Cal coaches love him. And remember this, few programs stress the run like the Cal Golden Bears.
We vote Ivan as the blitzer most stoked up for the big weekend. Natural-born enemies. Not you guys. Michigan and Notre Dame, a rivalry almost as old as the game itself. Your thoughts on the 94 edition?
Well, I was out there at practice in Michigan on Tuesday, and it was raining, and Gary Mueller was chewing fannies, man. These guys weren't focused. Guys out there trying to catch punts, and the ball's hitting the ground. Told them to get out of the drill. And if you're a great team, you can get away with that. You can play loose in practice and go to the game and rock and roll. But this is a team that's missing some of its star players. In my mind, they needed to be focused and into the Notre Dame game. They weren't there. Therefore, I'm going to go with Notre Dame in this one because of it.
I'm not going to go with Notre Dame because of that, because they focused last year so much, they blew their whole season when they lost to Notre Dame. But let me tell you something, what Gary said there was very important. Notre Dame snapped the ball 66 times last week against Northwestern in the opening game. No turnovers. That's excellent. I expect Michigan to put more pressure on them, especially changing the coverages and try to get quarterback Ron Polis to throw the ball away. I like Notre Dame for one reason, that pep rally Friday night that we go to. Oh, how could you lose with that pep rally?
You like them small now when you see the pep rally?
Oh, big.
Convinced it's a blowout.
It's a blowout.
Hope you'll join us for College Game Day from South Bend, as well as SportsCenter coverage starting tomorrow and also on Saturday. More to come on the Discus Athletic Halftime Report. Tommie Frazier scored 5 touchdowns this year in a game and a half, all on option keepers. Huskers by 11.
Residents of Kearney appreciate a heat pump. You'll heat in the winter, cool in the summer, and save money all year long. Call Bill Thurston, the Lennox man. We all know about winters in Nebraska, and if you're ready to make this one more comfortable and money-saving too, ask Bill about a heat pump at Thurston Heating and Air Conditioning, Kearney.
They're authorized chief builders. They're as good as it gets. They are Interstate Structures. Signs of excellence throughout the area, like our new golf course headquarters, or the community theater, the DeKalb warehouse, or Windy Hills School in Kearney. You want perfection? Call Interstate Structures.
LNW Service Center in Kearney invites you to their home improvement party, offering great prices on Whirlpool home appliances. You'll score every time with Whirlpool during the sale going on right now at LNW Service Center in Kearney.
If you have Allstate Auto Insurance and you have an excellent driving record, have your Allstate agent check out your coverage. You could qualify for a preferred driver discount of up to 10%. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Congratulations to our new manager at Century Lumber, Jim Fiala, and good news for you, it's a new manager sale. Jim says come in and get our Genie Automatic Garage Door Opener for $169 or a gallon of Sane Latex Paint for $12.99. It's all part of our new manager sale at Century Lumber.
From Grand Junction, Colorado to Clarksville, Tennessee, everyone's dipping into Mexi Rolls. Delicious Mexi Rolls from Taco John's. You're gonna find Taco John's. Crispy, dipping, delicious Mexi Rolls.
Johnny Carson's dreams were comical. Brenda Council's dreams were right on track. George Beadle's dreams got a great reaction. Rob Zadechka dreams of tackling tough subjects. Great dreams need great teachers. They found them at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln.
Nebraska over Texas Tech. With a little help from the Huskers and the officials, it's a pretty close game in Lubbock. And we welcome you back to the halftime report, sponsored by Discus. Jerry Colquitt, who waited 5 years for his chance at Tennessee. It lasted 7 plays. Injured against UCLA. He was twice talked out of transferring. Barely got to play, but he says, don't pity him.
I really didn't want to hear a lot of, I'm sorry's and a lot of the sob stories and everything, because, I guess my whole career here, I've always heard that, you should have played more, or why did they do this with you, and just a lot of negative things about me not getting to do some of the things that I wanted to, as far as me being a quarterback here, and that was just one more thing, and I really didn't want to hear a whole lot of that.
For every success story, there are tough stories like that. So Todd Helton gets the start with both freshmen figuring to get some playing time for Tennessee against Georgia in the home opener in Knoxville.
Well, Tennessee's got a great record recently, but there's one disturbing fact. The last 3 big games they played on grass, Florida, Penn State, and UCLA, they've lost. Now, and Athens has grass. I'm worried. I picked Tennessee to win by a field goal. I'm about to change my mind, partner.
Go ahead. I'll let you do it. Go ahead.
I take Tennessee.
No, come on.
No, I'll take Tennessee.
Okay, look at you, with your leg up. All right, hey, I tell you what, though, when it comes to those losses, it's the bottom line that there are better teams that have beaten them on grass. It's a mental thing. With the ground game Tennessee has, they should not rotate in those freshmen. Leave in Todd Helton at quarterback. Hand the ball off to James Stewart. Let him run behind that big offensive line, wear them down at Georgia, and try to keep the ball away from Eric Zaire. Zaire's going to have big yards. You know that. He's going to have some big completions. Tennessee's going to win.
So in the home opener at Athens in a night game, I think Tennessee will win the ball game. A chance to look back now at some of the best finishes in college football from Week 1, games you did not see for a variety of reasons. A&M is on probation, so you can't see on TV their game against LSU. They were trailing with 7 minutes to go until that guy right there, Leland McElroy, busted loose 59 yards. A&M escapes by 5. BYU out in Hawaii. It wasn't John Walsh in the air game. Jamal Willis with the ball that gave the Cougars a 1-point win. Finally, the win in Hawaii. And Steve McNair was brilliant for Alcorn State. Threw for 5 touchdowns, ran one in here, but it wasn't enough because Kendrick Nord of Grambling threw for 7 touchdowns. This one to Curtis Caesar, 62-56. Grambling would have been the highest scoring tie in college football history, except for that late touchdown. We're coming back to the second half. The Huskers and the Red Raiders now just minutes away from Lubbock.
Hi, may I help you?
Yeah, I need some shorts to play basketball.
Indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor.
Full court or half court?
Half, I guess.
Pick up or play. Shirts or skins?
Excuse me?
Day or night, home or away, team or one-on-one?
Is activewear becoming too specialized for you? Try Discus Athletic. Heavyweight sweats and tees. The activewear that's right for however you play. Discus Athletic. The way America plays.
Horse or pig?
There's only one beer with pure refreshment written all over it. Cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft and MGD. Why so many people are getting out of the old and into the cold.
Craig T. Nelson of Coach and All-America Trev Alberts discuss athletics and academics.
Trev, you were an All-American academically and athletically. How'd you handle both?
You'd be surprised how much I learned from playing college football about managing time and fighting adversity that helped my game and my studies. A group of diverse individuals who learn how to win, solve problems, and communicate.
College football teaches lessons we can all use.
Saluting an American tradition. 125 years of college football.
Hope you can join us. Sports Center from South Bend tomorrow. College game day on Saturday morning at 11:30 Eastern. Back to Mike, and Jerry for the second half from Lubbock right after this.
Hey, Keno. Keno is fun, exciting, and easy to play. Where a $1 wager can win up to $25,000. It can happen to you. Relax and enjoy your favorite beverage at the Carney Keno Lounge, home of Nebraska's largest pickle payoff. Carney Keno.
Time for a tune-up? Better think new car. At Platte Valley State Bank, we can design a financing plan to fit your budget. Call. We have competitive rates for just about anything you need.
Your circle of service.
When you have lunch at the captain's table, you can satisfy your appetite with a wide variety of mouth-watering lunch ideas. Giant beefy sandwiches or burgers layered with melted cheese at the captain's table in the Ramada Inn, Kearney.
Here's a rare opportunity, a sale on Toro and Snapper mowers, a clearance sale at K&K Parts, savings up to $100. So if you've always wanted the best, here's your chance. Walk behinds and self-propelled. They're clearing out all the new Toros and Snappers at K&K Parts.
Away from home the first time? You have a friend at ABC Drug. Yes, ABC accepts most insurance and credit cards, and they have all the aspirins, vitamins, cologne, and makeup you'll ever need. And yes, ABC has shoebox cards and gifts of all kinds, and really neat people at ABC Drug. How would you like to take home a Hot Springs, Tiger River, or Hot Spot spa and not pay dead earnings for 6 months? They have over $100,000 worth of spas on the floor at incredible savings. Choose the right one for you at no payments for 6 months at Dead Earnings Classic Pool and Spa.
Nation's #1 team, Nebraska, an overwhelming favorite, only leading by 11 as we get ready to start the second half. But Mike Godfrey, Tommie Frazier did everything he could.
He's an excellent option quarterback. You're going to see Tommie Frazier on the option, but watch the free safety, Bart Thomas. His brother, the linebacker, Zach Thomas, they have the quarterback on this particular play. The block by number 40, Corey Schlesinger, wipes them both out. Now, when Tommie Frazier gets to the corner with good blocking, there's no inside force to take the quarterback, thus, touchdown.
Maybe the key to this game so far, in the second quarter, Nebraska was in Texas Tech territory 4 times. They got only 7 points out of it. That's why it's still close.
This Texas Tech team, I talked about Syracuse the other night in their game against Oklahoma, that they would grow from that game. You're seeing a Texas Tech team that's going to become a good football team as the season goes on.
DeBuck 24 and Mitchell #6 waiting the kick of Darin Erstad. His first 2 kicks have been unreturnable. And so is this 3 yards deep in the end zone. Let's go to Jerry Punch. Doctor, what do you have?
Guys, at halftime, Texas Tech head coach Spike Dykes gave a very spirited presentation to his troops in the locker room. He said, hey, guys, remember last week we were down by 17 points in the first half. We came out in the third quarter, a totally different football team. Offensively, we've got to establish a drive. We've got to catch the ball. We're getting time to throw the ball. We just got to catch it, and we've got to keep our defense off the field. In Nebraska's locker room, Tom Osborne said, guys, we cannot get complacent. Offensively, we got very complacent in the second quarter. And defensively, we've got to guard against the deep ball. Back upstairs.
Thank you, Jerry. Semi Lethridge starting the second half, scrambling out of the pocket. Hits it up. Lethridge out of bounds at the 39. He looks a little quicker than Darden.
Got a good block from Todd Walker, the fullback. But, Mike, I'll tell you 2 things that are against Texas Tech right now. First of all, the short week. They played New Mexico on Saturday. Right. Nebraska's had a long layoff since the West Virginia game. And the second thing is you're looking at a veteran coaching staff in Nebraska that will make the key adjustments, and you're a young football team. Semi Lethridge with a good play, but the fourth quarter should be all Nebraska's with the short week and the way they pound you.
That was only the 5th first down for Texas Tech in this ball game. This could be number 6, Field Scoble to midfield. First half stats, as you might expect, Nebraska dominated. The rush yards and the time of possession jump out at you as Texas Tech only able to rush for 38 yards, but right now they're on the move.
Well, the one statistic that jumps out at me is 2 for 9 for Texas Tech throwing the ball for only 49 yards. You must throw the football to beat Nebraska.
And they had some catchable balls. Penalties not much of a factor, only 1 turnover in the ball game. Nebraska has missed both of its long field goal tries. Lethridge deep down the middle, nobody home. Scoble was running a sideline pattern. Coming down the middle was Bo Adams, but it was 15 yards overthrown of both.
It's interesting because at the end of the third quarter in the West Virginia game, West Virginia was 0 for 9 in third down conversions. Texas Tech was 0 for 6 in the first half. 0 for. No one is completing anything on third down to keep the sticks moving against us.
So far, it's 0 for September. Crane and Walker are the backs. Lethbridge under pressure. Going to have to run again. Roll. First down. 30, 28-yard line and out of bounds. Well, that's the best play they've got. 18 yards and 19 yards.
That's one you don't draw up in the locker room, but they got a good block again from the old railroad engineer, Casey Jones. Number 65 with a key block for Sebby Lethbridge. Dante Jones, number 84, is coming on a good hard rush. Good block by Ben Kaufman, number 75. Casey Jones going to pick up Ed Stewart with a block. Sebby Lethbridge in the secondary.
Lethbridge, 3 carries, 47 yards. And the fans are into it here at Jones Stadium in Lubbock. Crane, no place to go, tries to cut it outside. Up from the secondary, Mike Minter wrapped him up along with Dante Jones, got a lot of help. Crane, 9 carries, only 19 yards.
That's a play that Dick Winder, the offensive coordinator, is just saying, I'm just trying to slow the rush down. I know I'm not going to get many yards, but I'm going to try to slow the rush down on Nebraska.
The one thing that helps on that quarterback draw is the defensive ends are coming in so wide, they actually take themselves out of the play. They give it to Crane off the left side. Dante Jones gets him after a gain of 1. And again, nothing outside has worked at all.
And again, it's 3rd down and long yardage for the young quarterback, Sebby Lethbridge. So this is where Nebraska wanted to put the Texas Tech quarterbacks in this type of situation.
I tell you what, his 2 biggest plays were scrambles. I'd call it this time.
It doesn't work usually when you call
That's
it.
right. I'd send it in anyway. 3 steps back and go. Lethbridge throwing. Contact at the goal line, interference. Tyrone Williams bumped into Sheldon Bass. And I want to see this on replay because I think Sheldon Bass just earned himself one on this. Acting 101.
But Tyrone Williams is thinking, hey, they caught one pass and it was an incompletion. He gave it to him, and I don't think I committed pass interference on this play. Let's see. Yeah, he's got his left arm in there some ways, so it could have been a good call.
Sure wasn't much.
Not much.
But the kind of break that Texas Tech really needed, and Sheldon Bass celebrating like he just caught a touchdown pass.
Well, this is such a young football team. You're looking at a redshirt freshman throwing to a freshman in Sheldon Bass. So one of the players, the older players from Texas Tech, told me the freshmen don't know who Nebraska is, so they really aren't nervous.
This drive has already consumed 47 yards. This is a good young football team. Crane. There was some room there for a second, but Mike Minter came up and nearly took his head off. They closed so fast.
Well, I'll tell you, this team can't contend with the Southwest Conference. Dick Winder, quarterback coach. Mike Minter, number 10, so tight inside as a safety. When you run against Nebraska, if you run to the strong safety, they usually have the strong safety on the weak side. If you run weak, you got an 8-man front. If you run to the right side, you pick up the free safety. They have 9 people to run against.
And now Texas Tech is going to have to use a timeout on 2nd and 8, 12:42 to go 3rd quarter. Number 1 leads by 11, but they're being threatened.
Individuals. Only one is the toughest mother of them all. Mother Gert Boyle, maker of Tough Mother jeans.
Goodyear announces all Wranglers on sale for pickups, 4x4s, and vans. And that's not all. Save 25% on selected passenger and performance radials. Sale ends September 17th at participating Goodyear retailers.
The interior of the new Honda Accord creates an open environment. It's roomy and comfortable and available in fine leather. The reinforced body is insulated to be quieter than ever. When you consider everything the new Accord has to offer, it becomes an open and shut case. The new Accord EX from Honda.
GNC has it. Phase 1, a 6-week startup program. Includes training manual, motivational tape, and 5 nutritional supplements. Now get 33% more Phase 1 at no extra cost at General Nutrition Centers.
ESPN's presentation of Thursday Night CFA is brought to you by the General Nutrition Centers, the authority in sports nutrition, and by American Honda, who has been making quality automobiles in America for the past 11 years. Texas Tech fired up. They're at the Nebraska 12-yard line, 2nd and 8 down, 14-3. The defense digging in, and if a team ever needed a touchdown, it's right here for Texas Tech. Lethridge, Scobel. First down at the 6. Mike, you can see the confidence growing, not only in the redshirt freshman quarterback, but in the receivers.
I think it helped Zebby Lethridge that he sat on the bench for most of the first quarter. He was able to see the Nebraska defense, so he's a little bit smarter going on the football field. It's 3rd and 2, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. You're absolutely right. I call it a first down. It is not. Scobel, 3 catches, 65 yards. Tech has not converted a 3rd down in this game. Touchdown! Gotta hand it to Spike Dykes. Ayler gets his first catch in 2 games, and Spike says we're going for 2, fellas.
Well, he wants to get within 3 points, and Zebby Lethridge has a lot of confidence at that quarterback position. Did you see him go over and hug Dick Winder? That's coaching, folks. That's when you really feel good. You got a redshirt freshman quarterback, and he's playing like a junior or senior, and it's just a great feeling to see him perform.
And now Nebraska has taken a timeout to set up their defense.
Well, we talked about naked between you and I at naked play, and I said it's a hit and miss because of the speed of the outside, but they took advantage of the speed of the defense. Dante Jones was inside. Zebby Lethridge with a wide open pass to Scott Byler. There's Zebby's outside. He could have ran for a little bit of yards, but he wanted the touchdown off of the naked. Dick Winder, the offensive coordinator, just like you drew it up, Dick. And here's a good feeling when the quarterback comes over, you give him a little hug and get back in there and get the 2-point play now.
Yeah, get the points, come back and I'll hug you again.
Get a 2-point, that's right.
Texas Tech had 5 first downs on that drive. They had 4 first downs the entire first half.
Mike, I like this staff at Texas Tech. I think it's an excellent teaching staff, and they're going against a staff over there in Nebraska. There's a lot of experience, but they're doing a nice job of adjusting.
An 80-yard drive for Texas Tech to start the second half. The numbers on Lethridge as they go for 2. Fumble the snap from center, and he's buried. So Texas Tech can't convert to 2 points, but they have closed to within 5 and made it very, very interesting. 12:33 to go, 3rd quarter. Heavily favored Nebraska leads 14-9.
State Farm presents the rules of the game.
We're talking about legal formations. In this play, there are 5 men in the backfield. Is this a legal formation?
As soon as a State Farm customer calls with a claim, I'm right on the phone to our claims center.
We work as partners. Nancy gives me the information, then I contact our customer.
We've settled hundreds of claims together. John's attitude is...
You got to be quick, and you've got to be fair.
Quick and fair.
At State Farm, teamwork is what it's all about.
We make a great team.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We're talking about legal formations. In this play, there are 5 men in the backfield. This is not a legal formation. 5-yard penalty against the offense.
Rules of the Game has been brought to you by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I built the entire city of Seattle on the roof of my car. See? Here's the space needle.
Now, my car has wings, feathers, and a beak.
A little glue, a few seeds, just add water, and voila!
It's not what you add on to our car that makes it more fun. It's what you take off. The Del Sol from Honda.
Next Thursday, the Army Cadets march into North Carolina to take on the Duke Blue Devils at 8 p.m. on ESPN.
Throughout the college football season, American Honda will be recognizing outstanding students for their athletic and scholastic achievements. The winner of this week's Honda Scholarship Athlete Award, Scott Ayler from Texas Tech. He's an electrical engineering major with a 3.11 grade point average, a 3-year starter and the leading returning receiver who just caught the touchdown pass. Honda is proud to donate $3,000 to Texas Tech's General Scholarship Fund on behalf of Scott Ayler. Damon Benning along with Clinton Childs deep to receive in a 14-9 ball game. Nebraska special teams have to scare you to death. Benning from the 5. And they stack him up at the 18-yard line. They busted the wedge. Let's check in with Jerry Punch.
Guys, in the second half, watch for the Texas Tech defense to make some key adjustments. Their Mike backer, the middle linebacker, Zach Thomas, will play a little wider on the pitch. They're going to totally rearrange the responsibilities between the defensive end and the outside linebackers as to the quarterback on the pitch. And watch for them to gamble some with a strong safety, particularly on the option, headed straight for Tommie Frazier. Back up there.
All right, Jerry, thanks. And we'll watch for those changes as the pressure goes back to Nebraska's offense. Phillips. Zach Thomas has him around the ankles at the 23. Mike, are those tough adjustments to make for kids at halftime?
In a short week, again, you're looking at a team that's really disadvantaged by playing in a short week, but you can't make those adjustments because they're basic. But what I hear Jerry saying is they want to take away Tommie Frazier. Let him pitch the ball and hope you can get some secondary support on the pitch. But Tommie Frazier's killing him on the option.
At least if you pitch, you have the chance of a fumble. Out of the eye. Here's the option. And they did a beautiful job. Frazier had no place to go, couldn't pitch the ball, and Zach Thomas stuffed him again.
I'm going to go back again to what Jerry Punch said, and I think it's a key for Nebraska now. If you are going to overload on the quarterback, then look for the fullback in Nebraska. Nebraska now has to establish the fullback. As you see the fake to Corey Schlesinger, now everybody's running to Tommie Frazier, Zach Thomas, the safety, his brother Bart, and then you've got the corners and the outside backers on the pitch, so the fullback should be open for Nebraska.
3rd and 5, and the crowd on its feet. Frazier with a pitch to Phillips. He's got the first down and more. Coleman brings him down at the 32.
See, it's like poison. It's who do you want to kill you? You want the quarterback and the tailback, and it's really tough to be able to put people on both those people. There are assigned people, but to get them help.
Phillips, 16 carries, 97 yards, had 126 in the opener.
To me, the fullback becomes a player now for Nebraska. Block and carry the football.
Childs is in a tailback, and there's the fullback. There's the call you made. Schlesinger all the way to the 28-yard line.
Mike, you got an excellent block in the center, Aaron Graham. But when you start to scrape off and play the quarterback and worry about the pitch, Tom Osborne has been around a long time, and he knows you can't let the fullback go. That's what you have to start the option with. Key play right here just to give to Schlesinger. See all the players from Texas Tech overrun the fullback. Now he's in the secondary. Look at number 7, the wide receiver, Reggie Ball, looking for somebody to block for Ron Brown, his coach, who likes to see and knock people down in the secondary.
A 49-yard game by Corey Schlesinger, the fullback. Back to Childs, the tailback, as Phillips was shaken up the last time he had the ball, to the 24, where Chris Ore, number 76, was in on the tackle.
Zach Thomas, the middle linebacker, number 35. As he steps up, just overruns the play. You just get so anxious to work outside, and then you try to arm tackle. You're not going to arm tackle the Nebraska backs. And again, like I said it before, the fourth quarter is Nebraska, so you got to make hay in the third quarter.
2nd and 6, another huge defensive stand for Texas Tech. Frazier on the option, no place to go, tries to cut it. The left linebacker, Robert Johnson. You may see the fullback 3 or 4 times in a row now.
I think you're going to see the fullback. You're going to see some play-action passes because look at all the dark jerseys. You can count almost 10 people in that frame. Count them right there. So everybody is playing run, which means the play action and the fullback's going to be wide open. There are just too many folks for Tommie Frazier to find a run. Robert Johnson makes the tackle.
3rd and 8. But don't you think Texas Tech is playing it the way they have to?
Playing exactly the way Spike Dykes are on the man.
On 3rd and 8, Schlesinger, the fullback. There he goes again. To the 10, 5, 2. Sean Hurd saved the touchdown, but as Mike said, when you make adjustments, you can't cover everything, and what has been open is Schlesinger.
Well, it's assignment football. You put against the option, you put people on the fullback, you put people on the quarterback and tailback, and Jerry Punch made a good point. You try to take away Tommie Frazier, but the fullback, Brendan Stye with a pull on the trap block, number 66, fullback wide open.
Tailback over the top, touchdown Nebraska. Phillips back in there and gets the score.
Mike, I credit Texas Tech with some good adjustments, but you're playing against some gray beards on the other side. Those guys have been around for a long time, so they know where to go if you start shutting them down. And now look for the play-action pass because the fullback's now set, quarterback's set on the option, pitch. Now the play-action pass is the next piece of poison you're going to take.
They can bring a lot of weapons to bear. And the air has just gone out of Texas Tech's balloon.
Boy, you got to admire the way they're fighting, though.
Absolutely. Sealer on for the point after. He's got it. And Phillips capped an 82-yard drive, all on the ground. The big play, 2 huge runs by fullback Corey Schlesinger, the senior.
Professional assistance? Yes, always at the Kearney State Bank. Meet Carol Olson, who's there to help you with CDs, new accounts, and IRAs. Ask her about her favorite camping site with husband Lane and their 2 boys, or how about a game of sand volleyball? Carol Olson at Kearney's only independent bank, the Kearney State Bank. If the football game's on, head for Saks Pizza. Saks has football specials during each and every game. Specials on beer and pop. Specials on appetizers like breadsticks and super nachos. If there's a game on TV, you need to be watching it at Saks Pizza.
Here's a step-saving idea from our coast-to-coast store. It's Def Stain and Finish, all in one can. A new idea from Def, the step-saver that primes, hardens, seals, finishes, and protects wood floors, furniture, kitchen tables, cabinets, and paneling, all in one step. Available today at Kearney Coast to Coast.
Sure, I need a car that runs good, but I don't have the money for anything fancy.
Welcome to Crossroad Ford's Budget Lot. These cars run good, and there isn't a one that costs more than $4,000. So try it. A half-mile north of the mall at Crossroad Ford's Budget Lot.
Why do residents of Kearney appreciate a heat pump? You'll heat in the winter, cool in the summer, and save money all year long. Call Bill Thurston, the Lennox Man. We all know about winters in Nebraska, and if you're ready to make this one more comfortable and money-saving too, ask Bill about a heat pump at Thurston Heating and Air Conditioning, Kearney.
They're authorized chief builders. They're as good as it gets. They are Interstate Structures. Signs of excellence throughout the area, like our new golf course headquarters, or the community theater, the DeKalb Warehouse, or Windy Hill School in Kearney. You want perfection? Call Interstate Structures.
Schlesinger, who did the majority of the damage on that last drive for Nebraska, 82 yards, all on the ground. Took only 3.5 minutes, and after being threatened, they are back up 21-9. Phillips got the touchdown, and more than 32,700 on hand here at Jones Stadium. Very quiet right now for Texas Tech. But they can be very proud of what their ball club has done tonight and of their coaching staff and their young players. First step to kick. DeBuck and Mitchell are deep. And again, he drives DeBuck into the end zone, and they'll keep it there. Schlesinger got 65 of the 82 yards on that drive on 2 carries. 271 yards to 76. Nebraska, in its opening game, gave up 89 yards total, but only 8 yards rushing. With the sacks, the 8 of them they had came off of those rushing stats. Zevi Lethbridge back to throw on first down, airs it out, throws into double coverage. Should have been intercepted and dropped by Kareem Moss. Almost identical to the play earlier where he threw into double coverage and was picked off, Mike.
Well, you make mistakes as a redshirt freshman. Zevi Lethbridge threw an interception earlier, and he came right back trying to get all of it back. You can't do that against Nebraska. Free safety just sitting in center field. Kareem Moss just doesn't handle the football. The only mistakes I've seen Nebraska make is they've dropped a few footballs today.
And Baron Miles had no chance to get to the ball. He had excellent coverage on the intended receiver. Hanspar in the ball game at tailback and gets a couple. Dwayne Harris, number 86, in on the stop. Some other scores tonight. Western Kentucky by 12, third quarter.
Northern Iowa feeling maybe a little let down from that Iowa State big win they had. Of course, Southwest Texas, pretty good football team.
Here's another third and long for Texas Tech. Nebraska showing blitz, back out of it. Lethbridge with time over the middle, complete first down, out to the 33-yard line. The catch made by Stacy Mitchell. Gain of 12. Mitchell caught one pass a week ago. He's only 5'5" and 150 pounds.
He is a little flea. 150 pounds, that's soaking wet with an anchor on him because he has to be lighter than that. Baron Miles just unloads on him. 5'5", 150. I see a lot of speed receivers in the Southwest Conference.
And they got a bunch of them here. Lethbridge trying to roll to the outside. Plenty of time. He's going to scramble again. And ducks under the tackle by Moss. Got it up to the 38. Lethbridge has been outstanding in his scrambling ability. He's turned in 3 big plays and has carried for 51 yards on the ground.
They make you work for everything you get.
Don't
those
they?
Scramble plays, you pay a price. As Tony Darden now is getting the education on the sideline. He's able to hear the play call, know what's going to happen, now look at the defense and see how they adjust to it. So that when he comes back in the ball game, he'll be better prepared.
7:19 to go, third quarter. 2nd and 7. Hanspar goes in motion. Nebraska may have been offside. Lethbridge on the run again. Cuts it up midfield and slides down at the 47-yard line. We'll check the flag. It looked like Dwayne Harris, the left defensive end, jumped early. It would be a gain of 17 for the redshirt freshman from Lubbock. And it is against Nebraska.
Mike, I'm going to see it again. I said it before about Syracuse last week. I thought they really grew into a team for Paul Pasqualoni. They were behind 24-0, hung in there. I think you'll see Syracuse have a big year. Texas Tech, believe me, is going to be a fine football team this year. They're well coached. They're young. They got bright eyes. And I'm telling you, they got skilled players.
My hat is off to Spike Dykes. I mean, it's a lot of football players in Texas, but look who you're recruiting against down here. He got some good players. Hanspar, absolutely nothing. And it was big number 99, Terry Keneally, who messed it up, and then Jared Tomich makes the tackle.
You look at the inside play by Nebraska, just solid. They just control the line of scrimmage. But again, they have 8 people around the football. Jared Thomas, number 93, with the tackle.
Hanspar, who had 13 yards on his first carry, is 5 carries the last 5 times he's touched the ball, 0. Hasn't had much room to run. 2nd and 13. Nebraska comes on the blitz again, and this time again, coming from the outside, Ryan Terwilliger with his 2nd sack of the season.
Ryan Terwilliger is the backup for Ed Stewart. He's a linebacker, so they really don't have anybody to account for him. And that's, again, when you have a redshirt freshman, he can't sometimes check you out of a bad play. And that was a bad play because they had no one to block Ryan Terwilliger. Good call by Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, and Kevin Steele, the linebacker coach.
3rd and 18 against the defense. They just don't give it up very often. Lethbridge throwing and dropped at the sideline. Sheldon Bass had a shot at it, but there is a flag down back behind the line of scrimmage. And it will go against Texas Tech. This one will obviously be declined and force the punt. Well, Lethbridge has certainly thrown the ball better than the Texas Tech receivers have caught it.
Now, it goes back again to the fact he got a quarter to watch. Number 75, Ben Kaufman, is getting called for the holding penalty. Jared Tommie, number 93, being held.
Kareem Moss will drop for Brad Cade's punt. And staying back at his 15, Cade has punted the ball beautifully tonight. And another high spiral. Moss at the 18-yard line as soon as he touched the ball. Excellent downfield tackle, Marcus Coleman, the Raiderback.
Spike talked about him the other day, and he said he'd play for anybody in the country. He has speed, he has size, and he'll hit you.
If you got the ball, you don't want to hear that crack.
No. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if the first down play action pass try to put Texas Tech out of their misery right here.
5:15 to go, third quarter. McNabecca and Phillips are the running back. This is Phillips. Got a good block to get outside. Gets a nice move to pick up 5 more stones. To the 38-yard line. Tough run by Lawrence Phillips. Chris Orey chased him all the way downfield from his tackle spot to get him.
Short week may be showing up a little bit now because they practice twice a day on Monday, once a long period of time on Tuesday. Now you're starting to see some sloppy tackling. Lawrence Phillips, number 1. Block on Zach Thomas. There's a missed tackle right there. When you start seeing missed tackles all over the place, that becomes tired football players.
And the player down is Sean Banks, the right side linebacker for Texas Tech. The other thing, Mike, Nebraska has that history with that huge offensive line of just pounding on you, pounding on you, pounding on you. And by the time you get to the fourth quarter, you just don't have anything left.
Teams that stay with Nebraska are power teams that stay on their feet. Now, and it's easy to say stay on your feet, but if you stay on your feet and don't get knocked off your feet, teams that beat Nebraska will be the teams or play with them that don't get knocked off their feet. But Texas Tech, tonight, a gutsy effort here, but they're starting to wear down.
What team would that be? The team that's...
Well, I'll tell you what, there's 2 very good teams in the league. There's a lot of good teams in the Big 8, but Colorado, Bill McCartney's team has got a solid team playing a tough schedule. In Oklahoma, I saw them last week. They can run on defense. They'll match this Nebraska team speed for speed on both sides of the ball.
Nebraska now with 291 yards rushing. Phillips has 119 on 18 carries, and it's vintage offense for Tom Osborne. Phillips gets into the breather on 1st and 10. Benning is back in at the I-back. Instead, they give it to McNabecca, the second-team fullback. He's up to the 44-yard line. Want to see some more good college football? Join us Saturday night on ESPN. 7 o'clock, our CFA primetime matchup. Number 20, Tennessee against number 23, Georgia. Then at 10 o'clock, we'll go out west as Arizona State hosts number 6, Miami. That's 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Phillips back in on 2nd and 4 behind Tommie Frazier. Phillips. 50, 40, look out. 20, touchdown. 56 yards for Lawrence Phillips, who is having a career night. His previous career high a year ago of 137 yards. He had 126 against West Virginia. Tonight, 175 on 19 carries.
Mike, they ran right behind Zach Wiegert, number 72, just with a very good turnout block. And once Lawrence Phillips was in the secondary, it was get the band ready because it's a touchdown.
27-9. They'll try to make it 28 with a point after from Tom Sealer. Knocks it through. When you see Nebraska play people, Mike, it's almost seeing like a light heavyweight fighting a big heavyweight in a championship match. Eventually, you're just going to get tattooed one too many times.
Well, that's what's happening. I think they're just wearing Texas Tech down now. This is vintage football. Zach Wiegert, right tackle, 72. Turnout block. Now he goes up the field for a linebacker, and Lawrence Phillips, once he's in the secondary, he's fresh because they're rotating tailbacks. So they not only pound you with that big offensive line, they keep fresh tailbacks. Here's a line coming off the ball. There's a little seam, little cutout, off and running.
Nebraska has had 2 consecutive 82-yard touchdown drives. Let me ask you a technical question. When you make the kind of adjustment that they did, they got burned on the last series. Can you guess on those adjustments? Do it once, not do it the next down, do it the third down, not do it the fourth?
No, they're sound in what they're doing. And when Jerry was talking about the linebacker moving over a little bit to help with the quarterback, then that opened the fullback a little bit. But I think what you're seeing, Mike, is they're sound in what they're doing, what Spike Dykes is doing, but you're seeing a tired football team right now. This team is out of gas, I'm telling you right now. They're gone. You can finish this one off because they don't have any legs right now. They're tired, and plus, they're getting, you talk about that heavyweight, they keep knocking them in the corner and punching at them. So they're a wore-out football team. They gave great effort. I don't say it's over, but I'll tell you what, they're against the road stank.
Almost 5 yards a carry. DeBuck at the goal line. First chance to return one. DeBuck to the 25, 26-yard line, but there is a flag down. So a good return may come back. DeBuck, a sophomore from Fort Lauderdale. Another one of those little bitty receivers, 5'8", 163. And this will cost Texas Tech. And Mike, you alluded to it earlier. When they list a kid at 5'8", 163, you better believe he's about 148.
Oh, he's at least 148, maybe a little bit lighter. Trying to protect him in the program. Hopefully the other team will read that and believe it. You better be fast at that size.
Oh, yeah.
Not have pedestrian speed like Jerry Punch was talking about.
One of the new innovations in keeping players cool at missed. Texas Tech with 4:11 to go, third quarter, takes over at its own 14. Crane is there. Austin Crane with his best carry to the 32.
Taking advantage of the fast upfield rush. Now Texas Tech is figuring Oklahoma or Nebraska is thinking they're going to rush the passer from the outside. They're taking advantage of the speed rush. Watch. Bottom of your screen, the speed rush by number 4, Troy Dumas, and they just took advantage of it. Just opened him up a little bit, got the ball to Alton Crane, and took advantage of Nebraska's defense.
Let me look a week into the future with Oklahoma playing Texas Tech. I will bet you that Oklahoma has a tough game. Let's listen to Spike Dykes.
First way it starts is to run the defense out.
I think what they're suggesting there is that they made some moves on their own out there. They didn't run the defense that was called, and somehow had a bust on that last run by Lawrence Phillips. It's always a tough thing because the coach on the field is relying on the coach in the press box to tell him what happened. And a lot of times I'd be there and I'd say to the tackle what happened. He'd give me one story, the guard give me another story, everybody gave me the wrong story.
And it looks like we have an injured player. We can't tell from this spot. It may be Mike Minter. Let's see what happens.
Like he rolled up on his legs.
Minter making the tackle, dragging Crane out of bounds. Either that or landed on his arm. I'm not sure which, but they're attending to him at the sideline. Minter out of Lawton, Oklahoma, a sophomore. Coaches say he knew exactly where to be the first day he arrived at Nebraska. Not only did he line himself upright at one corner spot, he lined the other corner up, told him where to be, and then showed everyone else in the secondary what their spot was supposed to be. Very bright young player.
An Oklahoma high school player going to Nebraska. Wow. You can talk about Spike Dykes and Texas Tech, and they're going to leave the Southwest Conference. He had some real feelings the other day. He said it's 80 years of records down the drain, and he just wasn't real happy to see this end. He's a Texas guy, and he really believes in Texas football in the Southwest Conference. And this is the proposed league, but I don't think you're going to see a North-South. Now, we hear that you're going to, but I don't think you're going to have the Nebraska-Oklahoma rivalry in. That just can't happen.
There are too many traditional rivalries in there. If you go to a North-South division where you don't play everybody every year, well, there's going to be a lot of unhappy people.
They've got problems.
Almost picked off by Dennis. The pass intended for Bass, overthrown, and excellent coverage by the freshman from Bradenton, Florida, Leslie Dennis. This is one thing Tom Osborne said the other day. We wanted to change the defense, but if you're going to play an aggressive defense like we are now, you need speed at corner. We had to go find it. We finally recruited speed at corner so we can play this way.
Well, you know, they learned. They learned in the Fiesta Bowl, Florida State, Washington, and Don James coming back to Nebraska that speed hurt them. And so once they learned it, they were able to recruit it, and now they're in business with speed defense.
Second and 10 for Cindy Lethbridge. Pressure throws just before he was hit again, intended for Bass, covered like a blanket by Leslie Dennis. Now Nebraska not coming so often at all with the blitz. They're going with a four-man rush and dropping 7 into coverage. And there's the knee of Minter. Injuries, the one thing you can't control in football.
You're never the same team week in and week out. Because of injuries, it just takes its toll as Tommie Frazier sits and waits for his opportunity again.
Third and long, Lethbridge airs it out again, incomplete. 3 straight incompletions. Dennis was like a second uniform, 3 straight plays on Sheldon Bass.
And here's where Nebraska's using a lot of second teamers too, so giving good playing experience to their second team, and no hug from Dick Winder this time.
Yeah, you don't hug him every time, do you?
No, you got to discipline him. He's telling me a little bit that'll make him a better quarterback next week.
Those are the ups and downs. Hug him, rip him, hug him, rip him.
The last thing is Woody Hayes said, pick them up before they leave the field. Something positive.
Kareem Moss back to receive the punt. And a beautiful job by Brad Cave tonight. They just had an outstanding night as a punter. Let's go to Jerry Punch, the sideline. Jerry?
Guys, the news is not very good for sophomore free safety Mike Minter. Just spoke to orthopedic surgeon Pat Clare, and apparently Minter has torn his left anterior cruciate ligament. Not good news at all. The young man sitting on the bench here, obviously very upset. His season is over for 1994. Back upstairs.
Jerry, that's terrible news for them, especially not only his intelligence, which you would expect in a Nebraska football team that has produced so many academic All-Americans and has such tremendous graduation rate, but he is their fastest player, has the best critical lead. He is just a sensational athlete, and that really hurts to lose him. Back to the ground for Nebraska. Benning gets the carry up to about the 38-yard line. Let's go back to the Minter injury, see if we can see what happened.
Just looks like Alton Crane, number 3, there's his leg. It just looked like he rolled up on his knee.
Could have also happened even before the contact with that artificial turf. You get the foot planted, and you can put all sorts of torque on that joint.
That's the toughest thing about coaching is, you see how hard they work. When you get a player injured, it's just tough to handle.
2nd and 5. Schlesinger, the fullback, another gaping hole up the middle, and Corey Schlesinger to his own 49 for a first down. Bart Thomas, the safety, had to make the tackle.
Well, Corey Schlesinger's going to thank Tommie Frazier when the game's over, because Tommie Frazier really is what made this open for the fullback. The success he had in the first half just opened up the fullback. The first phase of the option, you have to establish the fullback. Good block by the center, Bill Humphrey, number 51. To establish the fullback, Tommie Frazier's going to run free. And the tailback, the next thing you're going to see, Frazier under pressure, and he got it. Back at the 41-yard line. Zach Thomas was in on the play again. And Corey Chandler, number 93, the first guy to get a hand on it, and Byron Wright also helped out. Tried to run a play-action pass. Tommie Frazier's going to fake here, but Texas Tech wasn't buying any play-action pass. Good pressure. They were able to sack Tommie Frazier before the throw. Chandler's another young kid, a redshirt freshman, 6'4", 252, from San Antonio. Frazier straight back to throw. Plenty of time. Rifles one incomplete. And ever since the first quarter, Tommie Frazier has really been off. That was intended for Abdul Muhammad. Threw behind the receiver. And again, sometimes, and Tom Osborne mentioned it the other day, he said his quarterback and his team lost a little focus in that West Virginia game. They got ahead, weren't challenged very much, and lost a little focus. And you may be seeing the same thing tonight. Now for Frazier, 6 straight incompletions, and he's facing a 3rd and 18. 3 wide receivers set. Runs the option. The pitch to Bennett. And Bennett tripped up as he got to the Texas Tech 48-yard line by safety Bart Thomas, who got him with a sure tackle. Bart Thomas with a good tackle and stops this drive. And again, Spike Dykes is going to look at this tape, and he's going to see an awful lot of good things by his football team. There's a coach that's very proud of his football team tonight, being outmatched, and they've been able to hang around here. Well, when you consider the number of freshmen and redshirt freshmen and sophomores he's got on this ball club, I mean, this looks like a tremendous future for this team. They get better as the season went on last year, and they're just going to get better each week. The Buck and Johnson wait at the 10-yard line for Erstad's punt. And now we have stopped the clock with 1:13 to go in the quarter. Nebraska has called a timeout. The Cornhuskers protecting their number 1 ranking ahead, 28-9.
Getting through college can be a pretty tough climb. To succeed, you need money and you need the right abilities. You can find them both in the Army. If you qualify, you could earn up to $30,000 with the Montgomery GI Bill, plus the Army College Fund. And you could develop the confidence, judgment, and self-discipline it takes to make it to the top, in college and beyond.
The house is this room, brick and mortar. The home is what will take place in this room when we're all finished. What takes place inside of a house really makes it a home, and what takes place inside of one of our stores makes it a special place for the customers. What we are about is service. We're in the yes business. Yes, we accept American Express. The last thing that Home Depot is into is putting limits on customers.
The American Express card is welcomed at the Home Depot and lots of other places close to home.
It could only come from here. Canada, the home of ice. Molson Ice. Ice brewed by North America's oldest brewery to be colder and colder. Yet smooth as ice. Molson Ice. From the land where ice was born.
1:13 to go, 3rd quarter. Mike Patrick, Mike Godfrey, and Dr. Jerry Punch with you from Lubbock, Texas. And Nebraska getting set to kick it away on 4th and 7. Erstad. Flag is down, and Erstad gets his kick away. They'll kill the play.
Good ball. All start on the offense. 5 yards with 2 fourth down.
That'll back him up 5 yards. That won't bother Erstad with the leg he's got. So the line of scrimmage now becomes the Nebraska 47. If he wanted to, he could still kick it out of the stadium. Nebraska with 375 yards rushing tonight. And Erstad knocks it into the end zone. Let's go to the studio and Chris Fowler. Chris?
Guys, we've searched the country for a highlight and found one down the road from you in San Marcos, Texas. Northern Iowa going for a game-winning field goal, but Matt Waller's attempt is blocked by Vincent Reed. He also blocked a punt. The Bobcats win, so Northern Iowa, which beat Iowa State by 2 touchdowns Saturday, loses to Southwest Texas State.
All right, thank you, Chris. And Texas Tech will take over after the punt at the 20-yard line, and Tony Darden has checked back in at quarterback. Texas Tech hustling out before Nebraska can break its defense, but they just get set in time. Darden under pressure, and he's sacked back at the 14-yard line. Let's check in with Jerry Punch. Jerry?
Guys, I'm with South Oakland Conference Commissioner Steve Hatchell. And Steve, after 80 years of tradition, the conference is going away. Why the dissolution of the SWC?
Well, Jerry, there's a lot of reasons for it, and I'm not sure that you could sit down and really say one or two. And it's unfortunate, and it's been building. And the rough part about it after 80 years is that if you were to sit in our meetings and be part of what we're doing, you'd see that these are really wonderful institutions and great people. And I just think that a lot of circumstances over the years have accumulated to where separation became necessary, unfortunately.
Now, this year, you still think you're champion for the Cotton Bowl, but what about next year, the final year of the conference?
Well, we're trying to emphasize to everyone that we have 2 very, very significant years of competition in this conference, and we have a lot to play for. We have 2,400 wonderful student athletes on scholarship in our programs that we're doing all weekend to promote their abilities, and we just want people to know that before it breaks up, that we're going to finish out the 80 year and get in that 81st year and do it with a lot of dignity and a lot of class.
4 schools to the Big 8, 3 to the WAC. What about Houston? Any idea where they may end up?
Well, I think Houston has a lot of good leadership right now, and they're looking to be with the Southern Independents, and I think they'll have a home in 1996 as well.
Steve, thanks for joining.
Thank you, Jerry.
Mike?
Thank you, Jerry. And Texas Tech will get a first down and completion to Jason Lavender, who missed the opening game, catches his first pass of the year for 15 yards. Here's a kid who's an excellent athlete. In high school, he was a 3-time Kansas pole vault champion. And that is going to be the end of the third quarter of play here in Lubbock, Texas. And number 1, Nebraska, leading Texas Tech 28-9. We'll be back to the hometown of Buddy Holly. Get him home.
Are your friends car guys? Car guys talk horsepower. They talk acceleration. They talk big fat tires. Now why not invite your pals over and give them something to really talk about? Introducing the 4-wheel drive Passport from Honda.
This time around, we'll dance. We'll dance down the rooftops. Dance over the thunder. And we'll ride the rhythm. Because everything is possible. This time around.
No matter where I park, it draws a crowd. It's a 55! It's a 55! 55. 55. This is one of the last real classics of our time. What do you think of the bumper, huh? Everything's original. And I take care of it myself right down to the oil and the Purolator filter. Pure oil now! It's a 55! So when someone asks me how I've kept up the engine, I just show them the Purolator. Purolator. I don't think it all fit. Legends live. 55! Purolator.
Hey guys, baseball or bass fishing?
Baseball.
Bass fishing. Hey guys, watch this.
Miller Lite presents professional basketball. Watch and pause for a fresh bass. There's the windup and the fish. It's a high fly bass. Brought to you by Miller Lite. If you can combine great taste and less filling, you can combine anything. Here comes the plan to play. You're out. Sweet taste, less filling. Can your beer do this?
Whoa.
Zebby Lethridge on the sideline as we start the fourth quarter. A redshirt freshman quarterback who showed a lot in his action tonight against Nebraska. Excellent scrambler, has a good arm, and I think a very bright future here at Texas Tech. Darin hands it off to hands part. Here's another kid that just given some good blocking and the right opportunity is going to pick up a ton of yards. He can run.
He's an impressive running back, was recruited by everybody all over America. Chose to come to Texas Tech. He's got a good future with Spike Dykes.
Second down, 6 yards to go. There's Schlesinger's had a big night, the starting fullback for Nebraska. Numbers on the hands part so far has not had a lot of room to run. Blitz. Darden throws under pressure and can't complete it. He didn't have a chance.
Good athletic ability. That's why you like to have a mobile quarterback. Ed Stewart on the blitz. Wayne Harris, defensive end, 86. But even as fast as they came, watch the pressure. He's good enough athlete, able to move around enough that he avoids the sack, throws the football away. Good smart hitting play by Tony Darden.
He's out of San Antonio, Texas. Both of these redshirt freshman quarterbacks, record setters in high school. 4 wide receivers sit on 3rd and long. Here comes the pressure. Unloads and too high, intended for Bo Adams. Oh, when you're under that kind of pressure, it is tough to make the good throw, isn't it?
When you have as good an offensive team as Nebraska has, a defensive team just put their ears back and take some chances. The outside pressure again. Ed Stewart, number 32, coming from the backside. Trying to put pressure on Tony Darden.
Brad Cade will kick again to Kareem Moss. Cade, 6 punts tonight, averaged 42.5. They've all been high. And a beautiful job. There's another one, a little shorter. Moss. Loose ball, but it was interfered with. You can't come that close to the receiver.
Sean Hurd, number 25. He didn't know whether they hit him or pull up.
Exactly.
He did the worst thing you could do. He pulled up and hit him both.
The man going downfield has the responsibility to be aware of where the ball is when the guy who's trying to catch it comes up. You simply have to give him room to make the catch.
There's a look. Sean Hurd, he just tried to pull off, but he's just too close.
6 feet is the line, and it's the official is saying the interfering with the opportunity for a fair catch. Even though they have not signaled fair catch, you still have to give him the room. Childs is in as the I-back. Gets the handoff from Frazier, picks up about 6 yards to his own 36-yard line. Our CFA Thursday night series continues next week, 7:30 Eastern. Chris Fowler, Lee Corso, and Craig James will kick it off with the weekend kickoff show presented by Russell Athletic. And we'll go to Durham, North Carolina as the Cadets of Army battle the Blue Devils of Duke. For our Thursday crew, we'll be joined by Bino Cook and Lee Corso.
I'll be replaced in that game in baseball. That's like a 183 hitter being replaced by Bino or Mickey Mantle.
That's very nicely said. Frazier on the action. Keeps 45, 49-yard line. So dangerous.
Now that the fullback has been established inside, now Tommie Frazier's open again on the outside. And with about 13 minutes to go, you figure this may be Tommie Frazier's last series in here. No one on the quarterback. They were able to seal it inside. Finally, a tackle by defensive back McKinley, number 2.
Frazier, 13 carries, 83 yards. Nebraska with a first down at its own 49. Frazier to throw this time. Excellent coverage by Texas Tech. 2 deep receivers in front of Reggie Ball. Never had a chance.
You know what Tom Osborne probably is going through his mind right now? He knows Tommie Frazier's not had a good night throwing the football. Excellent job running the option. He's 4 for 14, so he wants him to stay in, maybe complete a couple passes, get through the night. Good feeling, but I'm sure he wants to get Brooke Behringer in, number 18, the backup quarterback, because when you run an option, you're one play away. You better have a quarterback in the bullpen. Turner Gill, who's done a nice job teaching Tommie Frazier.
Fullback crosses into Texas Tech territory at the 49. Of course, Frazier on a couple of occasions hasn't gotten a lot of support from his receivers. He got off to the hot start, but he's hit only one of his last 10.
A lot of drop passes for him early in the ball game. Played at Manatee High School in Bradenton, Florida. Joe Canan was his head coach and had a lot to do with preparing him for Nebraska. Joe Canan used to coach college football at Eastern Kentucky, so he knows a lot about the option game.
3rd and 8. Texas Tech backs out of the blitz. This is Childs on the toss. Childs may have the first down at the Texas Tech 40-yard line. Childs is out of Omaha, a junior. They have always been so deep at the I-back position. Somebody goes on to the pros, and there's 2 or 3 guys waiting to replace him. Tonight, 404 yards rushing for Nebraska. 51 carries, an average of 8.1. That'll get it done, won't it? And once they've had 400 yards,
just make that 68.
Yeah, you can warm up the bus. It's over. Childs again spins out of the tackle into the 40.
The impressive part of Nebraska's game is how their wide receivers block for the option. And Ron Brown, who coaches that position, he grades his players on point of attack blocks, knockdowns, extra effort. He calls them snowbs when they get big hits, and blazers when they get a block that provides a touchdown play. So the receivers, as you look at Ron Brown, are always conscious of blocking downfield, and they're unselfish to open up these option plays.
2nd and 9. Texas Tech with 10 men within 3 yards of the ball. Childs again on the straight handoff. He'll pick up 5 to the 35-yard line. Tony Daniels, one of those in black shirts for the tackle. Clock working its way down, 11 minutes, 26 seconds.
Frank Solich, who's the offensive coordinator for Nebraska with Tom Osborne, calls the plays, is 50 today. And I know you're going to be have a birthday here real soon on Saturday, and I think you and Frank will talk about the same time.
But you've got one in December, wise guy.
It may be 39 in December.
That's right. Me too. Looked like Texas Tech jumped early, and Frazier chased out of the pocket, throws downfield, has the tight end to the 5. Touchdown, Eric Alford. And I do not see a flag, which is unbelievable. That ball was offside by about 4 yards.
Mike, that ball was thrown right on the money by Tommie Frazier to Eric Alford, the tight end, 88. A lot of jumping going on. Tommie Frazier with a little counter fake. Looks like he's going to run, and he pulls up, and he gets good zip on this football right on the target to Eric Alford for the touchdown.
Alford missed a lot of time in training camp with a bad knee. Makes his first catch of the year and has a touchdown. Sealer for the point after to make it 35-9. And he does. Tom Sealer has been perfect in conversions. And Nebraska starting to run away from outman Texas Tech.
Good morning, Marta. You see, these people, they work for Gramercy Press, and their lives are about to change utterly. How? I can't talk about it on the elevator.
I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it
Just one sip of St. Pauli Girl's rich, imported taste is the start of a beautiful relationship.
On the one hand, we gave it a wider stance for better handling, a computer-modeled suspension, and specially designed 16-inch tires. So, a pair of these could come in handy. On the other hand, we thoughtfully designed each knob, button, and switch to be easily operated while you're wearing a pair of these. Dodge Ram. The rules have changed. At America's truck stop, the new Dodge.
It's an ordinary day at Gramercy Press. Books are getting edited, covers being approved, clandestine romances are clandestine, but the ordinary days are about to end. Why? Gramercy Press.
ESPN's presentation of Thursday Night CFA is brought to you by Dodge. The more things change, the more things look like the new Dodge. And by MCI, the company that brings you proof positive. In the second half, Nebraska has done it the old-fashioned way. They've earned it drives of 82, 82, and 69, all for touchdown.
And I think we probably have seen the end of Tommie Frazier tonight. I would expect that he will be out from here on in.
DeBuck goes 9 yards deep, and Texas Tech will have to take the ball at the 20-yard line. Let's get down to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Guys, I'm with Meg Ritchie-Stone, who became the first female ever to be a strength and conditioning coach in Division I athletics a few years ago at Arizona. And Meg, your accomplishments with Desert Swarm in Arizona are well documented, but this past year you moved here to Texas Tech in the Southwest Conference. Why?
Well, the reason I came here was because this is a very young, very much a developing team. And we need to get our strength levels up, and we need to be able to get our speed up. And obviously, tonight you see that youth coming out. But we've tried to put a big emphasis on this program, taking it away from just bulk into speed and trying to look a little bit more at the quickness aspect of our program. And that's one of the main reasons that I came here, because this is a developing team and it's exciting to be part of that.
The speed of Desert Swarm in Arizona is incredible. Now, if I'm a college football coach and I have you come to my program, how do you make my team quicker? How do you make them fast?
Well, obviously, you make people quicker by moving quickly. You don't send them out for a 1.5 mile run. You work on the first step movement, you work on speed development drills, and you work speed. And that way, hopefully, all those drills and speed work that you do in training and lateral movement, straight ahead movement type of situation will show on the field.
Dallas Cowboys use martial arts training for explosiveness and balance. Do you use anything like that?
No, we don't get into the martial arts. They were doing that a few years ago, and they've really stopped going down that avenue now. Really, we're getting more into a real, almost like a sprint type of development. We've learned a lot from track and field about speed development, and that's where a lot of our strength and conditioning coaches are going now.
Nick, thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry and Ilas. Congratulations. Texas Tech going to come up short running the option on third down. There's Beringer, who will probably come in on the next series for Nebraska. The crowd now chanting, go for it on 4th and short. And I don't see the punt team yet.
You have nothing to lose here except for another touchdown if you don't make it. Might as well go for it.
And they're going to talk it over. Timeout on the field. 9:17 to go in the ball game. We'll be back with Spike Dykes' decision in a minute.
Legend has it that when Rennie needed some wheels for his family vacation and only wanted to spend a few pebbles, he went to Thrifty, just a stone's throw away. Today you can still find a Thrifty car rental nearby with very neighborly rates. Simply check your local phone book or call 1-800-4CARS. You see, Thrifty's been renting wheels at low prices in neighborhoods all over since the very beginning. Your neighborhood Thrifty car rental, historically known for low rates.
It's great. They fixed up that old truck and went out for their big driving lesson. You know, they'll never forget this day as long as they live.
Here's to fathers and sons. First time driving lessons and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
Here's a camera tip. In order to get a nice steady picture, one that doesn't jiggle or bounce around, remember, it's important your camera be mounted on a solid object specially designed to minimize vibration. Dodge Intrepid, running at, let's say, 85 miles an hour, would be a particularly good choice. Dodge Intrepid. This changes everything.
Saturday, the rushing arsenal of Tennessee's Volunteers take on the Georgia Bulldogs at 7 p.m. on ESPN.
Yeah, he thinks it's over too, but that young man, I'll guarantee you, was awake in the first half when Texas Tech was fighting hard and had a game of it.
Well, fourth quarter, Nebraska wears everybody down.
Yeah, we could all use a nap at this point. 9:17 to go. It's 35-9. And I think discretion being the better part of valor, Texas Tech has decided to punt from its own 29. Cade, another high, short kick. Moss can't get to it. Takes the Texas Tech bouncing out of bounds at the 30.
Talked about this being Buddy Holly's hometown. Other than That'll Be the Day, do you know any of his other music?
I know all of his songs. Right now, I can't think of one.
Well, the Crickets, go ahead, give me a song when you're ready.
Maybe Baby.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
Yeah.
Peggy Sue.
That was a great one.
Yeah, I think Peggy Sue was the best. Brooke Beringer comes in. 15 games in his career. You see the numbers. Tom Osborne says when Beringer is in there is not a lot of drop-off from Tommie Frazier. Benning is the eye-back. Beringer setting up. Nice adjustment. Picked off. Bart Thomas with the interception and a late flag. Beringer tried to wait for his receiver to make an adjustment and waited too long.
Mike, you talk about not much drop-off. I think there's a big drop-off between Tommie Frazier and the backup quarterback. Of course, Brooke Beringer hasn't had much of a chance to play, but he doesn't have the foot speed that Tommie Frazier has. But here he throws off the back foot. Bart Thomas with the interception. Texas Tech picks up a penalty. Spike Dykes' decision to punt the football. Good decision.
Boy, it's a tough way for a quarterback to come in a ballgame. First play, throw an interception. Now you got to stand on the sideline.
Well, you want your next shot in there, which Tom Osborne will give him that next shot in there, and he'll be okay. Sat over there for 3.5 quarters, and then hits the field and throws an interception.
Darden has Crane and Hobbs in the backfield with him. They go for Bass. He's covered closely by Tyrone Williams. And Bass hasn't been able to see daylight with the coverage that Nebraska's defensive backs have put on him.
Talk about good coverage. Sheldon Bass, the freshman, against Tyrone Williams. Number 8, Tyrone Williams tries to get his hand on him. Just kind of fades back into him and gets that offhand off.
Bass, who caught 8 a week ago, has no catches in this ballgame. He was a two-way all-state player at Odessa. Hasn't done much tonight. Crane trying to get outside. Turns the corner down to the Nebraska 24-yard line. Nice tackle by Eric Stokes. You don't see Nebraska players miss tackles, do you?
No. And it's an early season, but the two quickest defensive football teams I've seen so far, Nebraska and Oklahoma, and about even. They both run so well. As you see Eric Stokes, the sophomore corner out of Lincoln, just really closed the gap. It looks like you got to play, and the speed just catches up to you.
Well, you hear the crowd going to sort of a crescendo, and it stops immediately. 3rd and 7 for Texas Tech. Comes the blitz. Darden on low. It's complete pass into the 17-yard line. Mitchell makes the catch.
I like the way the quarterbacks from Texas Tech deliver the ball quickly. Tony Darden avoided the sack because he was able to get rid of the ball quick. A quick delivery. Number 11, Tony Darden. He sets up, throws the ball, and then somebody pressured him right from behind. Number 6, Stacy Mitchell, that big, tall, strong target at 5'5", 145.
And Sam Maxer for the first down. Like the football short. I don't think
think Spike is going to kick the field goal? I wouldn't expect him to kick the field goal. He's going to try to get the first down, give his team a little more confidence. But I don't know if I'd take the ball off of the line of scrimmage. I'm not so sure I wouldn't take a quarterback sneak here. My best chance to get it.
It was Ayler, the tight end, bringing in the play from the sideline on 4th and inches.
If you take that ball off the line of scrimmage, you get that quickness and speed of Nebraska a chance.
Really, the only advantage you have, Mike, as you said, is in the interior line.
You know those two defensive tackles are going to pinch inside, try to cut off the sneak.
And there it is, and he's got it. Guard to the 15-yard line. A couple of Nebraska players waving no, but he picked up like 2, needing only a foot. Here's where a lot of people think the game is over and they lose interest. But coaches on both sides of the ball do not lose interest because they're coaching for the rest of the season. And even if you have backups in there, you're going to need those guys sometime.
Well, you're right. The game is over, but you are coaching right now. You're trying to find somebody who's going to make the play for you.
Crane can't turn the corner. Moss came up, put a shoulder into him at the 13.
Touchdown that Texas Tech scored earlier was off the naked play where they showed flow one way by the running backs, and the quarterback came out the backside naked. Maybe that's a play now that Texas Tech can go to with Tony Dart.
You've got to give Tech credit. They really played hard tonight. And they are still playing hard. Crane hit in the backfield, spins out of a tackle. Luther Harden, number 58, reserve linebacker, as Nebraska is down to its 3rd and 4th team players at this point. And the first stringers with the rest of the night off can laugh about it.
Thinking about the flight home.
Nebraska with 498 yards in total offense. Texas Tech a surprising 241 against this Nebraska defense. 3rd and 7. Jordan double pump and tries to turn. Fumble the football. Texas Tech is recovered. Touchdown. What a break for the Red Raiders. Darden fumble at the 1.
Kaufman, number 75, the left tackle, with excellent effort on this play, recovered the fumble. Tony Darden works up the football field. Now he's trying to get the end zone. 2 really good blocks. Looks like Nebraska's going to recover the football. Number 75, Ben Kaufman, is able to come in, pull it away under the pile.
That is an offensive lineman 20 yards downfield. His quarterback had already outrun him, but he hustled down there, got the ball, gets the touchdown. And now Davis for the point after. He knocks it through, and Texas Tech with a touchdown. 6:24 to go in the game.
The lucky streak coming on. You better get your friends together and get them down to Kearney Kino so they can watch you win. Kino is a great place to meet for your favorite beverage or a great tasting sandwich or enjoy complimentary coffee and donuts. And if you're into winning at pickles, Kino is the place to be. Kino is easy to play, and you could be the big winner of up to $25,000. If you're feeling lucky, we'll see you at the hot spot for winning the big money, Kearney Kino.
Where there's always room for you, Kearney Kino.
The best garages display the Napa Auto Care sign. You know they'll fix it right using Napa parts. No wonder Americans trust Napa Auto Care centers to keep their vehicles running.
Napa Auto Care centers.
Are you sick and tired of wasting your money trying to get your message to the right audience? Well, you should be. When all you need to do is call Cable West Advertising. Let our capable staff set up an advertising campaign to fit your individual needs, and it won't cost you a fortune. Well, the call will cost you a quarter. Cable West Advertising.
shot, full highlight. He just could. Go, ball, up, way!
NFL Primetime, Sunday at 7 on ESPN.
Good. The Red Raiders of Texas Tech with a touchdown that made the score 35-16 with 6:24 to go third quarter. Ben Kaufman with great hustle getting downfield from his left tackle spot and comes up with the fumble. There really would have been a heartbreaker for Texas Tech.
And that's what a young team needs. They need something positive in the fourth quarter.
John Davis to kick it away to Benning and Childs, who waited their 7. Returnable kick. Childs from the 8. Childs is drilled at 19-yard line. Alan Wallace just unloaded.
Wow, Alan Wallace left his feet and took his entire body into this head. Watch this.
Oh, jeez.
He brought it off.
And then some. That kind of a hit will get you some more playing time.
Well, you mentioned how the coaches are looking for signs in the fourth quarter.
Barrier has thrown 1 pass, intercepted. Back to look over 2. The line of scrimmage doesn't get an inch. Zach Thomas. Tommie Frazier, the Heisman candidate, the first 2 games, he's accounted for 7 touchdowns and rushed for 230 yards. Pretty good numbers.
He's at his best when the game's on the line. The team seems to lose a little focus as they've kind of controlled both teams they've played, but when he's at his best, he's as good as there is in college football this year.
Benning will get the carry. Big hole up the middle. Gets out to the 34-yard line where Bart Thomas hung on and made the tackle. Clock stopping on the first down with 5:37 to go in the ballgame. And we have an injured player we'll check on in a second. That's the left linebacker, Robert Johnson. Nebraska coming up, perhaps their most difficult game of the year against a very good UCLA team with J.J. Stokes.
They have a great schedule. First 2 on the road. Of course, you played West Virginia in the early game and then here at Texas Tech. But they get UCLA and Lincoln, so that's a good place to have them. Pacific, Wyoming, Oklahoma State, at K-State now. That'd be a little tough for everybody thinks. Missouri lost to Tulsa, the opener. Colorado at home. Very difficult Colorado team. Kansas at home, at Iowa State. At Oklahoma, 11-25. Buy a ticket to that one right now because that's going to be a very good football game.
First and 10, Nebraska. Dancing into the hole and brought down as he reached his own 37.
Like we talked about the 105 rule where every team could only bring 85 scholarships. How totally I'm against that rule and the people that made this rule. But 1986, Nebraska had 270 football players out. And now they have 155 and 85 scholarships, 20 walk-ons you have in school. But this program, Nebraska and Texas Tech, are 2 programs that walk-ons have really made a contribution. And there's one player in particular in Nebraska, Jeff Sakolowski. He was a freshman wideout, a walk-on linebacker last year, and he played in games last year in special teams. And Kevin Steele, linebacker coach, told me, he said, he's really a good player, but we couldn't even invite him back here. He pays for school on his own, comes out to practice on his own, and we can't even invite him back. He played last year. Just a total rule that should be thrown out.
It just makes no sense. I mean, it's not costing you a dime to have these kids play. Barrier throws from the flat and tried to hit the tight end Tim Carpenter and missed him. Texas Tech, as you said, also has some outstanding performers who have been walk-ons. Alton Crane, who started at running back. Todd Walker, the fullback. Scoville, our best receiver. Bart Thomas, the free safety. Both kickers who have done a good job tonight. I mean, these are just the kind of things. Matt Shaw is one of the most interesting stories to me. He was a walk-on and was the 10th string tight end when he walked on, has fought his way all the way up the depth chart, and is now the starting tight end. You're not going to have success stories like that anymore.
Mike,
why not?
Yeah, you make rules in a conference room by people who don't really understand the game of football. And they make these rules, but we are a land of opportunity, and you take the opportunity away from walk-ons. But I'll tell you, as you go into this further, the football coaches haven't spoke with one voice. And I blame a lot on the head coaches all over the country. The basketball coaches are unified. When they speak as one. Now, they lost one coach. They got it back in a part-time coach. They lost 2 scholarships. They got one back. Football's lost. They went from 95 to 85. They've lost visits from 80 to 56. They've lost 40 coordinators, part-time coaches, 2 GAs. Football coaches have been sleeping.
And this is the sport that makes the money for every other program, unless you're a major college basketball school. You can make money on that too. But everything else comes out of football. Let's go to Jerry Punch. Doctor?
Guys, you're talking about the walk-on program. When Nebraska started classes on August 23rd, they had their 105 players. They had their 85 scholarships and 20 non-scholarships. They added 42 walk-ons. Here in Lubbock, Texas, Texas Tech added 0. They were not allowed to add a single walk-on here in the school year because of the Title IX gender equity issue. They thought they would mess up their percentages. Athletic director said, no walk-ons. And boy, that really handcuffs the coach, even being able to practice.
Well, I think that's the big part of it, Jerry, is you have certain sequences to practice with, certain number of players that you need to practice to run scout teams, to mimic the other team's offense and defense. When you take those kids away, you can't do it the way you used to do it.
Well, you're right, Mike, and there's 2 points there. Number one, the athletic director here is really making Spike Dykes work at an uneven pace. I mean, if you don't let him have walk-ons, I mean, you're really hurting his program. And the second thing is, people out there sit and say, well, pros only have 50 players, but the pros are developed. You're trying to develop players in college. That's the difference.
3rd and 5 for Nebraska and Berringer. The Texas Tech 31. Child stacked up. Hit first by Ryan Donahue, number 45, and Chris Ory, the defensive tackle. So it's going to be 4th and 3.
I think if I Spike Dykes, I'd knock on the AD's door on Monday and say, hey, they have 155. We're a little short-handed here. We need some help.
There seem to be so many issues now that they seem only to be there because they're politically correct, and it doesn't make any sense to me. I agree. Well, go out to the mailbox. I'll have some on Monday.
That rule has to be thrown out the wall. I think it's a dangerous rule. Injury-wise, the whole way.
Childs breaks the seam, and he's gone. Excellent blocking for Nebraska. Childs turns the corner and scores.
Mike, we talked about Brooke Behringer earlier where he threw the interception, but he was able to get a drive here in the 4th quarter to take his team for a touchdown. Good confidence builder for the backup quarterback.
Nebraska now has 491 yards rushing. Oh,
and they don't even look like they're tired.
No. Well, they get him in chunks. Their all-time record not being threatened, 677 against a New Mexico State team.
I was getting worried. I thought
needed
you were going to
track
say it was
shoes.
against me when I was coaching. Felt like it when I was coaching against him. Clinton Childs, number 26. Brooke Behringer with a down-the-line option. They take the quarterback right up. But again, look at the receivers and the blocks. Riley Washington, number 3 with a block, and I'm sure Ron Brown's going to say to him when they look at the films, that's the way I want it done.
42-16. Let's check in with Jerry again. Doctor?
Guys, in all fairness to Brooke Behringer, he's a young man who's had trouble with his right arm. Apparently, he's had some elbow problems for the past couple of years, including a tendonitis. So when you come in off the bench cold, as he did in an early series, threw his first pass and got it picked off, the coaches knew they didn't want to have the kid to put the ball back up again. They let him just put a drive together on the ground and try to build the kid's confidence back up. The young man will be a very good quarterback, but right now they're a little bit concerned about his throwing arm. That chronic tendonitis just doesn't want to seem to go away. Mike?
You know, Jerry, he hurt that first as a high school baseball pitcher, and if you can really mess up your arm throwing sliders and curveballs and throwing in cold weather, and once you get it, it's very difficult to get rid of. They considered surgery for him, but they said it would take a year to recuperate from it, and it might not even work, so they just tried to rest it when they could. Erstad will kick to Buck and Mitchell. Tommie Frazier with a big smile on his face. He likes to see Behringer succeed, too. Nebraska's touchdown drives tonight, 78-98, 82-82, 69 and 81. That'll take a little of the starch out of your column. Coming up next, Dan Patrick and Gary Miller standing by. You'll get caught up on the day in sports, the top stories, the latest on the strike situation, the men's quarterfinals at the U.S. Open, and Danny Manning's new team.
I was at Kansas when Danny Manning was there. What a fine basketball player. Took his Kansas team and Larry Brown to the national championship. I'll be interested to see where he will play next year.
Starts with a P.
Well, you already know.
Sonny Cavazos, the third quarterback into the game for the Red Raiders of Texas Tech, a sophomore, 6'4", 195. Got two redshirt freshmen and a sophomore, all of whom can play. Cavazos back to throw, throws it in the flat. Complete to Scoble, and Scoble's forced out of bounds to the 29-yard line to stop the clock with 1:32 to go. It's out of Velasco, Texas.
This team will be in the thick of the Southwest Conference run. They have a shot to win that conference.
I believe you. There's some outstanding young talent on this program. Let's take a look now at tonight's Wrangler players of the game. Lawrence Phillips, who had 175 yards rushing, averaged 9.2, and got 2 touchdowns. And for Texas Tech, especially effective in the first half, Zach Thomas with 14 tackles, a couple of them huge plays to stop Nebraska drives. Cavazos with a great throw to catch by DeBuck. Now, Cavazos does not have the big arm, but he's got the touch, and that was a beauty.
Beautiful touch pass. Good reception by Matt DeBuck, and there's just no quit in this Texas Tech football team. Matt DeBuck, concentration, looking the ball into his hands.
So spot the ball at the Nebraska 42. Texas Tech trying to come back and get some kind of score. Hands part, couldn't even get back to the line of scrimmage. He's had no room to run tonight, and John Hess and Aaron Penland got in on the tackle. Texas Tech has 1 timeout left, and they're going to have to spend it with an injured player, or will this be an official's timeout? It's official. And the injured player, Ed Hendricks, the right guard, who's been a backup the last couple of years. Really, the offensive line did a pretty nice job, I thought, tonight for Texas Tech as far as pass blocking to give these guys some time to throw.
I thought the whole ball club, you could say, well, you must be crazy. They got beat 42-16, but you have to take into consideration this is a young football team. Freshmen, sophomores, 2 redshirt freshman quarterbacks, and Nebraska, one of the best teams in the country. Oklahoma coming in. Spike Dykes is doing an excellent coaching job here.
I was going to say, look who just beat you. Cavazos throws almost intercepted. Darren Erstad would have had a touchdown. That's the problem with a touch passer. You throw it deep out, you got to have a gun to get it there.
Hang it up there. Mike, you're talking about, we live in a society where no one wants to give anybody credit. It's always, what did you do wrong? And it's not a case of what Texas Tech did wrong tonight. It's a case of they ran into a better football team, made some mistakes, but Nebraska played a lot better.
Agree with you wholeheartedly. Clock stopped with 33 seconds. 3rd and 11 for Texas Tech. Here comes the blitz. They back out of it. Cavazos throws. DeBuck makes the catch. He gets down to the 35-yard line. He's going to be a couple of yards short of a first down. And the clock running. And they'll spend their last time out with 18 seconds to go in the ballgame.
You think I'll see many passes in Georgia, Tennessee?
Oh, yeah. Air will be full of footballs. Timeout on the field. Back in a moment.
Every picture in my store tells someone's story. I've developed thousands of pictures over the years. And each and every one is on Kodak paper, because when I see Kodak on the back, I know I'll get Kodak quality on the front. And that's important, because when all is said and done, the one thing we all have to hold on to is our memories.
Ask for Kodak paper, the sign of a great photo finisher.
It had to be you.
Maybe it's the way it drives like a car, or that it exceeds 1998 car safety standards, or the fact that it gives you more choices than any other minivan. Dodge Caravan, the best-selling minivan of all time. No wonder so many people buy it, and so many companies try to copy it.
It had to be you. I wonder for you. It had to be you.
Get that to be.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer battery. It keeps going. 18 seconds left to go in the ball game. It's 42-16 Nebraska over Texas Tech. 491 yards rushing to 141 for Texas Tech. 4th and 3. Cavazos trying to pick up the first down hit as he throws. It's incomplete. And that'll leave 13 seconds to go. Nebraska will take over the football.
Mike, you talk about in the second half of the short week by Texas Tech and what Nebraska does to you in offense. 337 of their yards, total yards, of 579 total yards, were second half yards. So they punish you in the second half.
They just wear you down, and there's no way around it. As you mentioned, unless you are a team like Oklahoma that can match them physically, it's very difficult to stay with them. The second half belongs to the Huskers. Schuster, straight up the middle. The fullback still on his feet to the 32-yard line. Brian Schuster, the sophomore from Fullerton, Nebraska. The clock will stop on the first down. Well, that just adds to the total. Another 33. There were over 500 yards rushing against an 8-man front. You asked Tom the other night, 8-man front concern you? He says, no, once you get through it, there isn't much left.
There's only 3 left.
That's it. Nebraska protects its #1 ranking and wins 42-16. Coming up next, Sports Center. Dan Patrick and Gary Miller, they'll get you caught up on the day in sports. The latest on the baseball strike. Is there any hope? The quarterfinals of the U.S. Open. Danny Manning's new team. Our final score, Nebraska 42, Texas Tech 16. For Mike Godfrey, Jerry Punch, and our great entire ESPN crew, this is Mike Patrick. Good night from Lubbock, Texas.
Among the highest awards for quality in the world is the Deming Award. Very few manufacturers have ever won one. Ricoh has 2 of them. In fact, Ricoh copiers and fax machines have won every major award for copier and fax quality. So we don't just have a reputation for excellence. We have proof. The name to know, Ricoh.
At AutoZone, most of our customers are folks who like to work on their cars themselves. But the ones who come in most often are those who work on cars for a living. Guys like Ed Craven. Now, Ed's garage is in Ogden, Utah, where most of the time you'll find him pulling an engine or sliding under a car. And just about every day, he drives past a half dozen other parts stores on his way to AutoZone. Because Ed knows that when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Tonight on SportsCenter, sweet music for the sports fan. 0 hour is almost here. Will there still be baseball?
I don't know whether to be optimistic or not optimistic.
Nebraska continues its #1 run against the Red Raiders of Texas Tech. Could the captain be holding out for more quid on the Rangers? Danny's the man in Phoenix, but does that translate into a championship?
Well, it gives us 3 Dans.
Look who's playing hoops again in Chicago.
It was just confirmed that Michael Jordan will be playing.
And Ralph, could Samson be a Goliath again in the NBA? Starving for tennis action, Michael Stiek heads up the night action at the U.S. Open. We've got minor league fever, catch it, and a preview to another college football weekend. Take a leap forward with us. SportsCenter's next.
Hello and welcome to Sports Center. I'm Jared Butler along with Dan Patrick.
Coming up on the big show, we will take you back to Lubbock, Texas for post-game interviews following Nebraska's impressive victory. We will also bring you the news from Madison, where the Wisconsin Badgers received a bad break on Thursday.
I think everyone would agree what we've been hopeful for is a break-in all day, the baseball strike. It has now been 4 weeks ago tonight since the last Major League Baseball game was played. And all that time, there have only been 2 face-to-face meetings between representatives of the owners and the players' union. But there was finally movement. The original movement was just getting the 2 sides back in the same city. Slowly, they have reconvened in New York. And now there is something new to consider. Waiting at the Hotel Intercontinental for something of substance are our Jimmy Roberts and Peter Gammons. They join us now with details.
As we arrive at the date that Bud Selig had initially set as a deadline, active negotiations between the 2 parties continue.
We do believe that the result of this has been that there is a concept that is worth discussing, and that was discussed very informally and generally last night at a brief meeting we had at the Intercontinental Hotel, the Peninsula Hotel. And then there were some brief phone conversations today, and we spent the day attempting to refine it and make sure that the numbers we were working with are right. And as I indicated before, we're still not entirely sure. We've got nowhere in these negotiations trying to figure out how much profit they want to make or some benchmark on player salaries in the form of a cap. So let's instead look at the motivating causes of the owners' revenue-sharing discussions, which is to say a number of clubs felt disadvantaged because of the change in the income streams into the game, and there was a desire to redirect some money. So the question is, how much and to whom and under what conditions? That's the sort of the generalized framework we tried to look at.
So the issue now resides with the owners. Really, late Thursday afternoon, the players took that framework, actually walked it across town to Major League Baseball's headquarters, and it now resides in the hands of ownership. Over Thursday night, owners are due to crunch some numbers and get back to the union on Friday morning, let them know whether there's any reason or not to meet on Friday or over the weekend. And Peter, we heard an awful lot on Thursday from Don Fehr about revenue sharing, but what we didn't hear about was the specifics of what's in it for the clubs.
Well, I think, first of all, there's an acknowledgement that, yes, indeed, that the owners are trying to address the dichotomy between small markets and big markets, which really the players were not doing before. They're always going, hey, just mismanagement. Now they're saying, yes, we will have some give back, which will go from the big markets to the small markets. There may be pools in which they can take revenue out. And very important, the players said, okay, in this structure, now we have something we can negotiate. They did say, all right, we would allow a 5% luxury tax for big spending clubs that go above a certain level.
Aha, so the tax is not dead.
No, it isn't. It's not the 75% tax that the owners were proposing, but at least by putting it on the table, there's some way to negotiate, and they have some things perhaps to talk about, and maybe this will go further tomorrow. I mean, this is what Jerry McMorris and John Harrington, some of the big market owners, have wanted all along, a structure to discuss. Now we'll see if the small market clubs will go along with it.
It appears that there's far less posturing and a lot more actual negotiation going on.
Well, I think it's obviously, we're down to the last weekend. It's not going to be able to go much before beyond Sunday or Monday. I think they know now they have to just negotiate. But if this doesn't fly, I don't know where they go.
All right, so the next shoe is due to drop on Friday morning, when ownership will get back to the union and let them know whether, in fact, there's anything at all to discuss. For Peter Gammons, I'm Jimmy Roberts in New York, and let's head back to the studio.
Reached Friday evening, Acting Commissioner Bud Selig said his deadline for calling off the season, which is supposed to come on Friday, still applies. We'll see. Most Major League teams had the night off originally. Only 5 games were lost Thursday. There's now been 356 wiped out, though, a combined $360 million between the two sides. And something else you may not have considered, with an average of 48 balls fouled into the stands each night, we are now more than 17,000 short in unclaimed souvenirs. Dan?
Danny Manning will take a $2.5 million pay cut this year to play for the Phoenix Suns. Manning, who made $3.5 million last year, signed a one-year deal worth $1 million. This salary slot was made available after center Oliver Miller signed an offer sheet with Detroit. Manning says money is not the issue.
This is where I want to be. This is my decision. I think in the long run it'll pay off for me. I have a chance to compete for a championship for the next few years and hopefully for the rest of my career. Time in my career now where I paid my dues and I get to make a decision on where I want to play, and I chose Phoenix.
He made it clear that this is where he wanted to be, and this is where he was going to end up. He's waited a long time to play with a winner, so that's one more piece of the puzzle. I think he's definitely one of the top 20, 25 players in basketball, and to add him to our roster is going to make everyone else that much better.
Danny, what do you think of the addition of Danny Manning?
Well, it gives us 3 Dans unless they cut me. If they waive me, then I'll be playing golf and getting paid.
Well, they're not going to waive you because you waived Danny. I want you to waive me so I can play golf with him.
If you're wondering why Danny Manning was in uniform, he's playing in a charity game at Madison Square Garden. This is what the Suns are adding with Manning. This is what they've lost by subtracting Mark West and Oliver Miller. I've mentioned Miller signed the offer sheet with Detroit. Phoenix can still re-sign him, but right now highly improbable. They need the money for Manning. The Suns do not have a starting center, though. Joe Klein is on the team. The Suns have also reportedly spoken with 34-year-old Ralph Sampson. Gary?
To the Open, Michael Stieck may be the most versatile player in men's tennis, the only man in the 90s to win on all 4 surfaces. But when it comes to Grand Slams, he's Grand Slim. In his last 4 majors, Stieck's been slammed out in the first round. The German's one shining moment was when he won Wimbledon 3 years ago. But now he's the highest remaining seed at the Open, trying to reach his first Flushing semifinal against Sweden's Jonas Bjorkman, who has never won a tournament. But he is just 22 years old. First set, Bjorkman serving. He'll try to volley. Stieck with a pretty cross-court dropper wins the first set 6-4. Second set, Bjorkman trying the returns. But Stieck blasts the forehand winner. 6-4, 6-4. He has yet to drop a set in the U.S. Open. In a third, in a tiebreak now. Bjorkman trying to just stay alive and fend off elimination. He does it with a beautiful passing backhand to take the first set of the tournament from Stieck. Now Bjorkman again at the net. Stieck with the lob. Pretty backhand, but it wasn't in. Stieck advances. Takes him 4 sets, but he moves on. This is the only major he had yet to reach a semifinal in, and now he has done that. Bjorkman had more winners, fewer unforced errors, but the big advantage, 13-2 in aces for Stieck. In a matinee at Flushing Meadows, a pair of nobodies trying to become somebody. One of them, who became somewhat of a somebody last match, Jaime Izuga, who had taken out Pete Sampras. Now he's taken on Karol Novacek. Both of them were prone to errors. Back to the camera. Brilliant shot. Cross-court winner. Third set, 6-1 Novacek. Izuga took the fourth. Now we're to match point. Novacek blasts his 27th ace, and that was the difference in the match. There were fans snoring, yawning. In between the two, there were 151 unforced errors. It wasn't pretty, but it was good enough for Karol Novacek. In his 31st Grand Slam event, it's the first time he has ever made a semifinal.
Now to college football news, and it is not good news to report. The Wisconsin Badgers have lost leading receiver Lee Duramus. They lost him during Thursday's practice session 2 days before the season opener against Eastern Michigan. Duramus, who had a school record 54 catches in 1993, suffered a broken leg. Head coach Barry Alvarez said in a statement that it is likely that Duramus will miss the rest of the season. Duramus, who was a senior, suffered an injury during a collision in practice. He ranks 3rd in school history with 119 catches.
Threatening to join the growing list of hockey's holdouts, the best yet, Mark Messier would like the ultimate cup check. After carrying the Rangers to their first Stanley Cup in more than 50 years, then carrying the curse-breaking cup all over the country, the team captain would now like to fill it with cash. Having already lost their coach to a contract clause, New York's captain is now considering sitting out of Friday's opening of camp if the champs don't nearly double his salary. Messier's contract includes a clause that if the Rangers win the cup, he has the right to renegotiate his 5-year, $13 million deal. He now reportedly wants a 3-year, $18 million deal. Dan?
We are happy here at SportsCenter to tell you Winston Cup driver Ernie Irvan has been moved out of intensive care and into a private room at his Ann Arbor, Michigan hospital. Irvan's condition has been upgraded from serious to fair. Dale Earnhardt revealed earlier today that he received a phone call from Ernie Irvan Wednesday night. Earnhardt said Ernie sounded great.
Lots more to get to in the hour. Nebraska was just one of 4 top 25 teams with last weekend off, while top-ranked Florida scored 70 in their opener. But somehow, the Huskers shifted past the Gators in the bowl poll. Are they really that good? We come back. Their second straight matchup with a bowl opponent. Also coming your way in a minute and a half, we go on campus with Chris Fowler. The Hurricanes on the run with some blistering speed. We'll also drop in on Miami's pro team, whose greatest concern is stopping opponents passing. And that's with good reason. And then later, Agassi ascending. We'll hear about his hopes for Friday's semifinals.
At the start of a new millennium, you think about life. And we thought about a steel spine in the new Mazda Millennia to keep the cabin exceptionally strong and life all it can be. The new Millennia from Mazda. As time passes, we'll all have some rough road ahead. So we built the new Mazda Millennia to have a smoother ride than even a Lexus ES300. The new Millennia from Mazda.
150 years ago, Mr. Levi Strauss made the world's first blue jeans. Today, they still sew a few Levi's jeans the real old-fashioned way. And those are the ones with the genuine red tab on the back pocket. They cost a little more because they cost more to make. But if you want the real thing, head straight for County Seat, the place to go for men's and women's Levi's red tab jeans.
Canada. It's a land like no other, with a beer like no other. Molson Ice, ice brewed by North America's oldest brewery to be bolder and bolder. It's smooth as ice. Molson Ice, from the land where ice was born.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Molson Ice, from Canada, the land where ice was born. By County Seat, the place to go for men's and women's Levi's red tab jeans. And by Mazda. Mazda. It just feels right.
Welcome back to the big show. Back to college football as promised, and the ink was barely dry on Nebraska's new #1 ranking when they arrived in Lubbock, Texas tonight. Texas Tech had just 4 days to prepare for the Cornhuskers, who had 11 days to prepare for the Red Raiders. Nebraska coach Tom Osborne wasn't buying into Tech's lack of prep time. He suspects they've been thinking about Nebraska for about a month now. A moment of silence before this game for Double T, the mascot killed at last week's game. Osborne and Spike Dykes chatting. And I think Tom was saying, watch out for number 15. I think he's a good one. Osborne watching Tommie Frazier. He's gone. 7-0 Cornhuskers in the first. Maybe the next great Nebraska running back, Lawrence Phillips. Phillips had a monster night, showing you some of his gifts on this run. Reversing the field, 28 yards. We'll get back to Phillips. Early in the third, the Red Raiders on Nebraska's 6. Zebby Lethridge to Scott Eilor in the back of the end zone. It's 14-9 Nebraska. Nebraska's running game dominated. Over 500 yards. Corey Schlesinger, 49 yards to the Red Raider 28. Cornhuskers would later score on the drive. And I told you we would get back to Lawrence Phillips. Phillips, 175 yards on 19 carries, including 56 here. #1 in your program, #1 in your depth chart. And Nebraska, #1 in your top 25. 42-16, the final. 612 total yards. Of the 612, 524 came on the ground. The Red Raiders rushed for 147. They had 150 yards passing. Next up for the Cornhuskers, UCLA at home September 17th. It doesn't get any easier for the Red Raiders. They're at Oklahoma September 17th. Following the game, Dr. Jerry Punch caught up with Tom Osborne.
Thank you very much, Dan Patrick. We're standing by with Tom Osborne. And, Coach, A good win for Nebraska tonight. Not a dominating win, although you guys put up 500 yards and rushing against an 8-man front.
Yeah, I don't know quite how to evaluate it. You know, I think Texas Tech probably has a decent football team. We'll know more next week. They play Oklahoma. We play UCLA. And we got one really good player hurt tonight, our safety man. That was a spot we couldn't afford to get anybody hurt. We needed to throw the ball a little bit better. We ran the ball well. I think our defense is good. We gave up a couple big plays, so I don't know what this all means, but I think we have a good football team, and who number one is, I don't know.
Coach Tommie Frazier's rushed for over 300 yards and 5 touchdowns in the first 2 outings this year. Everyone says he's a Heisman Trophy candidate. The kid's looking better and better each time out.
Well, Tommie ran the ball really well tonight. There's some things in our passing game we need to improve. You know, if we're gonna do well down the road, we got to be able to do both. But he's a great player, and we've got some other good ones. I thought Phillips played well. A lot of guys, offensive line. So we'll just see how it shakes out. And we wish Texas Tech the very best now. I think they got a good team. I hope they play well.
Coach, but you said you were impressed with the defense in the kickoff classic. The offense had to impress you tonight, at least the ground game. We talked about the 8-man front, and to get over 500 yards on the ground against an 8-man front, they had sometimes 9 and 10 guys at the line of scrimmage. That's got to make you smile.
Well, it's like I told Mike Gottfried, when they put that many up there, you're going to have some big plays. We felt we'd have some big plays if they tried to crowd us, and we did. We had some that broke, and, of course, they did a good job on us sometimes. So, overall, we thought we played well. I don't think we played inspired football, but we played well.
Coach, congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go back to Gary Miller at Sports Center. Gary?
All right, thanks, Jerry. The Dolphins are coming to Milwaukee's County Stadium for the first time in the regular season Sunday to face a Packer team they have never lost to in 7 meetings. But despite holding off the Pats last week, the Dolphins' D continues in disarray. Over their past half-dozen games, they're allowing almost 5 touchdowns an outing, 200 points, and this group is thinner. Injuries will force Brian Cox from outside to middle linebacker, and they're auditioning a lengthening list of long-toothed former legends, including Charles Mann and Brett Maxey. But whom they're most interested in is a pair of other high-impact free agent defenders. Leslie Visser is in Miami.
Don Shula's first words after the Miami Dolphins gave up 35 points to the New England Patriots were, "We have got to work on our defense." But what could be better than the acquisition of former Saints linebacker Von Johnson or cornerback Deion Sanders?
We have offers, Leslie, out to both players. We've had one out for some time to Deion, and I'm sure his decision is being held up by baseball. He's with the front-running Reds, as you know, and as long as there's a baseball season, I'm sure we're not going to hear about what he finally decides to do. Von Johnson, we've made an offer, and we're talking regularly, and we'd like him on our football team.
I would more than welcome Deion here. He's considered the best in the league, and for him to be here, and if I were to do well against him in practice, then I know I would have no problems with anybody else.
Is it a possibility that both Von Johnson and Deion Sanders could be in Dolphin uniforms on Sunday?
I would think that's highly unlikely.
The Dolphins say they will impose no deadline on Deion Sanders, but that he is serious about wanting to play for a Super Bowl team. They think it runs through the AFC East. In Miami for Sports Center, I'm Leslie Visser, ESPN.
All right, thanks, Leslie. We'll see you on game day. Right now, only the New England team they lit up for 456 yards has been worse at pass defense, as the Dolphins continue to sink from a top 5 performance to open the 90s down to the bottom quarter last season when they were allowing more than 200 yards passing a game. Last Sunday, they gave up about twice that. As for Deion, while we wait to find out where Mr. Sanders will be playing football this season, we do know where he'll be playing a more serious game, in court. Last month, Deion was charged with motor vehicle offenses after he allegedly ran down a police officer with his motor scooter underneath Riverfront Stadium after a Reds game. Tonight, WXIX-TV in Cincinnati is reporting that the charges against Sanders will be upgraded to a felony, fleeing and eluding police. That would carry a maximum possible sentence of 5 years in jail and a $2,500 fine.
Still to come on the show, Michael is set to take to the air once again. With his baseball season over, Jordan is ready to hoop it up once again. We will tell you when and where. Also on the way on this big show, is your team shopping for a 34-year-old 7'4" backup center with suspect knees? 6 teams reportedly are. We will head north for Fred's round of putt-putt golf. Gary and I return in a moment.
Way up. That's what's been happening to cable viewership. At the same time, guess what's happened to network viewership? And the majority of those lost network ratings have gone directly to cable. Over 120 million viewers have found cable, and there's a simple way for advertisers to find them. Plug into the power of cable. America is cable ready.
Great action shot, full highlight. He just could go all the way.
NFL Primetime, Sunday at 7 on ESPN.
Welcome back to SportsCenter. Michael Jordan has spent his entire baseball career, all of one summer, denying he would return to the Bulls. Even after his Double-A season ended, Jordan also had to deny he would take part in a charity event tomorrow night. But apparently the lure of being part of the building he made the most feared in the NBA and a favor for an old friend was too much to turn down. Michael has relented, and he will be part of the farewell to Chicago Stadium. But how much of a favor he's doing for Scottie Pippen is questionable. He'll be on the opposing team.
It's given me an opportunity to play against him for the first time in my career.
You gonna guard?
We'll see.
You guard right, he's gonna guard.
Michael's a great athlete, and I'm sure he's not going to come out there and embarrass himself. I think it'll be extra special, not just for me, but for the fans, the players, and everyone who came out to watch the game. And, you know, so many great memories in the stadium, and I think, you know, we can have one last hooray.
You saw the lineups. I hope whoever's coaching Michael's team keeps a watchful eye on Ernie Banks' minutes. Along with Jordan, another departed Bull will be there for the finale at the Madhouse on Madison, Horace Grant, as well as one of Jordan's original teammates, Charles Oakley. The game benefits Operation Push, and since this afternoon's announcement that Michael would be part of it, ticket sales, as you might imagine, have soared.
Ralph Sampson says 6 NBA teams are interested in giving him another chance at resuming his once promising NBA career. One team is the 76ers, whose coach and GM is John Lucas, a former teammate of Sampson's in Houston. Lucas will bring in Ralph for a 2-day workout beginning September 28th. Sampson played in Europe in 1992, spent last season as an assistant on Lefty Drizel's staff at James Madison.
Should the baseball season resume, the Braves will have 6 games to make up on Montreal and not much time to do it, and no John Smoltz to help. The former All-Star and playoff MVP had elbow surgery this afternoon. Struggling through a 6-10 campaign, Smoltz had sat out the last 2 weeks of the aborted season, hoping rest would help his ailing elbow. He reluctantly opted to have a bone spur and chips removed. He'll finish with his first losing record and ERA over 4 as a full-time member of the Atlanta rotation.
Nick Price has been spanning the globe for the past 12 months, searching for the constant thrill of victory. He has won once in Scotland, once in Africa, and 3 times here in the United States. This week, Price is hoping to add another paycheck stub from another country. The Canadian Open is being held in Oakville, Ontario. Swans in love. Bob Tway, third shot on 14. Just off the green and just inches from going in. Fred Couples on the same hole, 14 for par. Read the break perfectly, or did he? Freddie would finish at 2 under. Dan Forsman for eagle on 16. I would like for somebody to make a shot during these highlights, please, for eagle, and nothing but the bottom of the cup. Thank you, Dan. Go to the leaderboard. Mark O'Meara and Dick Mast are your co-leaders, but guess who is lurking? Nick Price is shot back. His round included an approach on the 16th that hit a rock in the water, bounced on the green. He 2-putted for par, and then Price says, I quickly ran to the 17th. ESPN will bring you, the viewer, second-round coverage on Friday beginning at 4 Eastern.
We're back in 90 seconds. More college football highlights, including a Southwest Texas State player who was nearly knocked out in this game against Northern Iowa, then tried to single-handedly dismantle them. We'll also go on campus with Chris Fowler and a quarterback just getting started, Ron Powers.
Morning, Marta. You see these people? They work for Gramercy Press, and their lives are about to change utterly. How? I can't talk about it on the elevator.
In the years to come, thousands of people will be protected because of a significant innovation from Volvo. Volvo introduces the world's first side impact airbag. Drive safely.
Love's strong, and you're so sweet. And someday, babe, we got to meet.
Budweiser, king of beers, welcomes you to the Voodoo Lounge.
Love's strong, and you're so sweet.
It's an ordinary day at Gramercy Press. Books are getting edited, covers being approved, clandestine romances are clandestine, but the ordinary days are about to end. Why? Gramercy Press.
Northern Iowa upset Iowa State in week 1. Tonight, hooking up with Southwest Texas. About to show you a one-man team. Vincent Reed, seemingly out cold when his head crashed in to somebody's knee. Reed is down, but he would not be out. 2 plays later, Vincent Reed with the block. Donald Millard recovered for the touchdown. Reed's story is not done. 11 seconds to go. 20-19, Southwest Texas. Matt Waller. It is blocked. And guess who blocked it? Vincent Reed. And, of course, you got the hero dance. He deserved it. He may not know that he was giving that dance. Someone may have to remind him tomorrow. 20-19, the final in this one. Donald Wilkerson, he had 34 carries for 190 yards. As I mentioned, the Panthers had upset Iowa State in week 1, 28-14. Another action, Western Michigan, Western Illinois. It's a final, and it was not pretty. Jim Vaccaro, 9 carries, 111 yards, 2 scores. That's just first half action. Western Kentucky against Murray State. And the Hilltoppers are 2-0. Antonio Floyd, 149 yards. J.J. Jewell, 190 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Every Thursday we go on campus with Chris Fowler, covering every corner of college football. This week, Chris computerizes the quarterback at Notre Dame and tries to figure out who will volunteer for Colquitt and Knoxville, amongst other concerns.
Notre Dame has no clue how to play the game of football. Michigan comes to South Bend to give them a lesson. Relax, it is not a prediction for Saturday's showdown of Midwestern behemoths. It's a flashback to 1887, when this Michigan team took an overnight train trip to South Bend on Thanksgiving week, and underneath the spot that Touchdown Jesus now surveys, the Michigan lads taught Notre Dame the rules of primitive football on a muddy field with no stands or goalposts. Michigan won 8-0 on 2 4-point touchdowns. The great-great-grandparents of Ron Powlus were in their prime. The hype surrounding Powlus after one start is astounding, and it's not just Bino Cook or the South Bend Tribune. The folks in Silicon Valley agree. Powlus's rating in the new Bill Walsh computer game is 7th best in the country, based just on the preseason hype. Is Powlus ready for Michigan? Well, the little computer number 3 is. In a purely non-scientific test, Powlus went wild, throwing for 379 yards and 4 touchdowns. His 2 interceptions, which the little Silicon Lou chewed him out for here, almost cost the Irish the game, and so did 3 controversial pass interference calls. But Notre Dame held on 35-33, and it's just possible the 2 picks could have been operator error. Speaking of quarterbacks, Chris Ross, little brother of Steve, will start practice at Minnesota next week after transferring from Miami a couple of days ago with no hard feelings. He will be eligible for the Gophers next year, when their top 2 quarterbacks will be gone. At Tennessee, with Jerry Colquitt out, you'll see plenty of Peyton Manning, Archie's son, and Brandon Stewart. One of them will have to be ready to start next year. Current starter Todd Helton is expected to be in minor league baseball this time next year. He won the home run contest of the Cape Cod League All-Star Game in July. This is the only baseball video you'll ever see in this segment, I promise.
And last week we said look out for USC freshman DeLon Washington and Michigan's Timanga Biakabatuka, or Timmy B, as we like to call him. Both had 100 yards plus. Other new stars we like, both with great nicknames. Ricardo Rock Preston. He gives Florida State's first-team defense fits in practice. Did the same to Virginia last Saturday. In Miami's Alfred Froggy Shipman, a tiny but speedy guy, the fastest Hurricane with a 4.25 40 time. He gives Miami a much-needed big play runner. By the way, the Canes had their best rushing day since the Carter administration, 415 yards against Georgia Southern. Arizona State won't let that happen Saturday night with an 8-man front, but watch for the Canes to look downfield more. Many Florida fans are puzzled and some are just plain hacked up, but the Gators dropped behind Nebraska in both polls. Relax, Gators. Here's the explanation. Voters did not punish the Gators for their pummeling of New Mexico State. The first-place votes remain almost unchanged for both Florida and Nebraska from last week. But many pollsters who had the Huskers rated, say, 5th or 6th, moved them up this week, even though their victims in the kickoff class at West Virginia needed a late field goal to beat Ball State. No big deal. A lot of voting still to be done. And finally, they're scratching their heads in Maryland. After setting an NCAA record for most yards allowed last year, defensive coordinator Larry Slade was fired. Saturday, the Terps gave up 531 yards to Duke, and that's an improvement of 22 yards from last year's average. But Florida State is coming to town Saturday, so coaches polish up those resumes. And finally, the Mighty Dog coming off a victorious opening week. This time we like the Spartans, underdogs in their opening game at Kansas. I'm Chris Fowler on campus.
Chris phoning in the Mighty Dog. A full hour on week 2 in the CFA coming your way again Saturday morning at 11:30 on game day. Chris will be joined by Corso and James. Much more on Michigan Notre Dame. Also Penn State USC's matchup and a debate on that Florida fall in the poll.
Still to come on the show, we will head back to the U.S. Open where Robin Roberts looks ahead to Andre's next hurdle. We will also provide some postseason play in baseball between the AAA teams of the Red Sox and Blue Jays. Another slug-filled fest. That when we return.
Images presented by Honda. If the tension on the field becomes too much to bear, comic relief is close at hand. Now appearing at a stadium seat near you.
I built the entire city of Seattle on the roof of my car. See? There's the Space Needle.
Now my car has wings, feathers, and a beak.
A little glue, a few seeds, just add water, and voila!
It's not what you add on to our car that makes it more fun. It's what you take off. The Del Sol from Honda.
When it comes to paint, we're making a name for ourselves because we make our own and guarantee its quality. That's Ace, the name to know for paint.
If the foot bone were connected to the head bone, you'd be wearing Wigwam socks. Wigwam, real comfortable socks from Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Reality is in the mind. Okay, so today you're at the Bell Canadian Open. Now you have 4 days in the limelight to play against guys named Frost, Price, Couples, while you concentrate on your shot in front of a world that's silent. Take your time. We all live the dream. That's why we watch. Let ESPN show us the way. The Bell Canadian Open, live tomorrow at 4 Eastern.
More U.S. Open results. In men's doubles play, the third-seeded team of Jaco Elting and Paul Harhoes advance. That Netherlands pair will meet Woodbridge and Woodford of Australia in Friday morning's finals. In women's doubles quarterfinal play, the second-seeded team of Yana Novotna and Arantxa Sanchez-Becario, who both still have a shot at the women's singles title, took out U.S. youngsters Lindsay Davenport and Lisa Raymond. Only 7 players have taken out 3 seeded men in the U.S. Open, and now Andre Agassi is among them. But if he can add number 9 Todd Martin to his list, Agassi would become the first ever to claim 4 seeds. Amongst the record holders he would eclipse would be his number 1 fan's grandfather, Francis X. Shields, the first to nail 3 seeds back in 1930. For more on 1994's Final Four, including the even more surprising Karol Novacek, here's Robin Roberts.
For the first time since 1967, 2 unseeded players have advanced to the men's U.S. Open semifinals. Andre Agassi last night, and this afternoon, Karol Novacek ended Jaime Izaguirre's dream run. For Novacek, it will be his first ever appearance in a Grand Slam semifinal.
That was something what I was missing in my tennis career, to get a little further than quarterfinals of the Grand Slams. I won 13 tournaments, and I've been playing Davis Cup, I've been playing Masters, I've been playing everything basically what does exist in tennis, but I never went to play semifinal of the Grand Slams, and I did it today, and I'm very happy for that.
The National Tennis Center is still abuzz about Agassi's straight sets win last night over Thomas Muster, avenging his loss to Muster at the French Open. Agassi now faces the man he lost to at Wimbledon, Todd Martin. But revenge is the last thing on Agassi's mind.
When you get to the semis of a slam, who's in your way doesn't really matter, because whether they've beaten you before or whether you've beaten them or whether you've never played before, nothing matters except Saturday. And there's no feeling like being out there on Super Saturday, and I just can't wait to be there.
Agassi has been inconsistent this year, but working with Brad Gilbert finally started to pay dividends with the win at the Canadian Open in late July.
I think that's where I really feel like, geez, I can play some of the best tennis in the world. Stop doubting that and get out there and do it. And I think, Brad's really helped me with that. I mean, I wish I believed in myself at times as much as Brad believes in me, and because he knows the game, and he's been very important part of where I am.
Brad was nice enough to give Andre the day off. A day off as well for the women, and in just a bit, Betsy Nagelson will join me to talk about tomorrow's women's semifinals. Reporting from the U.S. Open, I'm Robin Roberts. For now, let's go back to SportsCenter.
Thanks, Robin. We mentioned Brooke Shields' granddad, one of the previous half a dozen Open players to knock off 3 seeds in the tournament. All but one of them made the finals. In fact, if Andre Agassi can follow this group, he's got a 50-50 chance of winning the tournament.
Back in 1977, Joe List Sr. took his final major league cuts as a member of the Seattle Mariners. 17 years later, Joe List Jr. is taking his cuts as a member of Toronto's AAA club in Syracuse. On Wednesday night, List drove in 4 runs to give the Chiefs a 2-1 lead over the Paw Sox in the International League Eastern Division playoffs. They look for the clincher tonight in Pawtucket. That's Mike Twardowski. And Mike with the lazy fly ball. Alex Gonzalez, great range, should be routine, right? Well, it didn't turn out to be routine, but turned out to be an assist. Robert Perez not only makes the grab, but alertly gets up and doubles off Andy Tomberlin. Top of the 6th. Sox up 3-0. Sean Green, that's a 3-run homer. That would make it 3-3. 3 batters later, 2 aboard for Joe List. How many times you seen it? We talk about him, and he homers. Chiefs lead at 6-3. They rattled off 7 hits in the frame. In the 9th, 1 on for Carlos Delgado. Moment of silence. Gone. This one has not landed yet, as you'll see. Carlos keeps running around. 10-4, Syracuse takes the series. 3-1.
We're coming back in 2 minutes. There is something Wayne Gretzky has never done on the ice, but he could get his chance if he's still playing in 1998. And the Blitz is coming your way. Blitzing into your living rooms. You're looking ahead to Saturday's best matchups.
Here's a great reason to install Champion Premium Gold in your car. And this is what you can expect from the world's most advanced spark plug. Easier starting, quicker acceleration, better fuel economy, better idling, more power, longer life. Need more? Champion Premium Gold, the world's most advanced spark plug.
It was forged from a spirit of strength, from a commitment to protection,
and the unrelenting will to give you peace of mind. From the moment it goes on your door. It is Titan from Kwikset. Titan door locks. Unbeatable strength. Unbeatable security.
Polyshades by Minwax. It's a stroke of genius. Polyshades is rich stain and polyurethane protection in one. Polyshades gives wood a beautiful protective finish in half the time. Polyshades by Minwax.
Morning. Morning. I think you got yourself a shipment of gold. You're taking a General Late.
In the year 2004, time travel is a crime.
It turns out going back in time is a pretty easy way to make money.
Now, one man is about to take the ultimate power trip.
He's gonna be president.
But to enforce the laws of time.
Surprise.
One man is determined to stop him.
I never quit.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, Ron Silver, Mia Sara, Time Cop. Rated R. Starts Friday, September 16th at theaters everywhere.
2 months ago, the Angels' backup catcher Chris Turner stole home at Fenway Park. The Red Sox and Boston Police are trying to find out who literally stole home at Fenway. Team Vice President John Buckley confirmed the rubber dish had been pilfered, but would not say when. Fenway does have 24-hour security. Be quiet. Don't wake them.
Now that the Dream Team has demolished international competition in 2 different forms, the Ice Age could be coming. Friday in Helsinki, Finland, NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman and the president of the International Ice Hockey Federation are expected to announce a tournament featuring the top international players in the NHL. The Players Association of the NHL must approve a decision linked to ongoing labor negotiations. But if the tournament goes forward, it figures to be a first step towards NHL players participating in the 1998 Winter Olympic Games in Japan.
The Clemson Tigers hope to enjoy another alumni weekend this Saturday when they face NC State. The Wolfpack is coached by Michael Caine, Clemson's team MVP in 1976. On the previous Saturday, Clemson defeated a Furman squad led by former Tiger Bobby Johnson. For more on the Clemson-NC State matchup, along with the nation's other notable games, we're calling for the Weekly Blitz.
North Carolina State at Clemson. They're scratching their heads in Death Valley. Patrick Sapp took the first shotgun snap in Tigers history, and the sky didn't fall. New coach Tommy West is looking for more balance, but Wolfpack coach Michael Caine, a former Tigers quarterback, knows better than to believe in Air Clemson. This one should come down to the league's best kickers. State's Steve Vidatek is all ACC, but we like Clemson senior Nelson Welch, who's 9 for 12 against State. West Virginia goes to Rutgers' new stadium with a new quarterback. Chad Johnston is out. Eric Boykin is in after throwing for 248 yards against Ball State. Rutgers tailback Terrell Willis gets the pub, but teammate Bruce Presley has 2 100-yard games against the Mountaineers. If they get any room to run, then Rutgers gets the W. The Texas Longhorns have long memories of last year's rout by Louisville, but what they're really longing for is the return of suspended wide receivers Mike Adams and Lavelle Pinckney. They need them. The Longhorns' new 3-4 defense is susceptible to the likes of the Cardinals' Anthony Shellman. Still, take Texas. They've got more riding on this one. Let's go to the South and Tony Barnhart.
Tennessee at Georgia. A big game for Georgia's Ray Goff, who has never beaten Tennessee. The Vols will start Southpaw Todd Helton at quarterback, but if the future baseball star struggles, the 2 talented freshmen will play. The Volunteer game plan? James Littleman Stewart behind an offensive line as big as the Smokies. Tennessee will try to pressure Eric Zaire into mistakes, but expect Air Georgia to roll up big numbers again. Kentucky at Florida. Terry Dean ended the quarterback controversy at Florida last week with 7 touchdown passes in 30 minutes. But at Kentucky, Antonio O'Farrell gets only his 2nd start ever. The Wildcats want to run the ball, but they'll be frustrated by a defensive line led by Kevin Carter. Now, this game was close a year ago, but not now. The Gators go to 25-1 at home under Coach Steve Spurrier. Oklahoma at Texas A&M. Oklahoma has balance in quarterback Garrett McGee and 5 good running backs, but the Aggie defense and Brandon Mitchell will keep the Sooners in check. Texas A&M gets the edge with Leland McElroy and the home field, where they are 28-1-1 since 1988. Now let's go out to the Midwest and Gary Danielson.
Last week, Kansas put 518 yards and 0 sacks on Houston. To credit the offensive line, led by a starting tandem at guard for 3 seasons, Hesley Hempstead and John Jones. Great optimism at Michigan State. The key is at quarterback. Junior college transfer Tommie Banks must come through. If he lays an egg Saturday, Kansas will win. Hey, is the running game finally back at USC? The tailback position, Sean Walters and DeLon Washington combined for 200 yards rushing. The first time in 28 games USC has rushed for more than its past. At Penn State, all their specialists return this season, but the key is at quarterback. Kerry Collins must continue his improved play. Remember last year, he outdueled Heisman candidate Heath Schuler in the bowl game. Saturday, he does it to Heisman hopeful Rob Johnson. Finally, 3 reasons Notre Dame will beat Michigan Saturday. Number 1, outside linebacker Matt Dyson is out for Michigan. Their 4th starter they've already lost this season. Number 2, Notre Dame simply does not turn the ball over. 10 turnovers last year in 12 games, none last week. Lee Beckton hasn't had a fumble in 2 seasons. And finally, the Michigan kicking game. It's the same as last year. Terrible. Now to the West Beat and Gene Wojciechowski.
Ohio State travels to Washington. The Huskies won 24 of their last 26 games and 8 of their last 10 against Big Ten opponents. Key matchups? Well, that's easy. Last year, Ohio State held Napoleon Kaufman to just 51 yards, his lowest total in 18 regular season starts. Do it again and the Buckeyes win. Meanwhile, Washington has to worry about 230-pound bruiser Eddie George, the rest of the Buckeyes running attack. With Joey Galloway on suspension, look for Ohio State to test a suspect Huskies defensive line. Miami has never won at Sun Devil Stadium. They've lost 3 Fiesta Bowls there, but all that changes Saturday. The Hurricanes have found a star in James Stewart. And unlike past years, Coach Dennis Erickson's going to stick to one guy in his one-back offense. Also, don't be surprised if sophomore phenom Jamie German sees the ball a lot, especially if Arizona State goes to an 8-man defensive front. New coach Ted Toner's know-how-to offense worked great against Navy last week. This week, the Aztecs have to face Butkus Award nominee Jarrett Willard. Good luck. And say what you will about quarterback Dave Barr, but the guy to watch in this game is junior tailback Bernard Rutherford. Cal coaches love him. And remember this, few programs stress the run like the Cal Golden Bears.
Thank you, Blitzers. ESPN will bring you a triple header on Saturday. We start with Bill Walsh, his 25th ranked Sanford Cardinal. Can they play any defense this year? They'll hook up with Northwestern following Northwestern's loss to Notre Dame. We sneak through the hedges for a good look at the Dogs and the Volunteers. Eric Zier, he burned South Carolina for 485 yards last week. Tennessee's quarterback situation not too steady, as the Blitzers talked about. Then we put the topping on our coverage with the Canes in Tempe. Miami is 0-3 in Tempe, but they've never lost to Arizona State. Those losses came in the Fiesta Bowls. Still to come on this show, what sport costs the most to bring your family to? That answer is next, and we will size up the Final Four on the women's side of the draw. A lot of other neat things.
It takes experience in personal injury cases to get a fair settlement. At Healy & Whelan Law Firm, we know the value of being well prepared, of studying all the facts, of conferring with experts. Your day in court isn't the time to discover your attorney is inexperienced or unprepared. So if you're injured in an accident that isn't your fault, give us a call. We've been helping people get a fair settlement for more than 60 years. We can do the same for you.
Healy & Whelan. Your first visit is free.
For a unique dining experience with authentic Chinese cuisine, dine at Hunan Chinese Restaurant. Hunan is the healthy choice for lunch or dinner, and you'll appreciate the oriental atmosphere. Hunan Chinese Restaurant, right here in Kearney.
Are you a local business? Are you having problems reaching your audience? You haven't tried cable advertising. We reach practically everyone from ESPN to MTV, USA to CNN, along with 6 more popular channels. We can deliver your message to just the right viewers. Cable or TV, only better.
This goes to ESPN. ESPN cuts right and takes the whole college football season and runs with it. Saturday, the Volunteers take on the Bulldogs, and the Hurricanes meet up with the Sun Devils. ESPN college football. It's inspirational.
Tomorrow night, an NABF Flyweight Championship. Danny Romero defends his title against Manuel Jesus Herrera live. Top Rank Boxing on ESPN.
A Chicago-based newsletter says a family of 4 will spend more dough on an NFL game than taking in a baseball or basketball games. The report based on a family purchasing average price tickets, 2 small beers, 4 small sodas, 4 hot dogs, 2 game programs, 2 caps, and parking for 1 car. 14-year veteran Mike Juminski won't be returning for his 15th season. Earlier today, G-Man announced he was retiring. Juminski will become a member of the Hornets radio team. During his 14 years, he played for the Hornets, Bucks, 76ers, and the Nets. The G-Man scored just under 11,000 points in his NBA career. If you want more hoop news, you got it. The Hawks close to re-signing unrestricted free agent Craig Elo. The 33-year-old guard played in all 82 games last year for Atlanta, averaging 10 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Let the ball go in. Okay, Gary.
Back to the Open. The men now step aside while the women decide who they'll send to Super Saturday. It's almost certain to be Steffi Graf in the final, but Jana Novotná has had some past success against the world's best player, and there was another former Open champ in the Final Four. For more on the women's semis, Betsy Nagelson joins Robin Roberts.
On Friday, the women will again be the center of attention here at the Open. As expected, Betsy, the 2 top seeds advance to the semifinals, but their opponents somewhat of a surprise. Top seed Steffi Graf will go up against Jana Novotná, and immediately last year's Wimbledon final comes to mind, and it seems that collapse has become Novotná's trademark.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jana Novotná, because she's one of the really truly good natural serve volleyers. She struggled this year with some injuries, so it hasn't been one of her best years, but she comes in here playing some of the best tennis she's played in a long time, and she has a really good chance to redeem herself from that Wimbledon final.
Well, not many secrets between these two. They have played 23 times over the last 7 years, with Steffi, though, winning the last 9.
Yeah, I think their head-to-head is a little bit misleading. There was a time when Novotná won back-to-back matches against Steffi Graf, the end of 91, the beginning of 92, and then 5 of the next 6 matches went 3 sets. Novotná held match points in 2 of them. So Steffi Graf realizes she's a very dangerous player and will have to really play her best to beat her.
You know what? In the quarters against Mary Pierce, Novotná changed her strategy. Normally she attacked, but she stayed behind the baseline. I don't think she can pull that off against Graf.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, she realizes she will have to attack consistently. She'll try to use her heavy slice and approach the backhand side of Steffi Graf and try to get in as much as she can. She'll have to work the point around. It's not that easy to get in against Steffi, but she knows she needs to get into that position to win points.
In the other semifinal, number 2 seed Arantxa Sanchez-Vicario will go up against Gabriela Sabatini. And Betsy, is Gabby playing as well as she did in 1990 when she won here? And what does she have to do against Arantxa?
Well, there are parts of Sabatini's game that she feels is much better than when she won it here in 1990. There are other parts that still need some work. Her serve continues to give her some problems, especially when she doesn't get her first serve in. But she comes in here, reaching the semifinal. She comes in with confidence. So she likes her chances, I'm sure, in the semifinals.
And these two know each other quite well, having played 21 times. Sanchez-Vicario, though, winning 6 of the last 7.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, their head-to-head again is kind of interesting. Sabatini won the first 7 matches that they played against each other, and then they split the next several matches. And as you say, Sanchez-Vicario has been pretty dominating in the last 2 years against Sabatini. In fact, they did play each other in the semifinals of the Australian Open just this year, and Sanchez-Vicario won that one pretty comfortably.
We'll have to wait to see what happens tomorrow. For Betsy Nagelson, I'm Robin Roberts from a very windy U.S. Open. Let's go back now to SportsCenter.
Amongst the missing from this year's Open field, a teenager many thought was ready to challenge for Grand Slam titles, but instead, Jennifer Capriati's game slipped almost as suddenly as she burst on the scene. Her emotional, physical, and social struggles are far from unique for teens trying to adjust to touring the world as a professional athlete. This evening at the Open, the Women's Tennis Council announced sweeping changes based on recommendations by an age eligibility council. The ruling basically eliminates 14-year-olds from tournaments other than satellite events, and then there's a graduating scale of involvement until age 18. We've got more to come on SportsCenter. We'll go calling all stars, some of the week's greatest plays and players, including that 49er.
Come on along and head for the mountains of Bush Beer. Head for the mountains, it's cold and it's smooth. It's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bush Beer.
If the foot bone were connected to the head bone, you'd be wearing Wigwam socks. Wigwam, real comfortable socks from Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Soft leather, fine wood, acoustic perfection, front row seats.
The experience of beautiful music has always been enhanced by a rich atmosphere. Acura. Some things are worth the price.
You can become a football legend.
Me? A legend?
Enter ESPN's Football Legend Sweepstakes. If you win, you're on the sidelines of 4 ESPN Sunday Night NFL games. You'll join Chris Berman at ESPN's NFL Game Day Studios.
You are a legend.
Thanks, Chris. You get $10,000 in a commercial on ESPN. And best of all, you get to bring 3 friends everywhere you go, including the Super Bowl. Yeah! ESPN's Football Legend Sweepstakes. Stay tuned for details. Sponsored by Savan, no wrinkle cotton clothing.
We have reached the point where we must go calling all stars. What would the U.S. Open be without Andre Agassi? A tournament of no names, an unseeded player, Agassi has turned the tournament on its head, including Thomas Muster last night. Agassi here in the near court. Moving on with momentum as he heads into the semis against Todd Martin. And then the week started with brilliance. Jerry Rice, the only team he had not scored against was the LA Raiders. He scored against them 3 times, past Jim Brown, and the season is 1 week old.
Calling All Stars is brought to you by Mobile Link. It's the simple way to communicate.
Fellow travelers, life's a journey. Our friends and colleagues, lovers and loved ones. Is it all part of a bigger picture? What connects us to each other? Well, Mobile Link. Only cellular service that has Mobile Link makes it easy to connect with everyone, no matter where you are on that cosmic interstate. Even if you don't know where you are.
Make sure your local cellular service has Mobile Link. Call 800-995-4000.
One of these engines was filled with Castrol Syntec, a synthetic oil, the rest with conventional oils. They were then drained and started without oil to prove a point. You see, Syntec has a unique molecular structure that bonds to engine parts. Lab tests show it leaves a layer of protection far stronger than conventional oils. And if Syntec protects this well now, imagine if you leave it in. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't.
We've got Panasonic.
We've got Emerson. We've got RCA.
We carry the Michelin XGP4s.
Pennzoil, Quaker State. We got a lot of stuff.
We have Magic Chef. We have GE.
We have the Compact. We have the IBM.
We've got Proctor Silex, Sunbeam, Westbend.
40 feet of jam boxes alone. Fantastic rods of nearly every size. There we go.
And we have Conan the Adventurer. You got screwdrivers, power drivers. You got
everything the world man could want.
And let me show you one more thing. Just one more thing.
Unlimited sports news is finally available. Bob knows.
Morning, Bob. Your email yesterday, dead on. The Dodgers pulled it out last night with some 12th inning heroics.
With ESPN Net on Prodigy, Bob talks to the SportsCenter pros every day.
Hey, Bob, for answers to your NFL questions, check out the inside info on coaching changes.
What you want, when you want. Call 1-800-ESPN-PRO. Get ESPN Net on Prodigy.
Hey, how about some Super Bowl tickets?
SportsCenter is brought to you by Walmart. Always low prices, always Walmart. And by American Honda, who has been making quality cars in America for the past 11 years.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. I was going to ask you to watch, now I'm going to demand it. Game day, prime time. Do not start your NFL Sunday without Chris. I can't go through the list of people that work on that show, but watch it, please. Game day and prime time.
And listen to this, news and notes. Jeff Gillooly's going to boot camp. If he serves 6 months there, he can shave up to 18 months off his sentence. Chris Dudley's going back to court. There's a trial in New Jersey determining the eligibility of the NBA one-year opt-out contracts. One quick note, baseball strike talks. The players have presented a proposal to management. They'll mull it over the evening and decide, give an answer to it on Friday morning. I'm Gary Miller.
Dan Patrick coming up, the 1993 49ers yearbook, and then half hour after that, Roy Firestone goes up close with Joe Montana. Good night.
we gave a great effort down at Texas Tech. As in all games, things don't always go smoothly throughout the whole game, but we thought we played very well overall.
It's the Tom Osborne Show with Nebraska head football coach Tom Osborne.
Things got a little bit tight in the third quarter. They went down and scored with the opening kickoff second half, but we responded. I thought we played very well in the third quarter, and particularly in the fourth quarter, we were the strongest football team.
Hosted by Kent Pavelka, voice of the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Will it be the 10, the 5, touchdown, Tommie Frazier.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kent Pavelka, along with Nebraska head football coach Tom Osborne, whose team played very well in another nationally televised game last Thursday, winning 42-16 over Texas Tech. Tom, maybe a team that was better than a lot of people think they were.
I think they'll do well in their conference. As you know, Texas A&M is ineligible for the Southwest Conference Championship, and I would think that with Baylor and maybe Texas, these people will be very competitive, and I thought they played a good ball game against us.
Huskers go 2-0, and coming up on tonight's show, we'll review all the highlights from the Texas Tech game. Tommie Frazier will be the feature at halftime, and Eric Alford and Dante Jones will join us later in the show. So stay with us for the Tom Osborne Show.
Stay tuned immediately following the Tom Osborne Show for a discussion with Omaha World Herald sports writer Eric Olson and Lincoln Journal Star sports writer Ken Hamilton. That's coming up next on Nebraska Public Television.
The Nebraska Cornhuskers traveled to Lubbock, Texas last Thursday night for an ESPN nationally televised game against Texas Tech. Tom, you had to feel good about this ball game coming in because it was a big day for Frank Solich, turned 50 years old, and Frank is well preserved for 50, it seems to me.
Well, he's taking it hard, and his wife wanted to make sure that was well publicized. So 50 is a milestone, but Frank's been a great coach for us. There's a shot of Frank, and I don't think he looks any different than he did maybe 10, 15 years ago. And I guess one thing that makes you look younger is he's got some great players this year, and they played very well in this ball game. It was a fairly warm night, probably somewhere around 90 degrees, close to that at kickoff. A lot of humidity. I see one of the players got trampled on the way out. This was a third down play in the first series. We thought they'd be in man-to-man coverage, and they were. And Lawrence Phillips was running on a linebacker, and it's a good throw by Tommie Frazier and a gain of 8 on the play, which got us a first down.
Started off throwing very well, Tom.
Yeah, I think we completed our first 2 passes, and then we didn't throw quite as well down the stretch, but we ran better. Here's a counter sweep with Lawrence Phillips. You see Zach Wiegert out in front there, and Lawrence picked up 9 yards on the play. That brought up a 3rd and 1. Now Tommie Frazier on an option play gets some fine blocking on the outside, goes 56 yards or 58 yards for the touchdown, and had to run over a whole bunch of tacos down there. I don't know why they do that. They throw tacos on the field, and those things are really slippery, and here it makes a nice cut and accelerates. And he got a good block downfield from our split end on that particular play, and also our tight end. And we got great blocking, really, from our wide receivers, and I think we had something like 7 plays of 25 yards or more. And when you have that happen, you've got to have great downfield blocking.
So it doesn't take long. You're 7-0 ahead early.
Well, here we're on defense now. Dwayne Harris makes the tackle on Alton Crane. Now you see the quarterback rolling out, Tony Darden. He's run out of bounds for a loss of 1. Kareem Moss was there on the tackle. Now pretty good coverage on a deep pattern. We played a lot of man-to-man coverage, and they tried a bunch of fade patterns and really only completed 1, and I guess that might have even been a little bit suspect. Here's a screen pass on another 3rd down play, and Lawrence Phillips did a great job there of breaking some tackles and doing a lot on his own, gain of 6.
Now you're going to gamble, Tom, at midfield.
Yeah, we thought we were strong enough to make this play, and number 35, the offside backer, made a great play, and I think he made 14 tackles in the ball game and was obviously a superior football player. And we didn't have anybody that could block him. He just read it well. And now they get a little bit going on the ground. I think this was their first down. Alton Crane gains 9 yards on that play. And now you see him trying to throw deep here. Nice coverage by, in that case, Darin Miles on defense. Now another draw play and a real good fill here by Mike Mentor. Mike is a good tackler and very smart football player.
And you later lose Mike. You said he's one guy you can't afford to lose. Why do you say that?
Well, Mike is a very stable player. He never panics. He's a very smart player and physically very gifted. And so he's the whole package. Now good pursuit there. Loss of 6, Dwayne Harris, Christian Peter on the tackle.
He makes a great play. He's doubled there for a while.
Christian is really strong, and Dwayne Harris recovers. They got around Dwayne first, but then Dwayne came on to make the stop, and that was for a loss of 6 yards on the play. So now they're going to punt, and going for it on 4th and 1 didn't really lead to a Texas Tech score, but it led to some very bad field position. And so now the ball is down on our 1. It wasn't really a misplay on anybody from Nebraska, in that we tell our players to line up at the 10-yard line and to not retreat for a ball like that. So they just hung it high, and they'd have to bounce in a way that they could stop it. Tommie Frazier on a quarterback draw picked up 4 or 5 yards, but we were still short there. I think we had 4th and 3. Very fine punt here. It was about 60 yards plus in the air. That was Darin Erstad. It was actually a 62-yard punt.
They're penalized.
And Tech got penalized there, so we really kind of got out of the hole a little bit due to the kicking game. Now, Byron Hanspard is a freshman player. We tried to recruit Byron very hard last year. We thought he was maybe the best running back that we saw, and he chose to go to Tech. But he picked up 13 yards on that game before Leslie Dennis made the play. Now Walker on a 1-yard run. Basically pressure by Christian Peter, and Darden has an incomplete pass on 3rd and 8, and Darin Miles is on the coverage.
Now you're going to end up on the 2-yard line again.
Well, this was a fine punt, and we had some players run together. Normally we would have fielded that ball at about the 20-25-yard line, but as the return man was trying to field it, one of our own blockers ran into him. Now we're trying to throw the ball out of the end zone, and Tommie Frazier, if it wasn't a great athlete, we probably would have had a safety there, but he was able to scramble out of there. The linebacker scraped. Lawrence Phillips made a good adjustment and gets a little bit on him.
He takes 2 guys out, Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence did a good job there, and Tommie picks up 9 on the play. And with a lot of quarterbacks, I would hesitate to throw a pass of that nature out of the end zone, but I figured he's got enough mobility that probably not going to get sacked.
Tommie shows the DB the ball here.
Now, this is a little option play, not a long gain, but a gain of 8 or 9 on that, or that was a gain of about 7. Now Phillips runs hard and gains 7 yards on that play. Inside zone play again, and another 7-yard gain.
Now, great grab by Reggie, Tom.
And Reggie shows good concentration and a fine run. Reggie's gotten stronger, and you can see that. He's able to break some tackles and make some plays, and that was a gain of 14 yards.
Some people thought there might be interference here, but Holbein was going for the ball all the way.
Yeah, he went for the ball. The question is, when you go over the shoulder of the defender, whether you're interfering with his right to catch the ball or not. Now, a counter sweep that's well blocked, and Phillips on another good gain of 13 yards. We'll see that play again now from ground level.
Need to get him a tighter helmet here, Tom. His pat comes off.
Well, he got his helmet knocked off, and the Texas Tech player got his helmet, or 2 helmets rolling around, which is kind of unusual. Here's an option play, and Tommie pitched the ball late. Actually, didn't anybody to pitch on in that particular play, but a gain of 6. The sideline really hampered us there. We ran out of room, and that's the end of the quarter with us in pretty good shape here. And I thought we played well overall in that quarter and pretty well controlled the ball game.
Coming up next, the Huskers complete a 98-yard drive to open the second quarter. Those highlights are coming up next. Well, we left off from the first quarter with Nebraska on the move, a drive which started on the 2-yard line, culminating in a Tommie Frazier touchdown, opening the second period. Hit the long field all night long, and if you'd had the short field, made a few more field goals, you would have scored a lot more points probably.
But we didn't have the field position that we had when we played West Virginia, certainly. And this is a well-executed screen pass. Great block by Zach Wiegert out there on the outside. And Lawrence Phillips almost takes it in the end zone, a gain of 24 yards. We'll see it from the field level now. This is sort of a read screen where Tommie Frazier has an option to go two ways. There's a block by Zach Wiegert, and here's Brendan Stye downfield. And a pretty good effort by Brendan Holbein. He held his block for quite a while. So it was a well-executed play and a key play in the drive. Now an option play to the left. You see a good block by Schlesinger, and Frazier had the option to either pitch or keep. And in those kinds of situations, we'd rather, if he feels he can score without taking a chance of pitching the ball, he ought to go ahead and put it in the end zone, which
Looked like he could score either way.
Number 7 was in a bind, as you can see. He had to play 2 people, and that's the purpose of the option game is to get somebody isolated in that kind of situation. And you see Tech with the ball. They're trying to run an option here, and excellent support there. That was Tony Veland, who came up from safety, and Tony's really a good hitter and causes a lot of things to happen.
I called this incomplete on the radio. They called it complete on the field.
Well, I think we may be able to see it from another view. We'll see here. There were people who indicated the ball came loose and it never was in his control. Now a quarterback draw, and that was a gain of just 2. Ed Stewart made the play. Good pressure here now. And here the ball's complete, but it's out of bounds. Good coverage by Tyrone Williams. And so the long completion led to this field goal. And now it's 14-3. And Tech had one shot at a field goal, and they made it. It was a 49-yard field goal. Pretty long effort, really.
Nice run back by Damon here.
You got some good blocks here. You see Clinton Childs out front gets a good block, and Damon breaks a tackle. And Damon does a nice job of getting the ball out to actually about their 40-yard line.
That was a wedge return up the middle?
Right. It's there's nothing fancy about it. You're just trying to isolate people man on man. And you see the block by Childs was one of the key blocks. But the good thing was in the front part of our wedge, everybody got on somebody and occupied them, and then the latter part of the wedge came through. Now, this was an audible play, pitched to Damon Benning, and Damon picks up first down, and also a face mask at the end of the penalty, at the end of the play, which was a 5-yard penalty.
There's a pass, it's dropped. Less stickum allowed on those gloves. Is that a factor this year?
Well, I don't know what's going on there, but this was a key play because it was a 3rd down play, and I think Damon would have scored. They blitzed, and there was nobody covering him, and he probably was thinking about running a little bit prematurely. So that brought up a 4th down and about 6 or 7. We missed the field goal. It was a fairly long field goal attempt. And now you see a draw play here. Good support. Again, Tony Veland in the ball game. Troy Dumas in on the play.
Coming with a lot of people in this pass play.
Well, they protected fairly well. Good coverage again. And we played a lot of man-to-man, and they must have thrown 8 or 9 deep balls. And really, they had the one that was ruled a completion. There, Phil Ellis on a nice stop up the middle. Reasonably good pressure here. Good coverage. Tony Veland picks the ball off. Tony has really good running ability. As a quarterback, I thought he was one of the finest runners that we've ever had because he has great running instincts. And he's still not really completely well, but he's getting better.
He's going to have to play more, though, isn't he?
Well, he's going to have to be the starter now that Minner's hurt. And here you see a replay. Good coverage there by Troy Dumas running down the field with the receiver, and Tony Veland was over the top. And this was the only turnover we got during the ball game. We gave up 1, and they gave up 1, so the turnovers were even.
Again, that kind of relates to having the long field all night.
Well, that's true. If you get a bunch of turnovers, then the points come easier. Here's the second part of that double screen. They took the eye back away from us, and so we went back to split in Reggie Ball, and he was covered. They did interfere with him, but they ruled that it was behind the line of scrimmage, so it's you can make contact at that point. We missed another field goal there, and of course those 2 field goals would have made it a little bit easier. Nice play there by Dante Jones, and Dante, of course, can really close, and we got a lot of players on defense that can do that.
Dante's going to be on the show later. Now, he was playing inside off the line of scrimmage on that play.
Yeah, that was a check defense where we fold the rush people back, and I'd say 90% of the time they're going to be up on the line coming. Now, play action pass, and this ball was pretty much dropped. Fairly good coverage by Kareem Moss, but it was certainly a completable pass.
Here's Clint Brown. Haven't heard of him a whole lot from Arlington.
Clint's our number 2 linebacker, Sam linebacker. He plays behind Troy Dumas, walk-on player, and who's just steadily made improvement. He's a fine football player and a guy that has pretty good speed. So like most everybody on defense, he can run.
Here's a great run. Kind of a counter to your counter, isn't it?
Well, this is what you call improvising. Tommie Frazier gets out in front, makes a good block, and Lawrence Phillips lost his shoe there. Here you see Lawrence is stopped as he goes to his left and makes an excellent cut. And I thought Lawrence in this ball game ran more like Lawrence. He more fluid. See Frazier downfield making a good effort there. And he did have a toe problem in this ball game, and we hope he straightens out. Here's an option play, and they really string it out. Tommie gets awfully deep and does a good job of still picking up 6-7 yards, but it wasn't like you draw it on the board.
So it's 14-3, and that'll be the end of the first half of play. The Huskers on the road, game number 2 for 1994, and it is halftime. The Huskers leading by 14-3 over Texas Tech. Coming up next on the Tom Osborne Show, we'll find out how Tommie Frazier is handling the Heisman candidate media blitz. The Huskers are garnering a lot of national media attention this season, and the Nebraska player receiving the most has been junior quarterback Tommie Frazier. Jeff Schmall tells us how Tommie's been handling the media blitz.
There, Rogers takes the ball at the 30. He's hit and got away. Back upfield to the 35.
In 1972, Johnny Rogers became Nebraska's first ever Heisman Trophy winner.
To the 20, to the 10. He's all the way home.
Turner Gill, back to Rozier. Here we go.
11 years later, Mike Rozier received the coveted Heisman as college football's top player in 1983. Now, 11 years later, Nebraska once again has a serious Heisman Trophy candidate in quarterback Tommie Frazier.
25 inside the 20. Tommie Frazier will score. Touchdown, Tommie. Great.
In fact, many in the national media are touting Tommie as the favorite for the Heisman this season.
Well, you know, it's hard to not read it, but that's something that I've handled that whatever people are saying, I can't really get too excited about because when an individual award, you have to do it over a period of 10 to 11 games, and right now it's only one game, and some people are favoring me as a Heisman Trophy winner, but that's something I'm not worried about right now. The only thing that I'm really focusing on is helping my team win, and I'm going to do that to the best of my ability.
Frazier's quarterback coach at Nebraska, Turner Gill, is very familiar with media hype because during his playing days at Nebraska in the early 80s, Turner was also a media darling.
I think the main thing I want to keep him focused on, just like I did, and Coach Osborne telling me, was to keep focus on the team. You got to keep focus on that because if you start thinking about your individual things, then that kind of gets you off track and keeping everything in perspective of the team. So if you get all the team goals reached, the individual goals will come and make it yourself.
So how is Tommie handling all this Heisman hype?
He's handling it very, very well. You know, he's a team player, and you know, he's a guy that can keep everything in the right perspective because I believe he has a good head on his shoulders. He's really done a tremendous job, and he still has 2 years left. He got this year and next year, and you got to remember he's still just a young guy, and I'm gonna make sure to try to keep him in the right perspective with everything, and you know, keep everything focused in his academics, keep everything focused as a team while he's on the football field, and let everything just take care of itself.
Frazier is off to a great start this season. But Tommie's major goal is not to win individual awards because he has something bigger and better in mind.
All we want to do is just improve on last year. We got to the national championship game, and we just want to move one step further, and that's winning the national championship this year. We feel that we have the talent and the capability of doing it this year.
Tommie Frazier is but one of many talented players on the Nebraska football team. So it's not surprising that the nation is paying a lot of attention to the Huskers this fall.
For the Tom Osborne Show, I'm Jeff Schmall.
Texas Tech opened the second half against Nebraska with a very impressive 80-yard touchdown drive to pull within 5 points for the Cornhuskers. Tom, they won the coin toss and deferred, and so they get the ball. Defense a little bit flat to start the second half?
Well, I'm not sure we were flat. As you'll notice, there were some improvised plays here, some scrambles, and things that you really can't always stop. This was the touchdown play. It was a play-action pass. And there was a penalty on the drive that gave them 15 yards. Now they go for 2 points, and we came with a wide blitz. They bobbled the snap just a little bit, and of course don't convert. So at this point, the score is 14-9. Things have tightened up a little bit, and I guess in a way this was the low point of the game for us. But I was really pleased with the way the offense responded. Had we given up the ball 3 plays and out, we could have been in trouble here. But got a short gain there on the first play. Now a great run by Lawrence Phillips. Picks up a gain of about 6 or 7 yards on that play.
Nice block by Schlesinger on that
now
play.
There's a trap play, and their linebackers really flowing to the outside. They're very outside conscious. We had run outside much of the game in the first half. Second half, our inside trapping game seemed to work very well, and Corey Schlesinger ran well there, gained 41 yards. Corey does have excellent speed. Here you see a replay of that. And,
you run more traps this year, Tom? Fullback traps?
Well, we actually didn't run the inside fullback trap last year until the bowl game. And we've always run the off-tackle trap, which that was one right there. And here's an inside trap, and it was a third down and about 8. And a lot of times on 3rd and 8, a team is going to be looking for a pass, so they're going to really fly their people upfield and makes them a little bit more subject to traps. We kind of gambled on that play, but it worked, and we get down. Here's another shot of it, and
lots
get
of
down
yards
inside the 5-yard line.
Lots of yards, Tom. 612 and 42 points.
That was a 24-yard run there by Corey, and that was on a 3rd and 9, as we mentioned earlier. So now we come in a power set, and Lawrence Phillips goes up over the top. He got hit in midair, but hung on to the ball, fortunately, and was able to dive into the end zone. Lawrence has good leaping ability, and we see another shot of it here. We did have a little bit of penetration on the left side of our line there, which we don't like to see, but that was an 82-yard drive in 8 plays, and at this point I felt that we're probably going to win the game unless something unusual happened.
Could have had your second pick here. He throws into coverage, left reach.
Now, Kareem Moss has a shot at the ball, and the ball was overthrown. We had the receiver covered both deep and short. Now play action, and pretty good time. And this guy had pretty good speed and quickness, and you see our quickness there. We had a lot of guys running well to the ball. Kareem Moss eventually made the tackle.
That's what happens when you have defensive penetration.
Yeah, we had some new people in there at that point. I think Jared Tommich was in on the play, and so we substituted rather freely throughout the ball game. Replay here.
Phil Ellis was there.
Grant Wistrom is in at the other rush spot. You got to keep your rush ends fairly fresh because they do a tremendous amount of running in the course of the game. Now another blitz. That play was made by Ryan Terwilliger on that play for a loss of about 5 or 6 yards.
He comes clean. There's the replay.
They obviously had no way to pick that up, and we came with quite a few blitzes as the game went along, and were able to contain their quarterbacks a little bit better. Now Lawrence Phillips on an outside play. This was maybe in some ways his finest run. I thought he eliminated one man with a couple moves and split 2 others on a tackle, and that was the play right there where he stubbed his toe again. He's been having trouble with his toes.
Here's a replay. Macrovica with a nice block at the point of attack here for Lawrence.
Now this is an outside zone play, and there was one man left that was unaccounted for, and he pretty well took care of him on his own. So it was a nice run there by Lawrence.
He finished with 175 yards. You can see he's limping a little bit there.
Yeah, that was where he stubbed his toe. That was a 20-yard gain. Now Jeff Makovicka on an inside zone play, pickup of 6. And I thought Lawrence might be done for the day, and now you see him come back in and runs like there's nothing wrong with him.
Is that a zone play there?
Yeah, it was zone blocking, and I would say that that was probably the most impressive play of the game from the standpoint of the offensive line. We created so much space in there just by knocking people back. We actually knocked the defensive tackle back into the safety man, and there was no place for the defenders to fill. And there's good coverage. Leslie Dennis on a deep ball.
They had trouble throwing it too, Tom.
Yeah, now deep coverage again. So they had a lot of plays where they were just incomplete passes. Now we had Damon Benning in there for a counter sweep, for a counter trap rather, for 5-yard gain. Schlesinger on a 12-yard run, and we're eating up pretty good hunks of yardage in here.
Schlesinger finishes with 84 yards, career high, as was Lawrence Phillips, 175.
I really went to it for a play action pass that the receiver Muhammad was open, but we had a blitz and we had a little breakdown in protection. One of our linemen didn't step properly and didn't reach far enough, and as a result, we got sacked on the play for a loss of 7. Now we had a third down and fairly long situation. We tried an option instead of throwing the ball, and we picked up 10 of it, but we still were short and had to punt the ball away.
Now you're going to see some nice pressure.
Excellent pass rush on that particular play. Good job by Jason Pesterfield. We had played Terry Keneally and Christian Peter most of the first half. In the second half, we brought in a lot of other defensive linemen who gave us a little shot in the arm. I thought did a nice job.
And that's the end of the third quarter. Coming up next, the Huskers put the finishing touches on a great debut of the 1994 regular season. Three down and 1 to go. Just 15 more minutes to go in the Texas Tech game. Tom, how did you feel that your team played in the fourth quarter?
I thought we played pretty well. We really wanted to play a physical style of football where in the fourth quarter we'd be the strongest team. I think we were. And we also got a chance to play a lot of other players the last 8, 9, 10 minutes of the quarter. So it was a good quarter of play, and we were able to shut Texas Tech out. Here you see a couple of incomplete passes by Darin. And now you see Kareem Moss trying to field the punt. He was interfered with.
I give him 2 yards.
Yeah, you have to give him a little cushion there. Now, there was a time when I don't think the rusher ever really hit him, so time that would have been ruled a fumble. Now, Tommie Frazier on a nice run and picked up 13 yards on that particular option play to the left.
And I think we see it again here.
And you see same play. It's a sprint option. This was audible at the line of scrimmage.
Zadiska with a nice block there.
Actually, tight end and the left tackle both did a fine job on the play. And as I said, many times in these shots, the receivers' blocks don't show, but do a tremendous job down the field throughout the whole ball game. Now an option play, and Clinton Childs picked up 9 on that play. Now, short play up the middle here. This was a counter trap that didn't break clean. And Clinton gained 4.
Well, he's tough between tackles, isn't he?
Yeah. Bootleg play here. Eric Alford shows his speed, and we think Eric is a big play guy at tight end, can get deep, can catch the ball short, and he can run with it once he catches it.
It's a run-pass option, isn't it?
And the thing that makes this thing work is that Frazier starts to run, and of course that makes people come out of coverage. And we like those kinds of plays where he has multiple options, where he can either run the ball or pull up and throw it to one of 2 or 3 different receivers. And the bootleg action many times gets the linebackers out of position. So it was a big play there again, and a nice completion of 35 yards to Eric Alford. Excellent defense here. Good pursuit there by Dwayne Harris.
Brooke throws this into coverage a little bit.
Yeah, we were trying to. Abdul Muhammad had caught a pass in several consecutive games, and we normally would have had him out of the game there. We tried to throw him the ball, and Brooke forced it a little bit, and the safety man recovered. Nice play there by Eric Stokes. And, of course, Eric is going to have to play a great deal now too, and we're having him learn the safety spot to give us some help in there.
Is he healthy now, Tom?
Yeah, Eric, I think, is pretty well recovered. I don't know that you could say he's 100%, but he's got to be getting close. Here we pressured him, and they dumped the ball out to a short receiver and managed to pick up a first down. Now another job of some pretty good pressure, and this ball was fumbled, as you can see. We have a shot at it right there.
Safety.
And but Texas Tech got on the football, so it should have been a situation where you think most of the time we would have recovered that play. This is a blitz, and people like blitzes, and I like blitzes, but you can see the vulnerability is that once somebody breaks the line of scrimmage, there's not much left. And
if you come, you better make the play.
Yeah, you got to get there. And we were successful on a number of blitzes, and yet probably most of the big plays that we gave up in the ball game were blitz plays of that nature. So that made it 35 to 16. Clinton Childs here, that's rather Damon Benning on an inside zone play. Damon made a nice cut. We played Damon pretty interchangeably with Clinton most of the second half. Lawrence Phillips played some in the third quarter, and then here's another shot of that run with Damon. You see the line surge on that particular play.
Back to your trap series here again.
Yeah, that was Jeff Makovic on a 12-yard run on a trap. And see the replay of that particular play, well blocked, and again taking advantage of the linebacker flow that Texas Tech began to give us.
Brooks shows good speed here.
Brooks can run. He's he's 6'4", 210, probably 4'6". Good arm. I hated to see him get off to that bad start with that interception, but he recovered well, and I thought did a nice job here. You see another shot of the option play here, and that's a 16-yard gain on that particular play. And of course, he had excellent blocking on the play.
Now a touchdown.
This was a 4th down and 3, and you see Alford on the block, and the guy that did a great job there was Riley Washington. Actually blocked 2 people downfield, and Clinton split the seam there and took it in from 30 yards out. And Clinton has good speed, and he's got good size, good power, and I think is a very fine player. So we really have three I-backs right now that I think can play big time football, and each one of them brings something special to the football team.
42-16 as we run out the rest of the game.
Hanspard, loss of 1 on the play. He's a true freshman out of DeSoto, Texas. Now this is their 3rd quarterback, and really pretty good coverage there. That was a perfect throw and great concentration by the receiver. Hanspard again. Loses 1 there. That's John Hess and Aaron Penland in the ball
Almost
game.
intercepted here, Coach.
Yeah, Darin Schmadeke had clear sailing. If he'd picked that one off, I'm sure he would have scored. And
he makes this play too.
That's a good hit here by Darin. And that was Cavazos, who's in there as their 3rd quarterback. And that held him there. And now, last play of the game, Matt Turman hands the ball off to Brian Schuster, and Brian almost broke it all the way. He has good speed. He's our number 3 fullback, and a gain of 33 yards on that play. Here you see the replay, and you see the trap. This was an inside trap.
There's Brian Pruitt, 65.
Yeah, so our trapping game worked well, along with the options. And there's Spike Dykes. Spike Dykes, a good man. Spike's been a high school coach. He was with Darrell Royal at Texas for a number of years, and he's been around the horn, and a guy that I respect very much.
Coming up, one of the offensive stars of the Husker team, tight end Eric Alford, joins us, so stay with us. Coach Osborne and I are now joined by Nebraska senior tight end Eric Alford, and after Thursday night's game, Eric was all smiles as he scored his first career touchdown as a Cornhusker. Now, Eric, that was a run-pass option. I wonder what you might have to say to Tommie had he decided to tuck it in and run it.
Well, it's been like that. Last couple, against West Virginia, I was wide open, and he tucked it up and ran in. I don't think nothing about it because the play is designed for him to run, actually.
But he didn't make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, and I'm happy because of that.
That was a nice play.
Yeah, thank you.
It was.
Well, one of the difficult things about those plays is we give the quarterback an order of things to do, and of course, if he's trying to do three things at one time, he doesn't do anything well. So if he's got the run, he's got to take it, and then if he gets pulled up, which he did in that case, he's going to find Eric. And Eric has great speed. I think Eric, in a way, has been handicapped by the fact that he is a guy that has a lot of abilities. And I think, Eric, you might tell him a little bit what you did at junior college. You played lots of places, didn't you?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure I know about what all you did there.
I went to junior college in Garden City, Kansas. I played 7 positions. I played tight end. My starting position was receiver, but I came in also as a running back, tight end, played punt returner, kickoff returner, played cornerback and linebacker.
You were running back in high school.
Yeah.
High Point, North Carolina, your hometown.
Yeah.
Tell people where's that in the state?
It's like southeast. It's like in the middle part of North Carolina. It's way inland from the coast, so we have to worry about hurricanes and nothing like that. But
it's not real easy to get to. I know I was at school one time. It's not right next to anything.
Coach, what did Eric have to say last year when you moved him from wing back to tight end?
Well, Eric, I think the fact that Eric had played so many spots, he was really agreeable to it. And I think it's been a learning experience, hasn't it? I mean, Eric was a wingback last year, and a good one and a big one, and we ran out of tight ends that had speed, and so Eric has made that adjustment. How do you feel it's gone? Do you feel like it's gone pretty well for you?
Yeah, I feel like the move from wingback to tight end has gone very well. But, sometimes I mess up, but I'm still learning the position.
What are you doing in school, Eric? What's your major?
My major is family science, and what I want to take that is I want to be a child psychologist. I want to get kids off the street from doing drugs and being violent and put them to work, like doing side jobs and like that. Just to get them off the street.
That's great. I read in the media guide, Tom, where this guy plays the violin. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Is that true?
Yeah. When I was in the 6th grade, I took orchestra, as a choice, and I played the violin. And actually, it was fun. It was just one, kind of trouble was my long arms trying to hold a violin on my neck.
I imagine so.
Yeah.
Well, Dante Jones is going to be with us. He plays the drums. Maybe we can get you guys back together and do a little performance for us.
Yeah, the violin and drums, I don't think I'm go too good together.
I'm afraid Eric might break the strings now. He's getting pretty strong, pretty big guy.
Eric, congratulations on a great game and good luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we'll go to the other side of the ball and talk with outside linebacker Dante Jones. When you talk about talented athletes on this Husker football team, you'd be hard-pressed to find one better than the man to my right, Dante Jones, senior outside linebacker for the Huskers, who 2 years in a row now has been named Lifter of the Year. That's got to be a satisfying award. I know you worked really hard for that, Dante.
Yes, I did. During the off season, I really focused on trying to get my strength up because I really didn't weigh too much, for taking on those offensive linemen. So I really worked hard in the weight room.
How much bigger have you gotten?
Well, I came in weighing 215, and my range right now is like 220, 225. I really don't get no bigger than 225, so I really have to stay in the weight room and get stronger.
The thing about Dante that I think is really interesting is that he runs so well. We run gassers at the end of practice, and that's one of Dante's favorite exercises, I understand. But he always leads. We don't have any backs that can beat him. I don't know how far that is, a couple hundred yards. They go back and forth to it a couple times across the field. And so I've really been impressed by the fact that he always lays it on the line in practice and works hard. And how do you feel our defense is coming right now, Dante? Do you feel like our performance the other night was good at Texas Tech, or what was your impression?
Well, we had a couple of mental letdowns, but I think once we get home and play in front of our home crowd, we'll be able to do well.
Tech was, excuse me, Dante, Tech was pretty good on offense, I thought, on Thursday night.
Yes, they were. They had a fast tempo, and we really had to be in great shape. And Coach Osborne, like he said, throughout the week, we ran a lot of gases, so we was in great shape for the game.
The thing I like about Dante is he really leads by example. He's a 100%er practice, ball games, a good person on and off the field.
He's accomplished a lot, too, not only on the field. He's graduated with his bachelor's degree already. What did you major in, Dante?
Business administration.
You play drums at your church, is that right?
Yes, I play for the Gospel Workshop Choir at Christ Temple. I've been playing there since, I say, my sophomore year in college.
I'm glad we don't have drums the night before the game because I run next to the players. And imagine Dante be playing his drums late at night. So
that's great.
I'm glad you can find that to Sunday morning.
What's after college, after your senior season here, Dante?
Well, hopefully I'll take my degree and try to own like a sports store and go out there and maybe have like my own closeout line and just sell my outwear.
That'd be great. Hey, you've done a great job in your career. Everybody's enjoyed watching you a lot. Congratulations.
Thanks for coming.
Very good. Tom and I will be back to close out tonight's show right after this.
Stay tuned immediately following the Tom Osborne Show for a discussion with Omaha World Herald sports writer Eric Olson and Lincoln Journal-Star sports writer Ken Hamilton. That's coming up next on Nebraska Public Television.
So the Huskers 42-16 winners over Texas Tech. Tom, you're 2-0. Things are going very well, and now you look forward to Saturday and UCLA in Lincoln.
Well, it'll be a great football team. I think the first two teams we played are good teams. We probably had an edge in depth and personnel and talent. This will be a little different situation. They've got some great athletes. They recruit well. They recruit nationally, and of course Stokes is a fine receiver, and so it'll be exciting to see what happens. But we're going to have to play great football to win this one.
Congratulations on the win Thursday.
Okay.
Good luck Saturday against UCLA. We'll see you then. Thank you for watching us. Kent Pavelka saying so long for Tom Osborne.
The Tom Osborne Show is a production of the Husker Vision Network.
Hi again, everybody. I'm Bill Dolman. Thanks for staying with us once again for our follow-up show to the Tom Osborne Show. Again, we'll be talking about Nebraska's 42-16 win over Texas Tech. And, of course, we'll get to your questions and comments a little bit later. And we'll do so with our guests this week who join us once again this season. First of all, from the Omaha World Herald, joining us is one of the Nebraska beat writers, Eric Olson. And from the Lincoln Journal-Star, a guy who just sprinted over here to be with us, Ken Hamilton from the Lincoln Papers. And, Eric, we will start with you. This Nebraska win over Texas Tech, they seem to come out of the gate very, very strong, and then maybe seem to lose some intensity. Did they start out too quickly, and is this a team that really has to stay focused?
Well, I don't know if they had their full attention on Texas Tech necessarily. Of course, the game against UCLA was looming this week. Yeah, Frazier did have that nice long touchdown run that got him going, but I think I don't think Texas Tech ever was going to, in Nebraska's mind, be able to beat them. And I think that as the game wore on, Nebraska knew they could put them away. It was just a matter of doing it, and I don't think that they ever felt endangered in the game. So maybe it was a little difficult to keep their attention right on what the matter at hand was with UCLA coming up.
I think they'll have their focus probably for the whole game with UCLA coming in. Probably their focus for the whole week.
I would think so. They've thrown a couple plays each week. I think even since two-a-days, they've looked a little bit at the shotgun of UCLA and what UCLA does. But certainly, you can't discount Texas Tech. They were not an awful team. They fairly mobile quarterbacks, pretty good little running back. I know one of their running backs that they Byron Hanspard, Nebraska desperately recruited very hard last year. So they had some quality players. And if you look at it, Nebraska's troubles in that game were pretty much things they'd adjusted to, the over-pursuing of the quarterback. And then on offense, they started out with a little bit of option, and that got shut down, so they went to power. And Nebraska really did I think Coach Osborne said workmanlike, and it was pretty much they did a job and got it done.
Again, we're talking with Eric Olson of the Omaha World Herald and Ken Hamilton of the Lincoln Journal and Star, and we also enjoy talking with you and hearing from you on this segment. One thing that we do want to let you know is that we do have phone polls that are open and running. You can call us here in Lincoln, the area code 402-472-6788, or statewide, give us a call, 800-634-6788. those phone lines are open, and give us a call so we can talk about, well, what you want to talk about for next week's show when Nebraska takes on UCLA. One of the calls we got this week, we got a lot of great input, a lot of great phone calls from the folks of the state of Nebraska. One guy from Omaha wants to know about Nebraska's tight end situation, and are they going to go to the tight end more, and what about going to the backs aside from those great receivers that they have? And I guess really the question here is, do they have the talent at those positions so that they can open up their passing game?
Well, I think that Eric Alford has made a nice transition over to the tight end spot. He caught a touchdown pass against Texas Tech. I don't really see Nebraska doing a whole lot different with the tight end than they've done in previous years. They'll pop a pass to the tight end now and then, but I think that their function basically is to get out and knock people over.
And with their running game, that does open up the tight end, as we saw in Alford's touchdown pass.
Exactly. Yeah, but you're, for the most part, like Eric said, you're looking at a sixth lineman, basically. Matt Shaw is as good a blocker as there is on the team, and Mark Gilman is a good blocker and good receiver. I don't think Matt Shaw, I think, has caught one pass in his career. What a great story! 5-year kid, and now he's a starter at tight end and a walk-on from Lincoln Northeast. But Eric Alford is. You talk to the coaches, talk to other players, and the name Johnny Mitchell comes up, and Junior Miller comes up, and this kid. Matter of fact, I think he caught that pass right after. Somebody in the press box said, gee, Alford's been the big surprise because he hasn't done anything this year. And sure enough, he catches the 35-yarder touchdown. I think that the tight end, like Eric says, is going to open up. He's primarily a blocker. If all of a sudden they're loading up 8 guys in the line, he'll do a little pop on a lineman and then do a little hitch, and he's open.
Talk about the talent at tight end. They did reward Matt Shaw this last week. He did get a scholarship. Apparently, Nebraska won its appeal with the John Elder situation when he left the team right after school had started, and his scholarship has gone over to Matt Shaw. So they got him on scholarship, and he's probably very deserving of it.
Yeah, he's a great story. You get so many guys like that in a program like Nebraska, where a kid comes in, walks on, pays his own way, and earns a starting job. Clint Brown's another example of a kid who walked on from Arlington, saw some pretty good time against Texas Tech. And then you got the NCAA trying to pull the rug out from under those guys in the effort that they're really what college athletics is really all about. But getting back to those tight ends, I mean, that was just a real product of Nebraska's running game, because you saw Frazier get the option. Then they went to Lawrence Phillips, who became the Big 8 Player of the Week. Then Corey Schlesinger, and then the tight end. They just recycle it over again. How about the backs? Do they have the type of talent that they can open it up more out of the backfield?
Well, I think the first 3 plays that were crucial for Phillips in the game were catches. So to those who always say they need to throw the backs more and stuff, which we often hear, that was a little satisfaction for them. And I think the deal is they do have the balance, and one of the signs of a very good team in Nebraska obviously is they can do many different things. And obviously they showed a little bit of this and a little bit of that in the Texas Tech game. If in trouble, they obviously can make adaptations to what they're supposed to do.
We want to get to some more questions. And speaking of the NCAA, this caller wants to know why the NCAA doesn't allow athletes to be paid some sort of stipend besides their scholarship so that they can have some spending money. And you cover the NCAA conventions quite a bit, Ken.
Well, the reason they don't let them pay is because you might have the tendency that you might get paid quite a bit for doing not much, and certainly Texas A&M is in trouble this year because they had 5 players get paid for not doing anything. In the old days, you could have guys watching, say, the submarine pens here in Lincoln if you wanted to, or something like that. And that's why they don't let any stipend at all. Back up until, I believe, 1962 or 63, they were allowed a monthly laundry allowance because these guys have to pay for their own laundry. Probably the best thing they could do, and there is some leaning toward this, is cost of attendance, letting that be paid to the student over and above the scholarship, and that averages about to $2,000 a year, and so that would be on and above the scholarship and a Pell Grant, and certainly that could be done and could be done legally and no problems.
Rob Zadiska was on the committee that studied the possibility of a postseason playoff in college football, and one of the things he talked about was just the possibility of a postgraduate scholarship for some of these players, and that's another way to possibly compensate them, because it really is too bad that here these guys are generating millions of dollars for for the university, the state's economy, and yet they receive their college education, which of course is what it's all about. But I think maybe they're entitled to a little bit more, and I think that postgraduate scholarship program that Rob Zadiska has talked about is possibly an avenue that maybe could be explored a little bit.
Well, he's certainly gotten a lot of scholarship money for being such an outstanding student, and that would be a terrific idea. One guy that you talk about money may not have the ability to make the money in the NFL because you really don't know what they're going to be looking for in terms of quarterback. They like guys that can throw the ball, but if you got a guy that can lead an offense like Tommie Frazier does, maybe he could make a lot of money on Sundays. But let's talk about his college career. One of our callers wants to know, what are his chances as a junior for winning the Heisman Trophy this year? We'll add another call in here. A guy from Lincoln wants to know how critical it is to keep Tommie Frazier healthy. I think that's pretty obvious. What are the chances of moving Tony Veland? The Heisman talk first.
Well,
moving Tony
Veland where?
Back to quarterback. Should Tommie get hurt?
He used to play quarterback?
Yeah. Tony Veland talked to both Eric and I yesterday, and he has no dreams of going back to quarterback. He wants to play, and he knows the way he's going to play as a defensive back. As for a Heisman Trophy for Tommie, that stuff is, that's really stretching a bit. There's 2 games into the season.
Well, Nebraska started off by playing West Virginia. You have the whole nation watching this game. He's impressive. He ran the ball sensationally against West Virginia. He led the team to the big 31-0 victory. The whole nation's now talking about Tommie Frazier, Heisman Trophy candidate. When you think of a Heisman Trophy candidate, I think that in terms of a quarterback, you think of passing a little bit, and he's a 41% passer right now. That's not a Heisman Trophy candidate. If you look at as far as being the kind of player who would lead your team, who would be the all-important factor in your team's success, well, he certainly fits that qualification for a Heisman Trophy. But when you look at a nation full of voters, they're going to be looking at his passing stats because he's a quarterback. I mean, you just have to face it. The passing stats are overwhelmingly important.
Plus, didn't Beto Cook already award 2 Heisman trophies to Ron Pallas of Notre Dame?
And I think Lee Corso has Lee Becton of Notre Dame.
Yeah, Lee Becton has one. So there's 3 Heisman trophies this year already. Tommie could win a 4th, I suppose.
I suppose we can do it right now.
Yeah.
Read another. Tommie Frazier's the best player in Nebraska.
And if you read like the USA Todays and stuff, and everybody that runs Heisman watches, that kind of gets a little carried away. And it's a lot like preseason ratings and early season ratings. Nobody knows. I mean, Nebraska's got, 11 games left if they play a bowl game, and they probably will. Everybody else has at least 10 games left. It's nice talk, it's nice fodder, but let it rest.
Yeah, and who heard of a guy named Barry Sanders when the season opened a couple of years ago down at Oklahoma State? There's a whole lot that can happen. And as you mentioned, Ron Pallas, Tommie doesn't have his own channel to play on every Saturday, and he doesn't have his own publicity committee in the national media, so that tends to hurt a guy's chances. We move on. One caller wants to know the story behind Cedric Collins leaving the team, which appears to be a little bit more critical situation now that Mike Minter is hurt and out for the year with a torn ACL. That does create a major problem at that position.
Well, Cedric said he left to start pursuing his career. He knew that wasn't going to be in football, and he's had this would have been his 5th year at Nebraska. He already has his degree. He's kind of fulfilled his obligations and wanted to move on. Plus, in reality, I think when Tony Veland and Eric might agree, when Tony Veland put a couple hits on West Virginia players, maybe the message was there that you're not going to be even 2nd team, you're probably going to be 3rd team behind Tony Veland. Certainly Cedric could play a factor or play a role this week, but they're going to be unredshirting Octavius McFarland, and they're going to be moving Stokes from corner to safety, so they'll fill the gap, and Cedric's a heck of a good kid, nice guy, but it was probably time to move on.
Yeah, they do have the talent. It's just they may not have the experience that Mike Minter brings to this ball club. It'll be interesting, but free safeties in this kind of position, in this kind of defense, maybe you can get a great athlete in there that can make up for some of the mistakes or that lack of experience. Another caller wants to know, they're already worried about the Big 8 season with the Iowa State team coming up. Iowa State 2 years ago lost their season opener to Northern Iowa, came back and beat Nebraska later on in the year. Is Nebraska ready for Iowa State?
That's yours, Eric.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Come on.
I guess if you look at history, I guess you have to say that Nebraska better watch out this year because Northern Iowa, of course in '92 they did beat Iowa State, and that was Iowa State's year. I don't know. as far as what I know about Iowa State, I can't see them beating Nebraska this year. But then again, they might have said that in '92 too.
It's interesting that Nebraska fans are always concerned about everything. UCLA coming up, but I think Jim Walden's going to worry about the people behind him or the people that aren't behind him anymore over their names than he does about the rest of the schedule down the road. And Nebraska, of course, with UCLA coming up, that's their big focus. Again, we love hearing from all the folks out there. And again, our phone lines are up, and you can give us a call if you want to be a part of the show. We'd love to hear from you. In Lincoln, 472-6788. Statewide, 800-634-6788. The calls and comments, of course, for next week's show when Nebraska takes on UCLA. One final comment. He was awarded Big 8 Player of the Week honors, Lawrence Phillips. What are your early impressions of him? And I guess you don't want to get into too many comparisons with Roger Craig and Mike Rozier and any other great running backs, but he looked very, very good against Texas Tech. There's no doubt about that.
Well, at today's press conference, Coach Osborne did, I guess, heap as much praise as Coach Osborne would, I guess, on a player. And he said that running for 175 yards last week against Texas Tech, Lawrence showed what he could do. And he said that he has the makings of one of the better backs at Nebraska. Of course, he hasn't fulfilled all that yet, but he certainly has the potential. I think he's probably a better runner than he was, a stronger runner than he was last year, maybe a little bit faster. And of course, he broke out against UCLA last year. So it'll be interesting to see what he does this year against them.
And he does have a great deal of talent, but you have to keep in mind he's running behind probably the best offensive line in school history. Those guys were terrific. And I think one play that I remember from that Texas Tech game was a sweep to the right side, near side of the field, and Zach Wiggert just came out and disintegrated a defensive back. And when you have people like that in front of you, that certainly helps out your cause.
Well, Lawrence is showing a certain ability this year to break tackles, too. We noticed that in the first game. We noticed that in scrimmages, too. He can pull away from people. He can run over people, and that's what you make a great back out of. And certainly he has all those abilities. He has more speed and more strength than he did a year ago, and more knowledge of the offense. I think he's picking his spots a little better, and give him give him a couple games, and then maybe start talking about the big names of the past. But right now he's on the right track.
Well, after Nebraska's win over Texas Tech, the Huskers remain number 1 in one poll. They dropped to number 2 in the other poll, maybe because they didn't run the score up. Who knows? It really doesn't matter at this point in the season. We talked about it a little bit, but Florida really seems dead set on being the number 1 team throughout the year, and this really isn't the time, is it?
They're playing like they want it. The thing is that if there's going to be a good confusion at the end of the year if both teams should go undefeated, because Nebraska cannot play Florida this year for a national championship. If it were a year from now, that'd be a possibility. So it might be thrown into the voters' hands again. If Florida gets the Sugar Bowl and Nebraska would, I guess they'd play in the Orange Bowl if they would go 11, or I guess it'd be 12-0 in the regular season. So it makes for a real complicated finish to the season if both teams go unbeaten.
One final question, and quickly, Ken, you talked to Terry Donahue today. How big is this game for Nebraska, and how big is it for UCLA, and what do you see this weekend?
I think it's big for Nebraska in that the players and the coaches have kind of focused on this game. They knew West Virginia was not going to be as good as West Virginia was a year ago, and I think for UCLA, it might be one of those kind of early defining moments. Last year they lose by a point to Nebraska, go on and only lose one other game and go to the Rose Bowl, win a conference championship. Played a really good season after the 1-point loss to Nebraska. So probably for both teams, it's one of those early defining moments of the season.
And again, that is a 2:30 start on Saturday. And that will do it for this week's show. Next Tuesday night, we'll talk about Nebraska and UCLA, and we'd love to hear from you. Again, give us a call on the numbers that we gave you to. And want to thank our guests for being with us again, Eric Olson of the World Herald and Ken Hamilton of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Again, that'll do it for this week's show. Thanks for joining us once again. I'm Bill Dolman. So long, everybody.
Next time on Austin City Limits, a true Texas original, Lyle Lovett.
The Lord that praises me. It's time for dinner now. Let's go.
And from New Orleans, Dr. John.
Such a night. Such a night.
Watch Austin City Limits Thursday night at 7 on Nebraska Public Television.
Hi, I'm Waylon Jennings. Happy 25th birthday, Sesame Street. I love you.
Programming on the Nebraska ETV network is provided in part by the Lead Center for Performing Arts, which presents the Tony Award-winning Broadway musical The Secret Garden on September 16th and 17th. Matinee performance on September 18th at 2 p.m.
The legend of Hollywood's greatest dream factory, the famed MGM Studios. Discover the triumphs and failures, romance and scandals in a behind-the-scenes look at a vanishing empire. Patrick Stewart is your host for MGM When the Lion Roars, coming up next.
Presentation of this program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by annual financial support from viewers like you.
The date is August 14th, 1945. Yesterday, the Emperor of Japan signed the Articles of Unconditional Surrender, and World War II came to an end. During those terrible years of war, Americans needed refuge from the anxiety of global conflict. L.B. Mayer, who viewed MGM as the custodian of Americans' dreams, mobilized the formidable resources of the studio to meet that need. The result? The most prosperous period in Metro's history. Responsible for this success is Culver City's roster of talent, for Metro Goldwyn Mayer is the studio with more stars than there are in heaven.
I came to MGM in 1945. MGM was considered, I think, the best and most distinguished studio in the world. From Mexico to look at MGM was like looking at heaven, you know. Oh, there is Clark Gable, Katharine Hepburn, and there's little Elizabeth Taylor and Jane Powell, and Esther Williams, and Sid Charisse, and, you know, and Spencer Tracy, and the Barrymores, and I tell you, I had to do this to myself. Am I dreaming, you know? Am I really living this?
They had all the big movie stars, all the big movies, all the big movie directors. They had everything. It was a fascinating factory for making movies. And there were over 5,000 people that worked there every day. I don't think I really realized how incredible it was to be in the middle of that kind of activity. There used to be between 50 and 60 movies made a year.
To be under contract to a studio like MGM was that they ran your life. Gosh, if you married somebody, even if you dated somebody they didn't like, it was a big deal. MGM, as far as L.B. Mayer was concerned, was one big happy family. Now, he used the word happy. A lot of people weren't happy. He thought he was our